Stream and record right now. We are live, and this is because I got knocked off last night by a malware. And I did promise to speak about the latest holiday season this year. Right now, we're having Mr. Pac-Man Morales talk a bit. Well, he's looking for the link, and he won't be talking too much at all because he has to
Yep,
go
I
to
got it
work
going
soon.
right now.
I'm sorry, what was that?
No, I got it coming up.
Okay, good, good. Take your time. Let's see how long it takes. And believe me, I totally understand you're being busy last night. No worries. We had more than enough occupying us. Let's see now. Okay, there we are. And you put that in the
Oh,
Skype. Good man. Let me take a look at
okay.
that link. See if that works. Give me just a second here. Why isn't that clicking? This might not work out after all. Give me a second here. Why is that not clicking? Okay, so there we are, hopefully. How do you want to open this? Using fucking Firefox, okay? And there we are. And so I'm opening that in Firefox. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about that got jigged up last night. Everybody put a upvote. Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciate it. And with that, I'll take the share, and then I can mess around with the setting things up. Now, I do want to let people know that towards the conclusion of the arc of narrative, which I really didn't even start before I got knocked off bandwidth. I was talking about things I didn't even like fucking conspiracy and how it's overtaking the American mindset, but actually was always a fucking part of it. And when I was addressing that, then we had a malware attack because we had taken down the McAfee antivirus in order to deal with all of the problems we were dealing with the interfacing, rather the fact that Google would not interface with the Hewlett Packard computer. And so the end result was that all malware got through immediately, comparatively speaking, knocked me off by just knocking the computer off, not the modem, not the bandwidth, not the signal, but the computer out. And so my 3D graphics modeler came over and we took care of it. And now we're back on. And I did want to finish what I was going to say. And towards the end of the arc of narrative, I plan on talking a bit about why Pac-Man Morales' sons, in particular, are very fortunate. How many sons do you have again, Pac-Man?
I have two sons.
You have two sons. And the reason that this is important is because they were exposed to the absolute worst of the Trump administration, but thankfully they won't remember too much of it consciously. And the end result is that they will grow up to a better sense of awareness under the administration of Kamala Harris and Joseph Biden. So I'll be bringing that up towards the end of Arc of Narrative, and I will be asking Pac-One to review that at his leisure later. And of course, he's welcome to review the entire episode to absorb the entire arc of narrative for context. But one of the things that I wanted him around for was to kind of give us the ages of his sons, so we have a better grasp of just how young they truly are and what he's dealing with as a parent. And that, of course, is one reason why he's unable to donate too much time to us. And how old are your sons again, Pac-Man?
Uh, my oldest is 11 and my youngest is 3. Well, he'll be 3 in a couple of days.
Wonderful. That's just incredible. And the baby is the daughter, right?
Yes, yes,
Incredible.
yes. Yeah,
Incredible.
she's 3 months old, or 8 months old. I'm sorry, 3 months old.
Right. Yeah. Normally, I would concentrate on the females in the family, but I'm actually pointing out the importance of the sons for once in Arc of Narrative tonight when I'm speaking of Kamala Harris, because she actually provides not an example for the boys, but I'll explain the context later. Now, hopefully, I'll be able to make it through the arc of narrative. I should. I don't see any reason why not. Technologically, we seem to have taken care of most of everything now, but oh my God, you never know. There's always another angle of attack. But aside from that, I want to thank Pac-One for helping me get started. Now, one of the things he might do is hang up the phone, which might do something to the call. So, what is it possible for you to just keep the call on throughout, the time that
Yes,
you're doing
yes,
this?
yep. Absolutely, I can. Yep, that's not a problem for me, Doug.
Okay, wonderful. So he'll act as my producer today, and so we'll see how that works out. And hopefully, he doesn't get incoming calls that glitch it all up. Hopefully, my arc of narrative doesn't last that long. Right now, I'm just kind of taking these links and putting them up so that we have that going on, and he's just kind of helping us through that period that we usually would consider taking us to the top of the hour. It was a weird fucking day yesterday. I was not at all prepped, and I was asking everybody to buy me time. By the time I got it started, it was only time enough left to really concentrate on the shit that I hated, which was like the obsession with QAnon. And I think I really pretty much addressed what needed to be addressed about that. And I might as well get on to what I thought was far more important, to bring to people's attention that what America has is a very specific holiday season. And its holiday season essentially begins at Halloween, and it pretty much ends with Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And I want to put that in context, and I want to explain the fact that this year it was extended, as it is on every leap year, by the election day and inauguration day, which is a holiday season of its own of America's civic religion, which I will explain the importance of that, and kind of bring to people's attention how Martin Luther King serves as a transition that day between a certain kind of religious awareness in America and our concept of religious faith as part of governance. And then how we kind of translate that into our civic sense of awareness and our very much an extension of an American church's its electoral process. And there's a presidential duty to serve as kind of a chaplain of the nation state, to serve as kind of like a ritual keeper, and how that was impacted under Trump, and how Biden is attempting to normalize that. And exactly, I'll try and end on a positive note. We all know, of course, that the Republicans are not making it easy, and this is going to be probably, well, I'll try and be positive for today, to end on a positive note, because en route to that point, I'm going to be covering a lot of negatives, because I'll be reviewing a lot of the year, because I'll be going over the New Year's Day between Christmas and Martin Luther King Day, and how that basically, forces us to reflect upon the year before, and the year before was pretty fucking bad. And I will bring up just how bad in a way that most people can't imagine. So that's a lot to look forward to. Our man, Pac One, will essentially have the phone on. He can listen to it at leisure throughout the time that he's working today, or he can tune it out. Either way is fine, so long as he leaves the call on, and that will at least maintain the call and give me a sense that I'm talking to somebody while I'm hosting the program. So I'm almost got the last hyperlink up, and I want to invite Pac One to basically start us off. So Pac One, if you'll kind of point out to us what you feel it's most important to emphasize, that you may feel that we need to pay attention to, in current events or whatever, feel free to take us there for whatever time you have, which I assume isn't very much, but please, go ahead and do so.
Like for me, I usually, like, when I hear shit like any type of conspiracy or whatever, or I try to go into things not immediately taken aside. I always feel like there's this whole thing, like whenever you watch something on TV or whatever, you have to remember that. And the same thing with the internet, and any information that you're being given, or any information that's publicly known, is known because they want you to know it. There's always some kind of, you go looking into I don't know, extreme left wing shit, and they make the Republicans always the bad guys and all this, then you go to the right wing, and you just always go into things knowing that this is a system set up to keep everybody in the place they're in, being good little boys and girls. And yeah, we have our freedoms. We have things that, we have decisions we get to make and stuff like that. But in the long run, with politics, you have to remember that there's someone paying somebody else's bills. That's, their life is to sway and direct public decision. It's good to be in the know of things and be aware of things. That's one of the main reasons why I listen to Doug. because he breaks a lot of things down for you. Um, I, you know, everything with the whole I guess when they talk about Kamala Harris and what she did with prison with the prison reform and everything like that, and everybody has tough decisions to make in life. At the end of the day, I feel like with being where we're from, like me being from Flint, Michigan, I've had to do things in life that were deemed illegal and whatever just to survive, and some people get to a point in their lives where they do illegal things and they don't use it to get ahead. They use it as a crutch just to live life the way they want. So at the end of the day, like people who had guns that were selling dope and who got the book slammed on them, that was a chance they were willing to take, and that they decided to go. And that's with all walks of life. We all know right from wrong or what society tells us is against the law and stuff. So I really feel like in life, if you give yourself understanding that politics and stuff, it does affect your life, but your day to day and your direct immediate life, your freedoms and stuff, those are always in your hands, always. So, like me, I run my businesses, I do what I gotta do, and I don't worry about looking over my shoulder doing anything because I'm not doing anything wrong. So I guess really, I just I'm not I pay attention, but I'm like this, I lived through the I was young when Clinton was president, uh, I was there through all the Bush shit, I fell into the propaganda after 9/11 hit, and I went to the Marines because I wanted to fight for my country, and I was ready, and then you get over there and you're like, man, you get into the service, you're like, man, I'm kind of being treated like a prisoner here, you
Yes.
know.
Oh my God. Yeah, go on.
So it's just like I you know I went through the Obama thing, and it was funny is when I used to listen to when Obama back in 2008, I was living 2007 2008. I was living in Casper, Wyoming, which is many people don't know that's the home of Dick Cheney, and so so like one of the big things out there was like fucking and I had never heard of it till I was out there, and I don't, is it NPR? I'm not sure, but I know like Sean Hannity and what was his other name? Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Oh God,
Oh my
man, those
God.
guys. I'd be at work and the guy I worked with would play them every fucking day.
Oh my
It would be
God.
like Obama this, Obama that, and he's a Muslim and Reverend Wright and nah, 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 nah. It was just like at that point I was kind of like, holy shit, like these guys like these are people that are supposed to be running our country, representing our country. I'm not Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity, but I'm just saying like these are people tearing each other at the seams. These people are like they pretty much are pulling each other's pants down in front of the public, and then after the elections and everything are done, yeah, they still have their differences, but now we're all as a public supposed to respect you and follow you, and you guys are supposed to be a country united, and
And by the way,
oh,
just to reinforce what you're saying so you understand that you don't need to qualify what you said, Sean Hannity and Rush Limbaugh, in effect, were advisors running the United States because Trump was turning to them for advisement as if they were viziers or wise men in the medieval sense. And so they effectively had enormous influence beyond anything they rated or deserved or had ever earned. So you were right in saying what you said. There's no need to qualify that. And so they were essentially in unprecedented historical development. These are people who should have just been talking heads spewing out their bile for the sake of some kind of cathartic effect for the public, but instead actually began to influence the world around them in the most administrative sense, and it was just horrific. But go on. Yes, that's and you were right there in
yeah,
the thick of it at ground zero. Yes, so go on.
yeah, it was, and then you just got everybody's supposed to be on the same page, but it's like it's just like it's a bad trade. It's like training a dog. And I'm not calling us American citizens dogs, though we're treated like them, you know. Um, but it's like we're confused, you know. Like, are we supposed to be a family dog? Are we supposed to be attack dogs? Are we supposed to, and it's just, I don't know. I don't like going into things and just having going with what someone tells me, you know. Um, and I mean, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I also know that, all these people are being paid to say and do what they do, to quote run our country, or whatever. And there's just things that I don't know, just I really feel like live your life, do what you got to do. Politics is always going to be politics. It's always going to be, and I feel like the reason why it's so extreme is to get people's reactions, to get us to react certain ways, to be able to say, "Ha, see, this is why." It's like both sides are playing a game with each other, like a chessboard, and us common citizens are the pieces. The only difference is there's no rules. It's just everybody's fighting. Everybody, like these mobs and droves of people, like, the what just for instance, storm the Capitol, and then everything having that same mob will disperse and turn into different groups and be fighting against each other over, oh well, no, that now just whatever. I feel like everybody's being controlled, and they're so worried about what the latest conspiracy is, or what they're completely ignoring facts. Just pay attention, a little bit, and you would see that the the politics game is just that. It's a game. It's to there is truth behind it, and there are laws being passed and stuff. But at the end of the day, the important shit that's being passed, and these things in the bills, you'd never see them. They never break them down. Look at the latest. What was that? The stimulus, the latest stimulus. Was it like something like 5,000 pages? And they expected everyone to read this in like 2 days or a day and a half. Like, how many of those 5,000 page bills get passed throughout the fucking year? How many? How many? You don't know. You have lobbyists. You have people paying these politicians to put these things. Like, it's like scratch my back, I scratch your back, and we're gonna pay you this, and you're gonna push this through. But that's on a corporate level. These are things that are greasing and oiling the machine. The machine isn't. We're nothing but the little nuts and bolts in this machine. This machine's processing something else. It's creating something else. In the smallest way to say it. I don't know. I'm really not good with words, but I hope everyone can understand what I'm saying.
Well, we certainly understand what you're saying. And when you're talking about the power of corporations to control the state, to leverage the state, then obviously that is a problem. And it's a problem that many people have pointed out. What I'm concerned about is, of course, that the cynicism that you display is very much realistic. It's a realist perspective to degree, and there is, of course, always too much of a good thing. The problem is, at this point in history, with the divisions that have occurred, they are so stark that, as you said, if you go to a Democratic site, they're going to make the Republicans look like the villains. If you go to the Republican site, it will be the opposite. But it's no longer we're no longer in a place where we can say a pox on both their houses and remain neutral. Unfortunately, the situation is simply too dire. Obviously, action must be taken, and the Republicans have actually been in charge for quite some time now because of their domination of the Electoral College and various other mechanisms that have left them in minoritarian rule effectively for generations now. And the results have been monumentally negative, and we know that because of where we're at now. There is no way that you can say that there's a balance between the sides. At this point, the only choice that a sane person has who is hell-bent on human survival as a species is the democratic choice, because not only that, but also our ethnos, the fact that we are not part of that white minority. It just, there's no point in our saying that there's any moral equivalency here. We don't have a choice because the Republicans are at this point exclusive. Uh, so they may say otherwise, and they may have these coon cadres of people who serve them and give them this dash of color where they need it. But honestly, it's we all know
or
how
lack thereof in their case.
yeah, we all know how unrealistic that is, and it's just not. It holds no future for us, nothing realistic, and so we in reality we have to, at this point in history, choose sides, and there's only one side we can choose because there's no real choice, and so people may bemoan the fact that there's not third parties, but it's really an asinine thing at this point. We don't have time for third parties. The third parties would be like what? Peace and Freedom, a Green Party. On the left side, on the right side, it would be Libertarian, which is far more extreme than the Republican.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you have that. We're left with essentially what we have, which is the only thing that can possibly work, as dysfunctional as it is. It would be the Democratic Party. So yes, this is something where we have to remember that we really cannot afford, you and I and anyone that really deals with me in general, really cannot afford to say that there's moral equivalency or a pox on both their houses. We have to choose sides because we don't have a choice, and we're stuck with the Democrats. And that's not necessarily a negative. It's not downing the Democrats. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
As dysfunctional as they are, it's not that bad. It's not as
Yeah.
bad as what the Republicans have proven with what you saw in Flint, Michigan, with the toxic waste of catering to industrial lobbies that allowed them to just do what they did.
Hmm.
And thank God
Yeah.
you're moving to California, and I welcome you here, and I can't wait till you're here. And as I said, there will be no problems with your wife getting a job, because we're in such desperate need of nurses, and you'll be fine as well. So honestly, you have a bright future ahead of you. And so how much time do you have left? I understand if you have to go to work. I was going to grab a
Oh,
drink. Do you have a few minutes so you can hold the stage
yeah.
while I go grab some refreshments for myself?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Oh,
Absolutely.
okay. So I'll be back in about 5, 7 minutes at the longest, about 5, 6 minutes. So I'm gonna go mute. I'll leave you to hold the stage, and I know you can handle it. And I'll
Yeah.
be right back. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So it's pretty crazy things we're dealing with right now. And you know, being paying attention to things people say means more now than ever. Um, I do know that a lot of these news stations and stuff, the big popular thing are these sound bites. Thing about sound bites is, it's just like a picture. It's worth 1,000 words. You can take a sentence and piece it together with another sentence or whatever of someone's speech, and make something just completely out of context. So I try to pay attention to stuff like that. I I don't like I don't I mean I know what Doug's saying, and I try to be more optimistic these days about everything. So and I'm I'm not one of those Trump people, like there were good peoples on both sides, but I just I try to ignore things, and not like ignore like it didn't happen or it's not there, but just like understanding that on a scale like a vote matters, and everybody's opinions matter, but I always feel like things on TV and all these and all this propaganda and all this uproar about certain, I feel like that's exactly what it's for, exactly designed for, is to get people going. Um, I like doing my research and having my opinion, and talking to people of like minds, and then I also, when I go into things, I'm really, I know like a lot about like conspiracies and shit like that, and but I don't like talking about them, only because I feel when you start talking about conspiracies or getting into them, it kind of like pulls from your credibility, or it's like you unless you know for a fact everything around that conspiracy or the facts, and there's always something new coming out about everything. There's not one thing that so just just do yourself a favor when you're out there, and as Doug said, going down rabbit holes. Try to avoid them, because there's a lot of rabbit shit in there. I used to get lost in everything, and New World Order this and Illuminati that, and all the just all the dumb stuff, man. That, I mean, at the end of the day, if there's you know just there's factions of people, with things they're doing, it'll come to light, and then you'll know the truth later. I mean, the world's based on societies and everything like that. I mean, we just as a people, we have to choose what's right for us as a group, as a society. We really have to come together and not have division, and just things need to be a little more transparent for us. Uh Schools are important right now. My senior year of high school, uh we were losing our art classes, our bands. This is 2003, which really, it's not very long ago. And now I look at, well, clearly right now, because of the pandemic, we have virtual schooling, but up until 2 years ago, these schools really had nothing. I mean, Flint, Michigan used to have a lot of high schools and middle schools and elementaries. Now there's like one high school for the whole city, and then like maybe two elementary schools. And the problem with that is that there's all these people in the city who now either have to charter out of town to go to school, because the Flint schools don't have, like, my nephew's autistic, and there's no qualified teachers or workers, or people that can work with people with autism that are certified, and that's illegal. That's
Damn.
illegal. But the schools just don't have no funding.
Yeah.
There's no funding for it, and and along with funding, you have where the Michigan lottery was supposed to be for fixing the roads and for the schools. There's no money, and the money that is being funded to schools are like Class A schools that really don't need any funding.
Yes, of course. Yes.
You have taxes. We have taxes on our gas that's supposed to be for those schools. Nothing's going to what's happening to the schools. Why are they all closing down? And right now we are in a virtual schooling and stuff. So I there's just a lot of things that need more attention. That people should be more enraged about than where the fuck Trump's gonna live for the next 4 years. You know.
Most immediately, yes, but he serves as a reality show that helps take our mind off our troubles. It's kind of like watching Dallas back in the old days, before you were born, kind of like a family soap opera that everybody can tune into. It's like the
Yeah.
Kardashians.
I think the U.S. is a soap opera at this point.
Yes, yes, and very bad one. It's this horrible reality show that has no, the reality is so horrific that you can't believe it's real. So you just go into denial. I can't blame anybody for that. But at the same time, we have to, and definitely. Just checking on the quality
Yeah.
of sound here, because I have some technical problems with the microphone, and I'm going to be having to
Yeah,
replace
there
this
was two
microphone.
little clicks,
Yeah, I'm
but
going to
you're
have to
back on.
replace the microphone soon, and so that's not wiretapping. That would be too primitive. At this point, it literally is the microphone. Definitely, our man Pack One has been wonderful with this. You're welcome to go on for as long as you wish, but I understand, of course, I'm not trying to shoo you off. I
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
invite you to stay. I mean, believe me, but I know how busy you are, and but I definitely thank you for helping me this morning. Without Pack One, I could not get it done. Jameson is wonderful, but he's catching up on sleep, and he needs it. Derek Talley, of course, is going to work soon enough. He's probably sleeping right now, and that's fine too because he needs it. So what I'll do is when Pack One feels that it's time for him to to go, then I'll go into the basically the pitch for the fact that I need equipment. At this point, I'll have to buy a new microphone to actually work with the computer, because the microphone is the one I've got is just dying. and then after that, I'll go into basically what I was going to say about America's very special holiday season, and this year's being extraordinarily historic. And so Pac One, I do ask him to check in every once in a while when he can, and even if it's just to drop in and say hi and let me know that you're catching what you're catching once in a while is helpful. And either way, we're fine. And so I love you dearly, and your family, and share my love with them. And other than that, anything else you want to bring to our attention, please do so.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Much love. And I'll just leave everyone with this. Let's try not. Right now, what we need more than ever. I mean, sounds cliche or whatever, but is a little more kindness around with each other. A little more understanding. We're as a country, like I was saying earlier, we're so quick to be offended. I'm sorry, and be defensive, about things. Let's just try to go about our day. Let's Wednesday when we all talk again, let's try to, before you get upset about someone cutting you off or whatever, let's try to hold the door for someone or tell someone good morning or just the little things, the little positive things in life that make you feel good about yourself, that you are in control about. Maybe with those little bit of changes, like the pond effect, I mean, I'm not saying lay down and take all the bullshit, but what I am saying is just, show a little love out there, show a little love, get a little love, and, enjoy those moments. Because at these times, that's probably about the greatest things in our life, right? That we can control, like I said. So,
yeah. That is so important. And I just brought Jameson Reese on so we have a smooth transition in case you have to drop the call and pick up a call from somebody else. So
okay.
It's working out. God bless you, Pac One. My love to yourself and your family. And again, so I don't forget, your youngest son is 3 years old. Your oldest son is 11 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
That's quite a difference in time. It's like, what the fuck were you doing in between those years? It was like...
Oh my gosh, that right there is a very long story all in itself, and it'll take you through those. It's almost like a reformed gangster movie, Trust me.
Oh shit!
There's gunfights, stab wounds, stitches, broken bottles, and bar fights, and all sorts of stuff in between there.
Oh God! I hope your 11-year-old son wasn't too aware of all of that.
No, he was a baby. He was a baby.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, bless you. We love you dearly, and Jameson,
much love, Doug.
Do say goodbye to Pac One as well.
Yeah, later, Pac One.
See you later, JMO.
Thank you. That was so energizing. That was so revitalizing. Thank you.
I'm just waking up.
Understood. I'm just fucking with you. Thank you, Pac One. Much
No
love.
problem, brother.
Take care.
All right, love you, man.
You're
Peace.
the best. Thank you so much. Okay, so that was wonderful. That was Pac One Morales, and wonderful human being. So glad to welcome back to California soon, or to California. And certainly there's elements of his family that have always been here. Now, with Jameson Reese, please, you can just do what you want. I just needed you on the phone so we can get the call going. So we are live. And you're doing wonderful, and you can, so long as you're on the call now, we know that there's a call for me to hold the wavelength on. And what we'll do is I'll just do just host transmission. So I'll go into it, and what you can do is do whatever you need to do and just leave the call on. Okay.
I got you. I'm gonna probably do what I do to wake myself up.
Or you can go back to sleep. You can, since the call's on, you can actually go back to sleep.
It's almost 12 in the afternoon. There's no way I'm going back to sleep.
Okay.
I mean, I could, but I'd rather stay awake.
Okay, but don't be afraid to go back to sleep. Don't, you've got nothing to
Gotcha.
prove to yourself. So if you do, I won't hold it against you. And thank you, sir. I'm going to get started now, not on solicitation, solicitation of a sort. So is there anything you want to say to the listeners before I do that?
No, I'm thank you to say anything.
Thank you. All right, love you dearly, Jameson. So, this wonderful little promo written by the Grandma Dame, Selena Khan, is so precious. English is a second language for her, so I paraphrase. And she says, "Forever, I am grateful to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation / gratitude." This is representing myself, so that I say this to you on behalf of myself, which she wrote to kind of provide a outline. And she says, "But just wanted to emphasize a little bit about GoFundMe. As everyone knows by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset, and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. Presenting 2 nights a week, I live transmissions to you, all my beautiful lovers out there. Her words, as we would say in classical transcription, we would say sick, as in SIS, meaning so, meaning the way she wrote it, which is fine. It's a wonderful way to look at all of you. Lovers out there from my city to all around the world is the only life that I have, at which point I always stop here to say, God forbid. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be nothing without all of you by my side, closest to the farthest. And of course, there's truth to that. However, many years of use, all my studio equipment are beyond obsolete now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to upgrade my studio, to update my studio. And this campaign has time limitations. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign, Urgent Contribution, that is the name of the GoFundMe campaign, is Urgent Contribution, that will expire in March of this year. At this point, I urge everyone, please, I don't know how euphonic that sounded, but I think you all got the message. At this point, I urge everyone, please become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of my studio equipment. Please contribute. Donate between now and March of this year. My blessings be unto all. And along with that, let me emphasize things to you in a more technically precise manner, which is the fact that the GoFundMe campaign is named Urgent Contribution. You would look it up that way, and you would see the subtitle after a colon, Professional Studio Supplies. Now, we've raised $221. We had a goal of close to $6,000. I am getting money in other areas, such as PayPal, and other people are sending me a few checks once in a while. I mean, all of this is wonderful and deeply appreciated. And I bring up these other options, but of course, going through the GoFundMe is important as well, because it, in a sense, represents the cause. It represents the problem that I've been dealing with. Honestly, with all the money that I had to spend recently on the computer and everything else, it's miraculous. I have money left to pay rent, but can use all the help I can get. In such situations, that go as sans saying. I'm impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature, and therefore I am enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled Program, or 250% WDP, wherein disabled individuals are required by law to work so long as our income is maintained at less than 250% above the federal poverty level, to thereby become eligible for Medi-Cal via paying our monthly premiums based on our net countable income. And this enables myself to receive constant medical care which I conditionally require to functionally survive. And I meet the 250% WDP requirements in turn by hosting this bandwidth transmission program critical omissions. So, to continue as my work by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish professional grade in-home studio, environment, environs, with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they come online. So with that in mind, you're aware of the situation. And with that, of course, we do have a shout out that I will give. We have a donation we received. Let me see now. This email confirms we received a donation. I'm going to see if they ask for any anonymity. But yes, what we received was a donation of 60 United States dollars from this wonderful Louis Rogers. And the message is, Sailor Jerry Hula Girl, sayest hello. So Louis Rogers says, Sailor Jerry Hula Girl, sayest hello. God bless you. Mwah. I don't know what your gender is, but it's if you're a sailorette, the Louis is rather agendered or gender neutral, a name, Luis. But Jerry Hula Girl, whether they are speaking on behalf of someone else, Sailor Jerry Hula Girl, or whether they're speaking on behalf of themselves, and maybe of the opposite sex from myself, or gender fluid, a kiss and a hug. God bless you. Mwah. Love you dearly, and deeply appreciate it. Your help is profoundly useful, and will never be forgotten. Wonderful individual, just a fabulous person, and thank you so much. So aside from that, let me take a look at some of my other incoming messages before I go any place else. And okay, now that's interesting. Now I'm getting something here on you just okay. Now I'm seeing what this is. All right, so that's cute, and this is a private message, so I have to kind of like just make certain I put something on record, and then just trash it. So there you go with that. And other than that, going to just kind of GoFundMe. Oh my God, another shout out. Dennis donated to the GoFundMe $250 United States dollars. So let me check the GoFundMe, and this is Dennis Marshall, and this is the wonderful Dennis Marshall who goes into the chat room and speaks for fairly long periods of time. He's a wonderful human being. God bless him, and he personally knows Mr. Peter Moon. He lives in California. He's a resident of my Golden State. I must emphasize he is definitely a pretty solid Republican and is in the Orange County type of zone, so to speak, of politics, the political spectrum. And Orange County is kind of like the orange color of Donald Trump. Well, it pretty much, is that color because they're all, that pumpkin shade of reactionary. And so that's wonderful that he donates what he does. God bless you, Dennis Marshall. Love you dearly. Hugs. Wonderful human being. And so this goes to show some bipartisan and across the political spectrum outreach that is priceless. This is beyond. It is something we cannot quantify. So God bless them. And with that, let me get something at least a little bit into my bloody records here before I go on with the arc of narrative that I'll jump into. And I appreciate everyone's patience while I do this. And okay, normally this is hitting towards my bedtime. So it really, in a sense, fucking sucks that I got to do this. Hopefully, James and Reese will be able to spell me when I hear them bring the Meals on Wheels and deliver that into the food bin, because I want to bring that in as soon as possible, so that basically it's not stolen. And so if I hear that, I'll start questioning Jameson if he's there, saying, "Jameson, you there?" Yeah. And all right then, let's see if anyone else has made any donations. I mean, it's so wonderful to get these donations because they're just so life affirming. They do help, and God knows they are forever appreciated. So aside from that, oh my God, there's just no describing some of the things that I have to go through here. Oh, Jameson, are you there? Jameson, let's see if he's answering. See if he's there or if he's taken off for the moment, which is fine. I can understand that. I'll question him again later. And let's see now. In terms of something that I don't want to forget, it'll be prior to the next. Oh, there we are. Pack one. You're there. Oh, that's you. Right? Or that's Jameson. Jameson. Pack one. Oh, he just. It's like butt dialing. Okay, so he's on. Oh, God, I'll have to ask him to go mute. Oh, shit. Did I go mute? Jesus, can anybody hear me? Hi, can anybody hear me? Was I mute all this time? Did I just go mute?
You went mute for a few seconds, Doug.
Holy shit! Oh my God! That's so frightening. That is. Oh, I'm so glad that you can hear me. What are you doing right now? Are you driving, or what are you doing? You're taking.
Yeah, I'm driving, but I can talk.
Okay, good. I'll ask you to hold the stage for a few minutes while I go grab something, my cell phone, just because I want to have that beside me, just in case. And just tell everybody how safe the road is. I hope you're on headphones. You're on headphones, right? You're not holding the phone up, are you? You can drive safely? Oh, I better not ask him to do anything dangerous. Anyhow, I'll go on talking then. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there you are, Douglas.
Oh, good. So, are you said you're on headphones? You're driving safely?
I'm driving.
And you've got on speakerphone, right? It's not like you're holding on to the cell phone.
Yes, I have it on speaker. Yeah, you're on speaker, and it's not distracting me.
Okay, good. So do me a favor. They've just dropped off the home delivered meals in my food bin, and I'm gonna bring that in so that doesn't get taken. And you can hold the stage for me for a few minutes. Okay? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Gotcha.
Great. You can tell people what's going on the road. Thank you. God bless you. Stay safe.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go mute for
Thank you,
just a
Douglas.
few moments. So frightening that happened.
Yeah. So I'm driving currently. Light snow. It's cold as shit. I'm on my way to Walmart to get a couple supplies, and drop off some tamales. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are my delivery days to these restaurants, and I do probably about 120 pounds of masa, which is the cornmeal dough that goes around the tamale, and I do about 120 pounds of that. So I kick out probably upwards to 100 plus dozen tamales this past week. I can get upwards to 300 dozen, which is crazy. So because I do everything by hands, I have my shoulders and back and, forearms and stuff like that. They're always kind of tense and stuff. And I've been doing this for about 4 years. And my wife set up a massage for me last week. And I went in, and it was actually as worried about, going out and stuff and going places as I am. As soon as I walked in, they took my temperature. So that was reassuring, like, okay. And the lady kept her mask on the whole time. I kept my N95 on the whole time. And, man, tell you what, that lady was magic with her hands. She got my back real good. And I know I've spoke about it. Many people probably don't remember, but I was in a motorcycle accident back in August. and I messed my knee up pretty good. Like I haven't been able to walk well. I've been, with the limp. I can't walk upstairs. I can't run, and I thought maybe I broke it, but I'm uninsured. I don't have insurance, so I haven't went to the doctors for it or anything. I was just like, I'll figure it out later. And so when I was getting my massage, I was telling the therapist about it, and she went down to my calf and well, she went to my right. When she was rubbing my right leg, she's like, wow, your hamstrings and everything's so inflamed on this leg. And I was like, yeah, that's where I pretty much keep all my body weight on, and so she went to my left leg. She's like, oh yeah, she could feel the other one, and she could feel that there was fluid on my leg. And man, she started rubbing my leg and my calf and stuff, and busted out these knots. And I it was like like when you have a hard knot in your back and it hurts, but they're rubbing, it feels real good. You don't want them to stop. So she did that with my leg. And when I got up, I tell you what, I'm not walking with the limp no more. I mean, I can still feel some of the pain that I had. It's minute. It's not as intense as it was, but I'm walking straight. I can walk up the stairs with no problems now. She said about 4 or 5 more treatments, my legs should be good. And she really knew what she was doing. I was really impressed. And yeah, so that was my experience this over this past weekend, getting a massage and stepping out of my comfort zone and the safety of my own home, because that's really not something I would be into right now. But given trying something new to for my body instead of wearing it out more, and it made a difference. So I was actually able to walk around and get things done almost as I used to, and because I've been trying to get back into working out and whatnot, and I haven't been able to because of my leg. I can't work the elliptical. I can't do my ab coaster, and even doing deadlifts is because it's all on your legs, that was even a problem. So I'm really excited to get my leg situation figured out and it come back, because one thing I promised myself, after these past 5-6 months of hobbling around, as soon as it gets better, I'm not gonna get back on my motorcycle. I'm selling it.
Thank God.
Two, yeah, I'm selling it. I was like, man, yeah. It was just it's been so scary. It's just like, I've always been a very physical person, like athletic. I love playing basketball, baseball. I couldn't do any of that stuff. My daughter and my son, everybody was outside playing basketball on our basketball hoop, and then I couldn't even get out there to shoot the damn ball. My leg was so messed up.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So that's something good that happened with me.
Yes.
And,
yes. I'm so proud of you that you went out of your comfort zone and sought that treatment and are getting help from. I mean, you deserve this. You've earned the right to feel good, to get a massage, to have this taken care of, and God bless you for it. And just excited that you can participate once again more, aggressively, physically in the world. We need you out there. And so what I'll do, good sir, is I'll let you get back to driving, and I'll take over the narrative at this point. Is there anything else you want to say before we let you get back to work?
No, sir. I'll still be listening.
God bless you. Thank you so much, Pac-Man Morales.
No problem, brother.
Yes, thank you. Wonderful human being. And that, of course, was Pac-Man Morales, and he was sharing with us just the challenges he was dealing with based on the fact that he got on that bloody motorcycle. And oh my God, MDs, they call the motorcyclists, they call them organ donors. Honestly, you just want to be very careful. I mean, motorcycles are fucking glamorous. I mean, they're impressive. And they're impressive because they're daring death machines. Well, it is what it is. And there comes a time when we have to recognize what we can do and what we shouldn't do. And he's at that point now with his motorcycle, and that's fine. I'm proud of him for recognizing that rather than denying it. So all the best. So, as I said, I wanted to go into the extraordinary holiday season that America has. And of course, there It starts with Halloween, which all of this is really an act of faith. You know, Halloween is controversial because many American Christians are afraid to celebrate it. They think of it as pagan, and they're saying that about a lot of holidays. And it's all fucking bullshit. I mean, guess what? Halloween is more Christian than pagan. Indeed, Halloween is the most Christian holiday on our calendar. So if you ask if Halloween is pagan and evil, and if you are asking if it's even possible if there can be a Christian Halloween, or can a Christian celebrate Halloween, which in many people's perspective honors the night side of the world, the ghouls and the diamonds on the ghosts and everything that goes bump in the night, that be dangerous or even evil. Well, somewhere in the halls of history, Halloween, or All Hallows Eve, got hijacked by a misperception. So what started as a day to prepare for All Saints' Day, November 1st, Halloween became this spooky, evil, and candy-filled observance. And the term Halloween, from its very beginnings, had nothing to do with any pagan, and certainly not evil, beliefs. The Christian festival, All Hallows Eve, morphed into our current term, Halloween, which is but a contraction. And so the key in understanding of the origins of the term Halloween comes from the sense of what is hallowed or holy. In the Lord's Prayer, Christians pray, "Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name." In the 4th century, John Chrysostom tells us that the Eastern Church, my Church of Christendom, Byzantine Orthodox Christendom of the Eastern Roman Empire, celebrated a festival in honor of all saints who died. And in the 7th and 8th centuries, Christians celebrated All Saints' Day formally. So how did Halloween become associated with evil spirits? Well, when we look at history, we discover that more than 1,000 years ago, Christians confronted pagan rites appeasing the Lord of Death and evil spirits. The Druids in what is now Britannia, Francais, the Gaul in the days of Rome, and the Anglo Isles of Saxonia, the Emerald Isles of the Celts. This was observed, this observed the end of summer with sacrifices to the gods. It was the beginning of the Celtic year, Celtic New Year. It serves the same function to the Celts that Asian Lunar New Year does to the Asian cultures, Chinese, Vietnamese, Koreans, and Japanese, although it is far more the continental as opposed to the peninsular and island Asians, meaning the peninsular Asians would be the Koreans and the island Asians would be the Japanese. The continental Asians would be the Sinoviets, or the Chinese and Vietnamese, who celebrate it far more than the Koreans and Japanese do now, though those cultures still acknowledge it. But the Asian Lunar New Year, the Harvest Festival, the Spring Festival, this is the Halloween, is derivative or affiliated with or parallels the Celtic version of Asian Lunar New Year. And it is a end of one year, the death of one year, and the birth of another. During which time the Celts believed that Samhain, which is spelled Samhain, you would think it's pronounced Samhain, but it's not. It's pronounced Samhain, because anything in the Celtic language is pronounced completely differently from how it's spelled. And counterintuitively by all that you understand of the English alphabet. So, what can you do? There's the only other language very similar to that is Capuchin language. Is just as obtuse and confusing. But Samhain is from where we get the Halloween, is the Lord of Death, who sent evil spirits abroad to attack humans during that time when the veils were thinnest between the worlds, just as they are on Asian Lunar New Year. And that's why the ghosts return to visit in places where many Asians populated, like San Francisco. And during Asian Lunar New Year, I was with my medical cosmetologist V when we could hear the dead walking through the various rooms, opening and closing doors and opening and shutting cabinets within some of these old salons that we were working in, that she was kind of subletting or working with under Rose, the Chinese woman who serves as the grand madame in our little world. And so in terms of the Celts, these evil spirits dispatched by Samhain, the Lord of Death, sent abroad to attack humans. The humans could escape only by assuming disguises and looking like evil spirits themselves, very similar to the Chinese basically exploding fireworks to scare the devils and demons away as a form of exorcism. The Celts would disguise themselves, and so they could be mistaken for devils and demons themselves and not harassed, or worse yet, suffer worse consequences than being harassed. Now, the waning of the sun and the approach of dark winter made the evil spirits rejoice and play their nasty tricks. If the Christian observance of Halloween began with a religious focus, how can Christians, in a sense, reclaim and celebrate Halloween from its current feared status? Christians can, in a very real sense, take back Halloween because it was always theirs. And it simply parallel the Celtic celebration. It is not derivative of it. And there's nothing really wrong if it were, which I will explain, because as I've explained before, through the revelation of the Magi, Christ is in all godly religions, and the Celtic religion is godly. It is pagan, but it is godly in the sense that it is not anti-godly. It is not entropic. It is not striving towards the end of all things, which is an anti-godly or entropic anti-faith, an anti-church. So in that sense, it is compatible with Christianity. Just as a person like myself can be both Confucianist and Christian, because Confucianism is a religion and a philosophy, like Buddhism is an atheistic religion. Buddhism is far more, shall we say, exclusive of other faiths than Confucianism. Confucianism is recognized as the state religion in my native Taiwan, but it is simply recognized as the overarching philosophy within the majority of other Asian cultures. And Confucianism is therefore taken most seriously in my homeland and heartland. But Confucianism is compatible with whatever religion you may practice, Islam or Buddhism or the Christianity. This is why so much of China is what they call syncretic, which means a combination of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. These are very separate faiths, oftentimes hostile to each other in their purest forms, and yet all of them honored in such a way that they have mutual coexistence. In a sense, even hostile coexistence, a kind of ongoing Cold War in mutual existence and respect for each other's spaces and territories, which is in the philosophical or metaphysical realm. So many Christians, of course, struggle to decide how or even if to celebrate Halloween. After all, it is a holiday that seems to emphasize darkness, superstition, and fear. Furthermore, there is the claim that the holiday is pagan and evil in origin, an assertion that simply is not true. Now, surprise! Halloween did not start off as a pagan holiday. Now, according to a Lifeway poll, the evangelical Christians of the United States, which are the majority of the white population in America, are basically non-celebrant when it comes to Halloween. Those of them that do celebrate Halloween are among a slight minority. 49% of evangelical Christians participate fully in Halloween activities. 51% of evangelical Christians either avoid Halloween completely or avoid, quote unquote, the pagan elements. So that would be about, within that 51%, that majority by a single percentage point, 28% of them would avoid Halloween completely, whereas 23% of them would avoid the pagan elements thereof, which would be the, whatever they decide is pagan. Now, as a historian, I find that poll, or rather what the poll exposes about evangelical Christians in the United States, who are overwhelmingly white, I find that disappointing. Not because I think everyone should participate in Halloween. Of course, this is not something to crusade over or make a life mission out of, but because the very wording of the poll itself, when I looked at it, when I reviewed it, it said, when you consider the pagan elements of Halloween, which is closer to your attitude? And that conveyed within the question, which is what we philosophically call a leading question, it conveyed that Halloween is, well, almost nigh universally in the Christian evangelical world regarded as a non-Christian holiday. Now, yes, Halloween has similarities with, and possibly what we would call accretions from, Samhain, the Celtic end of summer celebration, the Celtic New Year. But that does not make it a pagan holiday, as the historian Nicholas Rogers, author of the book entitled Halloween, subtitled From Pagan Ritual to Party Night, which was released or published by Oxford University Press in the year 2002, forever and a day ago. To read therefrom, but a few sentences here. If Samhain imparted to Halloween a supernatural charge and an intrinsic liminality, it did not offer much in the way of actual ritual practices, save in its fire rites. Most of these developed in conjunction with the medieval holy days of All Souls and All Saints' Day. Now understand that All Hallows Eve, which is corrupted into Halloween, and the ancient pagan festival of Samhain are not the same. Halloween is oftentimes associated with the pagan concept of Samhain, the festival where ancient pagans believed the worlds of the living and the dead would be thinly divided, or most thinly divided than at any other time of the year. But we have seen from other ancient pagan festivals associated with Christmas and Easter that these pagan connections do not serve as a reason why we cannot celebrate a Christian holiday. Unless, of course, you're a Jehovah's Witness, like my late sister, and are just maniacal about it. And just say everything's pagan, that's, including your fucking birthday, at which point you're off the rails anyway, and not really participating in life itself. Now, despite the, let's just put it this way. It most certainly is a legitimate celebration for postmodern Wiccans and Druids, because no one really knows what happened during Samhain. There is not one shred of evidence of what actually took place. No authentic historical accounts. History has proven that the Christianizing of the calendar has created a rich heritage of faith and spirituality rather than something more nefarious. Now, Gregory III, who reigned as Pope between 731 and 741 for about 10 years during the early Christian centuries, and Pope Gregory IV, who reigned from 827 through 844 of the early Christian centuries, they moved the Christian holy day, All Saints' Day, from May 13th to November 1st to replace the pagan rituals on the 31st of October through the night into the 1st of November. Gregory III instructed people to dress up as saints. So people can, let the occult have Samhain, whereas the Christians are taking All Hallows Eve back. Indeed, most of the traditions we associate with Halloween are medieval or early modern in their origin, not ancient or pagan. First, we noticed that festivals commemorating the saints, All Hallows Eve, existed in Europe by the 9th century, the year 800 Anno Domini. We also noticed that these festivals were not created to supplant previously existing pagan rituals. The Irish world, which provides the origin of the Celtic feast, Samhain, celebrated a feast for saints in April, whilst the Germanic world, which did not recognize Samhain because they're Teutonic in disambiguation from Celtic, celebrated in November. So what does this tell us? It tells us that the actual chronology of Halloween contradicts the widely held view that the November date was chosen to Christianize the festival of Samhain. In fact, John Mirks, his surname spelled M-I-R-K, his Festial, that's spelled F-E-S-T-I-A-L, that's the most popular Byzantine, Eastern Rites, Orthodox Christian sermon compilation in late medievalist England. The influence of the East still being very strong all the way through to the British Isles. Prior, the schism, which led to the foundation of the papacy in Rome, that actually explaineth how All Hallows Eve came about. Pope Boniface IV converted the Roman pantheon into a Christian church dedicated to saints and martyrs during the 7th century. And this day was then commemorated as All Saints' Day. Now, while Merck's history does tell about the Christian appropriation of a pagan temple, his narrative is firmly situated in a Christian event, the dedication of a new church, far removed from the Celtic world of Samhain, or many worlds of Samhain, including the other worlds on the other side. Now, from this medievalist perspective, Halloween is a celebration of Christian triumph over paganism, rather than a pagan holy day masquerading as Christian. And second, in the words of the historian Ronald Hutton, we have no idea about what actually happened during the Celtic celebration of Samhain, despite what you may have read from Pat Robertson's websites or from James Fraser's book that is consulted by Colonel Kurtz. Was it played by Marlon Brando? I believe that was Colonel Kurtz in Apocalypse Now. He consults James Fraser's The Golden Bow, a book on mythology. And, of course, that's a classic social anthropological study from the year 1890, published the year after Adolf Hitler was born, that explores the parallels between Christianity and ancient mythology that has an overarching influence on the Western psyche. And despite what it says in that book, we have very little evidence about the actual practices of Celtic people or their festivals. Nicholas Rogers argues that James Fraser's description of Samhain in The Golden Bow, which is spelled B-O-U-G-H, just so you know, not the golden bow as in bow and arrow, it anachronistically projected medievalist traditions onto the past. So as Rogers writes it, to quote his T, there is no hard evidence that Samhain was specifically devoted to the dead or to ancestor worship. In fact, scholars really aren't sure what Celtic culture even entails. Some, well, not that I do this, but there are scholars out there who even question the reality of the Celts as a coherent group of peoples, or as a coherent ethnos, that the Celts may be a kind of amalgamation of tribes that is just a superimposition of the Roman Empire onto disparate tribal groups. of course, I do not intuitively agree with that, and I'm not advocating that perspective. This is some historians that are beginning to question the over-romanticization of the Celts. So let me say it again. We have very little evidence about the actual festivals of the people we know as Celts. And of course, I could go into the Celts themselves. That would take another transmission. Perhaps for the sake of Crystal River, I, should do that. But that would take a little going into even a little bit about astronomy and the planet, our second moon, that is named after the Celtic peoples. And so our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, I believe, is bringing up, he says, they did say that the Celts were not all blonde. Well, most of the time Celts are actually viewed as, gingers, as red-haired. But to give some people an example of the Celts, I think I'll owe this to Crystal River. And, of course, how could I forget, the Celtic, our volcano-crowned princess of the Pacific, and a ginger in her own right, the Grandma Dame, Judith Ager, who, as always in one way or another, I dedicate these transmissions to. So, let's take a look at the, we have a second moon, and that moon has a name. You can look this up. You can verify it. Don't take my word for it. This second moon, of course, they decry it and say it's not a moon. But it is our second moon. It is a very small moon. It is in a very bizarre orbit that serves as a midway point between the moon and Earth. It is the one place in the solar system where if you parked yourself on its surface, you would see with the naked eye, obviously behind a face shield or whatever protection you had, in atmospheric containment so that you wouldn't, scatter through the vacuum, you would see both Earth and the moon in a single eyeful. You'd be able to see them within sight. And this one mystery moon, because no one is ever told about it, and they officially deny its existence, or at the very least, once you cannot deny its existence, then they'll deny that it's a moon. All bullshit. It is Earth's second moon. Just like Mars has Phobos and Deimos, and other moons that are so small they have not yet been identified, that have actually taken out visiting probes. Probes were sent to Mars that were knocked out by moons so small they were not registered. And Jameson Reese brings up the fact that this second moon is untapped in the occult. At least in mainstream occult, yes, that's true. And it is pronounced Crunia. But like everything else in the Celtic language, it is not spelled the way it is pronounced. It is spelled Cruithne. Cruithne. You would think it would be pronounced Cruithne, but it's pronounced Cruinia. 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 The word comprising but trois syllables, cru, C-R-U-I-T-H, and ne, N-E. But the stress being on the first syllable, which contains both the U and E sounds, Cruinia. The name Cruinia, sourcing from the early Gaeilge, our Irish word, Crui, meaning shape or design. It is thought to relate to the Irish word C-R-U-T-H-R, cru, meaning form, figure, or shape, like molding clay. Pottery, like molding pottery. Now, this could possibly refer to the Picts, P-I-C-T-S, the Picts' supposed habit of tattooing themselves, as in picty painted. There you go with that, picty painted. Or from their unique stone carvings that are likely to have been painted and highly colored. It may also mean the people of the wheat, as in their harvest. So, Cringe was the son of Singe, C-I-N-G-E, according to an old legend recorded in the Irish book of Lecain, Lecain. And he was the first king of the Picts, Picts, the people north of the wall in Scotland, the Hadrian's Wall, built by the Romans, and is supposed to have ruled for 100 years. Now, astrologically, the third moon, Cruinne, it indicates a sense of connectedness to ethnic, regional, or racial roots, or to the land or earth itself, ethnic or racial pride, in the non-hateful or non-supremacist sense, rightful pride, environmentalism, clinging to core identity, preserving one's culture, one's heritage, and even stigma, the stigma that comes from shame of failing that culture should one do so. There we have that. Cruinne was whom that our other third moon, our secret moon is named after, was a legendary king. But he was simply named after his tribe, or his tribe, like the tribe of Adam, Adamu, took their name from him. So Cruinne refers to the whole tribe of people, one of the earliest Celtic tribes known to have inhabited Ireland and Britain, who appeared in the British Isles between approximately 800 and 500 years before Christ. Between 800 and 500 years BC. So Jameson Reese says, what's the third moon called? Just curious. So let me cut and paste the name for you here. I spelled it out for myself, and I will put this now inside the, there we are. So there we are. You can look that up, and you can find out all sorts of, no, not the third, but the second. No, this is the second moon. I mean, well, it's our third moon because, our first moon, I'm sorry, I'm thinking in terms of two moons. We have two moons, but I'm thinking Mars has three moons. So if I said, if I got a little confused with that, Mars has more than Phobos and Deimos, but they haven't identified the other smaller moons yet because they're like killer moons because they're so small that the probes they send get knocked out by them. We're hearing some horrible noises. Is that Pac One? Did he? I know sometimes when his phone goes on. Yeah, I think it's him. We're being butt dialed. Oh, God. And James is going to try and tap it in occultism. See, I should never tell him about these things. Okay, Pac One, just make certain you go mute. Thank you. Oh, my God. Hopefully he hears that. And unless he's trying to talk to us. And maybe he's trying to talk to somebody on the phone, and he's dragging us into his call. So, Pac One, can you hear us? Let's see, because I hate that background noise. Let's see how it's doing here. And, I know what I can do. I can always hang up on him. So what I'll do is, let me send him a message so that he understands what I'm doing. All right, Pac One. Yeah, shoot, gotta spell his name right. Pac One. I am going to drop your call because your mute is off, and we are hearing you, okay. Hugs. There we are. Okay, so there we are. Because your mute is off and we are hearing you. So let's, so how do I do that? Remove from call. There we are. Okay. That's a relief. All right, so then, here we have a situation where these people appeared between 800 to 500 years before Christ. And they probably migrated from the mainland of continental Europe. They may have been descendants of prehistoric native tribes that inhabited the British Isles since the Stone Age, or they were perhaps Partholonians, mythical early invaders of Ireland. The history of the earliest tribes in the British Isles is obscure. The name Cruinne, of course, as I explained, is he could have it could also be related to the early Irish word Cruth, which you'd think would be pronounced Cruth, but it's Crue, and that means to shape or design, as I said, like molding or forming pottery. Many historians have said that the Picts, Picts, they were the painted people, that their paint was phosphorescent and glue in the dark. It would glow in the dark so that they would frighten their enemies by appearing as ghosts in the night. And it has been suggested that the Picts had a habit of tattooing themselves with tattoos that would glow in the dark. Phosphorescent dyes that would be permanent. God knows, that might have been something that we would deem radioactive, like a kind of liquid, the kind of liquid paint you would put on a gun sight that you could see in the dark. It might have been something similar to that because people didn't live very long in those days anyway. They probably didn't live long enough where they would pay the price for radioactive degeneration from that throughout their lifespan, which would probably be about 25 years if they were lucky on average, or maybe 40, at which point if they were degenerating and limbs were falling off, most people wouldn't get to that point anyway. Most people would die before they were 40 of any number of other causes. And they may have decorated and tattooed their faces and bodies with dyes. It might have been something organic that glowed in the dark. It may not have been radioactive, but I'm putting that out there as a possibility. Like what they used to paint watch dials with, the radium, and women used to paint watch dials with that, but they were so saturated with that horrible toxic material, they would glow in the dark and die. You could see their skeletons right through their skin. It's so horrific, so sad. Anyhow, part of the industrial age, part of the atrocities thereof, industrial atrocities, the atrocities of industrialization. So the Irish called the Picts the Crunye, and exactly what the moon is named after, the Pictish tribe, Picts. The Romans called them Picts, where we get the name from, as a general term that covered many separate tribes. And the word most used to describe the culture and people of northwestern Europe, Celtic or Celt, is a modern word that only came into popular usage in the last fucking century. Literally the century of, the 1800s. The word came from it may even have been the 20th century, really. The word came from a Latin description of a small Spanish tribe that Roman scribes and historians used to create myths about a fictional race they called the Celts. To them, this was like a fictional boogeyman race, the other, that lumped together all of the tribes they were racially exterminating from Europe, that they were ethnically cleansing from the Mediterranean. Now, these myths were so successful that in today's world, it's now generally believed that the Celts were every bit as real as the Romans themselves, when in truth, there are scholars who argue that a Celtic race only existed in fiction. Of course, I'm not necessarily saying I'm espousing that. I'm simply saying that is a emergent or a developing academic view that may or may not have merit. That is something we'll find out more about in the future. And at any rate, so bear that in mind. The important thing to remember is the Scots and Irish Gaelic culture we associate with the term today, of course, is very real, albeit it has no connection to those original Roman myths. Now, after the Second World War, with the movement of peoples around Europe, the art and music of the Scots and Irish appealed to the souls of many nations, and they, most specifically of all, Northwestern Europeans, began to be called Celts. The clansfolk of Scotland and Ireland today prefer to be called by their ancient name of Crunye, which is what our second secret moon is named after. So Crunye is a Gaelic word used by Gaels themselves, as spelled G-A-E-L-S, the plural, or G-A-E-L for the singular, that specifically refers to the indigenous peoples of Ireland, Scotland, and northwestern Wales. So this Gaelic word, by definition, incorporates the music, history, myths, legends, gods and goddesses of the Gaelic peoples, oddly mirroring what the fictional title Celt had been created to do. So, Cruinne must be reinstated in place of the more easily recognized term Celt, because in their own language, Cruinne is who they were, who they are, and whom they ever will be. And that is what you need to know about the Celts from today's lesson, if nothing else. So this legendary king, whom they either took their name from, or who took the name of their tribe as the embodiment thereof, the personification thereof, the epitome thereof, Cruinne, the legendary king, lived about 442 to 476 years before Christ. He is considered to be the father of the Picts. Cruinne, the first king of the Picts, reigned for 100 years, and he had 7 sons, and their names were Fib, Fidach, Folcled, or Fotla, Fortran, Kate, as in C-A-I-T-T, or simply Cat, as in C-A-T, and Say, the C-E, and Circen, C-I-R-C-E-N-N. Our man Jameson's going to nap some more now. Cool. Catch some of the moonbeams. And, yes, let me give him a nice thumbs up there, along with pack 1. And so the correct name then for a Pict, rather than the Roman imperial imposition of that corrupted term, the bastardization P-I-C-T, Pict, would be Cruinne, which would be spelled C-R-U-I-T-H-A-I-N. That would be the indigenous name for people we now identify as Celts. Naturally, painted people would be the transliteration. So Cruinne himself, the king, was son of Sing, C-I-N-G. In Gaelic, that means strong or brave. And an ancient myth says that in the beginning of time, that legendary king of the Picts, Cruinne, his 7 sons, and the first Celtic tribe that inhabited the British Isles, well, they sired the Cruin, C-R-U-T-H-I-N, another alternative spelling for these Celtic peoples. The Cruin were a people of early medieval Ireland, and their name is the Irish equivalent of Pryteni, P-R-I-T-E-N-I, an ancient name for the Celtic Britons, and was sometimes used to refer to the Picts, the P-I-C-T-S, that Roman corruption of the concept of their culture. So hopefully that puts perspective for you on the people from whom the Samhain holiday be derived. And so let me say it again. We have very little evidence about the actual festivals of the people we know as Celts. It is the medieval Christian festivals of All Saints and All Souls that provide our firmest foundation for Halloween. And from emphasizing dead souls, both good and evil, to decorating skeletons, lighting candles for processions, building bonfires to ward off evil spirits, organizing community feasts, and even encouraging carnival practices like costumes, the medieval and early modern traditions of Hallowtide fit well with our modern holiday. Now, understanding that early Christians contextualized early pagan holidays into Christian holidays helps us to see that we do not have to compromise our beliefs with pagan ones, if indeed you want to maintain your Christian beliefs as exclusive. Not in a bigoted sense, but just simply in the sense of preserving heritage. Anthony McRoy, a fellow of the British Society for Middle East Studies at Wales Evangelical School of Theology, has stated, and I'll simply read what he said, "Of course, even if Christians did engage in contextualization, expressing their message and worship in the language or forms of the local people, that in no way implies doctrinal compromise for Halloween. Christians around the world have sought to redeem the local culture for Christ while purging it of practices antithetical to biblical norms. After all, Christians speak of Good Friday, but they are in no way honoring the worship of the Norse Germanic queen of the gods, Freya, a goddess herself, by doing so." So, what does all this mean? It means that when we celebrate Halloween, we are definitely participating in a tradition with deep historical roots. But while those roots are firmly situated in the medieval Christian past, their historical connection to quote-unquote paganism is rather more tenuous. So the very meaning of the word Halloween needs to be explored. The name Halloween is a blending of the words All Hallows, as in the Deathly Hallows, and even or Ian, referring to the evening before All Holy's Day or All Saints' Day, which is November 1st. The term hallow means holy. You may recall reciting it in the Lord's Prayer, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name," based upon Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Now, early in church history, Christians began to celebrate the saints who are heroes of the faith. It should be noted that the New Testament repeatedly uses the word saints to refer to all believers. When the term refers specifically to heroes of the faith, it is used in quotes in modern references of the Bible. And by the 7th century, All Saints' Day was celebrated annually throughout the Christian world. Orthodox churches of my Byzantine faith of Eastern Rome celebrated on the Sunday after Pentecost, and Roman Catholic churches celebrated on May 13th. So without a doubt, the origin of All Saints' Day and its eve, Halloween, was entirely Christian. Halloween is the season where the world examines deeply spiritual topics. Now, Phil Wyman was so concerned that Christians were missing out on opportunities to share their faith that he moved to Salem, Massachusetts, the home of the 1692 witch trials. And he explained why Christians have nothing to fear from Halloween. The way he expressed it was, he said, "I'm putting myself out in the front of the firing squad and standing at the post. I'll even tie the blindfold over my own eyes." And he went on to insist, to assert, to affirm, to attest, to witness in the Christian sense. He said, "I think Halloween is the most Christian holiday on our calendar." And so people wax eloquent about what the ancient Druids in Wales and Ireland did, but we don't know for sure. We're not even sure what happened at Stonehenge. If we cannot figure out the basic information about a massive stone formation that we can still visit, what makes us think we have accurate information about a mid-autumnal celebration among the Celts during years when we have little to no written history? So Halloween remains a mystery to us. And so in terms of paralleling Halloween and the pagan Samhain holiday, the supposed connection to paganism comes with the fact that the Roman Catholic Church moved the celebration of All Saints' Day to November 1st in the 8th century, the 700s. Now, many scholars claim that Christian leaders were attempting to Christianize a pagan holiday called Samhain, which is also pronounced Samhain, as in S-O-W, sow, rhyming with cow, which was celebrated on the same day. However, there are several reasons to dispute this claim. First, it should be noted that nothing is known about Samhain with any certainty. It seems to have been a celebration limited to the northern Celtic people, or Crunian folk, particularly in Ireland and Scotland, who, prior to their Christianization, had no written records. Regardless, scholars have made wild, though totally unsubstantiated, claims about Samhain as a day dedicated to the dead, on which human sacrifices and other dark rituals were practiced. In reality, all we really know about Samhain is that it marked a change of season. In fact, the name Samhain is derivative from an old Irish word that roughly means summer's end. So you can look that up in a book by Rogers and Nicholas entitled Halloween and subtitled From Pagan Ritual to Party Night, again published by Oxford University Press and published around the year 2002. Page 11 is where I'm deriving this information from right now. Second, by the time that All Saints' Day came to be associated with November 1st, Christianity had been well established in the northern Celtic region for at least 300 years. There is no indication that pagan practices persisted on Samhain in a way that concerned Rome, which was about 1,500 miles away across land and sea, enough to change the date of a holiday. And third, Irish Christians originally celebrated the saints on April 20th, the birthday of my biological father, Adolf Hitler. So it is more likely that they remembered the dead in April than during Samhain on November 1st. When All Saints' Day was transferred to November 1st among Roman Catholic churches, the focus on the dead shifted with it. And lastly, as one scholar suggests, the 1st of November may have been chosen simply so that the many pilgrims who traveled to Rome to commemorate the saints could be fed more easily after the harvest than in the spring. And that's based on the book written by the authors Weiser and Francis, co-authored by a man named Weiser, spelled W-E-I-S-E-R, Germanically pronounced like a V, and Francis, which is easy enough to spell. And the book is entitled Handbook of Christian Feasts and Customs. That's released by Deus Books, as in God, the Latin word for God, D-E-U-S, Deus Books. It was published in the year my late sister was born, 1963. Again, that's Handbook of Christian Feasts and Customs. Originally, it was published in 1952, but I have the second edition. I'm reading from page 188 as I speak. And, of course, the question that comest, not of this book, but of the topic in general, is, so why do so many scholars draw the connection between Halloween and Samhain? Well, in the 19th century, the cultural anthropologist Sir James Fraser studied the practices of the northern Celtic people on Hallowmas, which is a term that has come to describe the 3-day period of October 31st, or Halloween, November 1st, or All Saints' Day, and November 2nd, All Souls' Day. Hallowmas encompasses that entire 72-hour or 3-day period. And the knighted James Fraser asserted that the traditions of Hallowmas were rooted in Samhain, and he claimed that the ancient pagan festival had been a day to honor the dead, a kind of Celtic ancestor worship akin to the East Asians. And though Christianity probably brought the focus on the dead to Samhain, Fraser claimed the reverse. So it seems that every cultural anthropologist after Fraser has simply repeated, parodied, regurgitated, even exaggerated his claim, which is really all it is. Now, Fraser believed that Christianity was rooted in paganism through and through, and he always tried to make connections between the twain in his writing. This makes it all the more peculiar that evangelical Christians have embraced his claims and have suggested that they themselves abandon the celebration of Halloween because it's supposed Well, because of its supposed connection to a pagan holiday. The reality is that Halloween is Christian in origin, and the selection of its date, well, probably had nothing to do with Samhain. Unfortunately, it must be conceded that modern Halloween celebrations, at least in these United States, seem to have lost their Christian heritage altogether. But it should come as no surprise that a holiday celebrating death would develop a dark and superstitious character among non-believers. After all, death is mysterious and terrifying to those who don't know us the gospel, or at least that's what Christians would project. However, as Christians, we can celebrate the lives of those who have died in Christ because we know that, well, per the first book of Corinthians, chapter 15 and verse 54, death has been swallowed up in victory. It is nothing to fear. And though our bodies will die, our spirit will dwell with Christ, as per Philippians chapter 1, verse 21, until he returns to earth to make all things new. That would be the second book of Peter, chapter 3, verse 13, and to clothe us with new glorious bodies, as per Philippians, chapter 3, verses 20 through 21. Now, Steve Roud, the founder of the Roud, R-O-U-D, Rood, the Rood Folk Song Index, who's an expert on folklore and superstition, wrote a work entitled The English Year, about the calendar of celebrations and festival days in the history of England. And in it, he attempts to shake the attachment of today's Halloween to the ancient pagan festival of the dead, but acknowledges the near impossibility of accomplishing the task. And to quote his T, Halloween is probably the most widely misunderstood and misrepresented day in the festival year, but so many now believe that it was originally a pagan festival of the dead that this belief is virtually impossible to shake. The facts, however, are very different and are far more elusive and complex. So Rood sees the formation of Halloween in the Christian celebrations of All Hallows' Eve and All Souls' Day, with a remembrance of saints and loved ones who have passed on. He is not the only scholar to find Christianity's marks all over this holiday. And the evil themes in our current secular Halloween observances were not always present. Thus, we can recapture the spiritual with the innocent. Halloween does not have to be a holiday filled with vampirides, bloody masks, or witches. There was a time when children dressed up, but their costumes were not sinister. Sue Ellen Thompson's book, entitled Holiday Symbols, records that during the Great Depression, to quote a she from that work, children oftentimes disguised themselves as hobos, burglars, pirates. Well, all that's pretty grim. In other words, as economic and social outcasts, symbolic of the troubles from which their parents were struggling to escape. By the way, I don't get that at fucking all. I mean, I believe what she's saying. I don't understand why people would dress their children up as what they're trying to avoid, which is basically criminal homelessness. Homelessness on the high seas. A pirate is somebody basically living on a houseboat, ripping other people off. Hobos are working for a living, but they're riding the rails to do it. Anyhow, those children were apparently, or by all evidence, trying to make light of their situation. And in many cultures, taunting or comically characterizing personal cultural strife, whistling past the graveyard, so to speak, was a way of triumphing over that which could not be overcome in their collective psyche. And so Alicia Kaufman wrote a work entitled Festival of Fears. She concluded, or rather, this was a column, now that I remember. As a matter of fact, I can probably look that up right now. Festival of Fears was published in the journal entitled Christianity Today. And she wrote that Halloween in the 19th century was devoid completely of scary masks and monsters. Mainstream Halloween celebrations in the Victorian era were generally tame and devoid of any and all occult overtones. Instead of pulling pranks or haunting neighborhoods, Young people chatted and flirted in festooned parlors, and by the beginning of the 20th century, some towns had gone so far as to make Halloween primarily a civic affair, complete with parades and block parties, early versions of raves, which would be called house parties today. Now, years ago, I myself found myself asking the question, how is it that the world is focusing on these deeply spiritual topics, and we as Christians are running from this amazing opportunity? So I was delighted when I saw some Christians being sensible enough to do something about it, such as the individual that I aforecited. God, what was his name again? It wasn't Rude, or R-U-D, the folklore expert. It was the man again who was Phil Wyman, surname spelled W-Y-M-A-N. And he was the man who, at the time that I myself began to probe this topic, began to, he himself, he took action about it, and he relocated his ass to Salem, Massachusetts. And that was so he could be in the center of the vortex, so to speak, where he would learn about witchcraft and disambiguate it from Christianity. So that was, of course, the home of the 1692 witch trials, where they have 31 days of Halloween traditionally. So some Christians have other concerns about Halloween that do not relate to ancient pagan practices. Instead, they're concerned about things that they've been told witches and neo-pagans like Crystal River and Satanists are doing on Halloween. And you may not know any modern witches yourself, but of course for Mr. Wyman, living in Salem, gave him a peek into their world, because they've since recolonized Salem, Massachusetts, and retaken it in the name of their sisters. As well, they have every right to do. And since the late 20th century, neo-pagans, like Crystal River, have celebrated Halloween in many ways. Circles, which are known as covens. They gather, open public celebrations occur, and witches' balls are celebrated, which sounds a bit obscene and is not what you might think. But all of these ways of marking the season are far more recent than the much older Christian celebration of All Hallows' Eve. All Saints' and All Souls' Day precedes the neo-pagan adoption of the day by centuries. And contrary to Hollywood exaggeration, witches are not after your black cat or any of your children. So, yes, a devout Christian like Mr. Wyman proved to himself, and therefore to the world through his work, that Halloween is rooted in the Christian history of All Hallows' Eve. But it's not the history that convinces him that Halloween is intrinsically Christian. Rather, it is the practices of people during this celebration. He's seen people personally becoming more generous and more open to their neighbors. This even exceeds the happy giving found round Christmastide. Trick-or-treating encourages giving to strangers as children without consideration of getting anything in return. It does not demand familial connections. Halloween brings out the best in generosity, unlike Christmas, which is celebrated among immediate families and induces incredible stress upon the lonely. Most convincingly, the themes of Halloween storytelling and costuming are deeply spiritual. Yes, there are often horror themes, but consider their content for a moment. Tales of the devil and God, priests, and demonic exorcisms. Heaven and hell, apocalyptic doom, and heroic saviors fill the pages and screens of October's holiday. Halloween is a world of dark evils and miraculous interventions. But that evil is almost entirely expressed in drama and role-playing. So, if one were to really consider it seriously, dark evil and miraculous intervention sounds more like an overview of the Bible itself. than anything else that immediately comes to mind. If you still think Halloween is an evil day, then maybe you should see All Hallows Eve as a time when Christians can laugh and even mock evil. Anderson M. Rierick, the assistant professor of English at Mount Vernon Nazarene College in Ohio, challenges us to rethink Halloween. And to quote his T, should the forces of evil be mocked? Should Satan be laughed at? He most certainly should be. At the beginning of the Screwtape Letters, a novel written by C.S. Lewis, the great Christian novelist, it includes two telling quotations. The first from Martin Luther, the great Reformationist of the Protestant church, who single-handedly established the Protestant Reformation. He said, "The best way to drive out the devil, if he will not yield to texts of Scripture, is to jeer and flout him, for he cannot bear scorn." The second quote cometh from Thomas More. "The devil, the proud spirit, cannot endure to be mocked. The one thing Satan cannot bear is to be a source of laughter. His pride is undermined by his own knowledge that his infernal rebellion against the Godhead, is in reality an absurd farce. Hating laughter, he demands to be taken seriously. Indeed, I would say that those Christians who spend the night of October 31st filled with concern over what evils might be, and sometimes are, taking place, are doing the very thing Lucifer wants them to do, if perceived in the most diabolic sense of agenda. By giving him this respect, such believers are giving his authority credence. Christians should instead celebrate Halloween with gusto. If we follow the traditional formula of having a good time at his expense, Satan flees. That's the whole logic behind Asian Lunar New Year and the fireworks, scaring away the devils and negative energies. By laughing, mocking, and even cartooning evil by goofy costumes, we can take us to a posture of triumph within Christ. Halloween affords the perfect opportunity to contrast the Christian and the anti-Christian views of death, and to share the hope that we have in Christ with people who are non-Christian and not anti-Christian. People like neo-pagans and Wiccans and other religions that feel this day to be just as holy as Christians should. So rather than abandoning Halloween to the lost, let us reclaim it for God's glory. May He help us to be light in the darkness and to find ways to creatively bring the hallowed back into Halloween. Christians can celebrate and teach All Saints' Day, November 1st, in churches. The term saint is used over 60 times in the New Testament. And Protestants use the word saints to describe the Christians, living and dead. They can also honor their loved ones who have given them Christ, such as their parents, grandparents, etc. They thank God for them and pray that the living saints may live in community. Churches can use All Saints' Day to light candles as an act of prayer for thanking God for the special people, saints, in our lives. We can also learn from the saints of the church for the last 2,000 years. Protestants have always been too fearful of honoring and learning from the church saints for fear that they be venerating them as Roman Catholics do. The establishment of Christmas and Easter in Europe had pagan connections, but generally Christians do not abandon those holidays, and neither should they abandon All Hallows Eve. Much of the controversy of conservative Christians surrounding Halloween is centered around how pagan observances, were mashed together with Halloween. Most Christians simply never understood that Christmas was opted for a December observance because of the Nordic holiday of Yule, as in the Yule log we all hear of. Many scholars believe that Jesus' birthday was in fact during warmer months rather than colder months, as Jameson Reese has brought up in the past. For the ancient pagans, in the beginning of the winter solstice, the days became as shorter and weather became as much colder. As a pagan observance, the Scandinavian cultures would keep this fire going with a giant tree or log for people oftentimes made sacrifices before an oak tree for a period of 12 days, a connection with the 12 days of Christmas. Not to mention the Christmas tree itself. Pagans would burn or use evergreens in their festivals. The observance of Easter is the celebration of Christ's resurrection. However, the modern word Easter can be traced to an older English word, Eastre, or Eoster, or Eoster, E-O-A-S-T-E-R, which refers to the Eostermonath, E-O-S-T-U-R-M-O-N-A-T-H, a month that the Germanic peoples named after the goddess Eostre. If the word Easter has connections to pagan rituals of celebrating the springtime, does that devalue Easter? No, of course not. By the way, let me check in incoming message. Our man Eric sent an attachment. So just going to acknowledge him. Oh my God, I'm backed up on his poems. Holy shit. Let's give him a reaction here. And shout out unto he. And he's probably figured out what happened with my being knocked off air. God, he's been productive lately. He's going to be published sometime soon as well, I hope. He can give me the details on that later. And, of course, to return us to arc of narrative, is Christmas a pagan holiday? Well, pagan or non-Christian traditions show up in that beloved winter holiday, which, of course, comes after Halloween, and is part of my narrative on this incredible holiday season we had this last year, transitioning into this year. And that's a consequence of early church leaders melding Jesus' nativity celebration with pre-existing midwinter festivals. Since then, Christmas traditions have warped over time, arriving at their current state a little more than a century ago, or 100 years ago. And just got a nice response from our dear brother Eric. And early Christians had a soft spot for pagans. It's a mistake to say that our modern Christmas traditions come as solely from pre-Christian paganism, as confirmed by Ronald Hutton, a historian at Bristol University in the United Kingdom. He did say, however, that you'd be equally wrong to believe that Christmas is a modern phenomenon or manifestation of modernity, as Christians spread their religion into Europe in the first centuries of our Lord, Anno Domini, within the reign or dominion of our Lord. They ran into people living by a variety of local and regional religious creeds. Christian missionaries lumped all of these people together under the umbrella term pagan. And Philip Shaw, S-H-A-W, who researches early Germanic languages and Old English at Leicester University, or Leicester, in the United Kingdom, he has proven that the term is related to the Latin word meaning field. And so Shaw was telling this in an interview with Live Science. The lingual link makes sense because early European Christianity was an urban phenomenon, while paganism persisted longer in rustic areas, the countryside, in the woods, where the lords of the Orarchs of the boreal forests maintained themselves in rustic splendor. One imagines them within the groves and holding their rituals with the fertility involved and evoked. Early Christians wanted to convert these pagans, but they were also fascinated by their traditions. So Philip Shaw has observed that Christians of that period are quite interested in paganism. It's obviously something they think is a bad thing, but it's also something they think is worth remembering. It's what their ancestors did. And perhaps that's why pagan traditions remained even as Christianity took hold. The Christmas tree is a 17th century German invention. University of Bristol's Hutton said such to Live Science, but it clearly derived from the pagan practice of bringing greenery indoors to decorate in midwinter. The modern Santa Claus is a direct descendant of England's Father Christmas, who was not originally any gift giver. However, Father Christmas and his other European variations are modern incarnations of ancient pagan ideas about spirits who traveled the sky in midwinter. Well, we all want that warm Christmas glow, but why this fixation on partying in midwinter anyway? According to historians, it's a natural time to feast, or for a feast. In an agricultural society, the harvest work is done for the year, and there's nothing left to be done in the fields, because, they're covered in fucking snow. So, as Mr. Shaw has noted, it's a time when you have some time to devote to your religious life. But it's also a period when, frankly, everyone needs cheering up. So the dark days that culminate with the shortest day of the year, the winter solstice, can be lightened with feasts and decorations. And to quote Mr. Hutton himself, if you happen to live in a region in which midwinter brings striking darkness and cold and hunger, then the urge to have a celebration, at the very heart of it all, to avoid going mad or falling into deep depression, is very, very strong. And Stephen Neisenbaum, the author of the Pulitzer Prize finalist, a work entitled The Battle for Christmas, which was published by Vintage in 1997, has concurred. In that work, he pretty much said that even now, when solstice means not all that much because you can get rid of the darkness with the flick of an electric light switch, even now, it's a very powerful season. And yet the church was slow to embrace Christmas. Despite the spread of Christianity, midwinter festivals did not become as Christmas for hundreds of years. The Bible gives us no reference to when Jesus was born, which wasn't a problem for early Christians. According to Mr. Neisenbaum, surname spelled Nissenbaum, it never occurred to them that they needed to celebrate his birthday. And with no biblical directive to do so, and no mention in the Gospels of the correct date, it wasn't until the 4th century that church leaders in Roma embraced the holy day. At this time, many people had turned to a belief the church found heretical, that Jesus had never existed as a man, but as a sort of spiritual entity. To quote Mr. Neisenbaum, and this is in his work entitled Religious Mysteries, and subtitled 8 Alleged Relics of Jesus, he says, if you want to show that Jesus was a real human being, just like every other human being, not just somebody who appeared like a hologram, then what better way to think of him being born in a normal, humble, human way than to celebrate his birth? And so, midwinter festivals, with their pagan roots, were already widely celebrated, and the date had a pleasing philosophical fit with festivals celebrating the lengthening days after the winter solstice, which fell on December, what day was it this year? Forgive me, I don't mean the profanity, amidst speaking of such sacred subjects. First day of winter was the 21st. It fell on the 21st of this year. I knew that, but somehow I had to look that up anyway. Well, one Cyprian text reads, "Oh, how wonderfully acted Providence, that on that day on which that sun was born," as in S-U-N, or star, "Christ should be born," as the sun, S-O-N. And some people think that that's a big fucking deal. I don't understand why, but sun replacing the sun, like sun worship being replaced by sun worship, the son of God. I mean, like, so fucking what, right? And anyhow, For crazy shit like that, the Puritans hated the holiday. Well, if the Catholic Church gradually came to embrace Christmas, the Protestant Reformation gave the holiday a grand knock on the chin. In the 16th century, Christmas became a casualty of this church schism, with reformist-minded Protestants considering it little better than paganism. Now, this likely had something to do with the raucous, rowdy, and sometimes bawdy fashion in which Christmas was celebrated, because, people are locked indoors, the fire's blazing, you've just eaten a full meal, and there's nothing to fucking do but fuck, right? So, oh no, the Puritans can't have that. So in England, under Oliver Cromwell, where I guess they all bred are reproduced by fission like amoeba, Christmas and other saints' days were banned. And in New England, the site of the Salem witch trials, it was illegal to celebrate Christmas for about 25 years in the 1600s, a quarter of a century. You'd go to jail for celebrating the birth of Christ. Forget people saying happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas. If you want to look at a real culture war on Christmas, you've got to look at the Puritans. They banned it. Christmas is the last surviving, publicly acceptable beacon of light in a darkening world, when one can still hear on secular radio stations the occasional song containing strikingly clear messages of the gospel and of Jesus Christ. It should not surprise us, therefore, as Christians, that if the world forces of darkness are doing everything they can to snuff out this last public proclamation of Jesus Christ and why he came, then it's our duty to guard that candle and keep it from flickering out. Shifting the focus of Christmas from Jesus to Santa Claus and a spending frenzy of materialism has been remarkably successful. The remaining problem, however, is that many Christians still resist the corruption of Christmas by setting aside materialism, remembering and celebrating the true meaning of Christmas, the birth of the Savior. So the solution by those who are antichrist is to persuade these well-intentioned Christians to join them in extinguishing this final public proclamation of Christ by convincing them that what they have been celebrating is not the birth of Christ at all, but a pagan festival. Now, despite the avalanche of online articles claiming this, mutually referencing each the other, an actual look into ancient sources reveals this to be a modern-day urban myth. Now, of course, I myself have thoughts on this strange Antichrist/Christian alliance devoted to destroying the last publicly acceptable focus on Jesus Christ. But first take note of this, if you're a Christian or claim to be one. The birth of Christ was the most celebrated by God event in history. We have only 2 mentions, apart from the birth of Christ, of birthdays in the Bible. The Pharaoh of the Exodus and the Herod, who executed John the Baptist and would have killed your God if he could have. The Herodians being the cult of the anti-gods, another word for the cult of the kings of Edom, or rather the cultists themselves, the followers of this would-be God-killer. The ancient Jews of the Bible obviously kept track of how old they were, and we have frequent mention of those facts. But it does not mention birthdays, or it doesn't even mean that birthdays were not celebrated the way the Jehovah's Witnesses would program you to believe in their madness. The birthdays were simply seldom mentioned in the scriptures. But there is one remarkable exception. There is no other event in human history, so far as it be recorded in the Bible, that God has celebrated to such an unusual extent as the birth of Christ. The night Christ was born, to quote the most holy book of the Bible itself, a multitude of angels appeared in the sky near Bethlehem, giving glory unto God, and proclaiming the birth of Christ. There was also a special star seen across the Middle East, announcing to all people, including the Magi, the birth of the King of Kings, as articulated in the book of Luke, chapter 2, verses 13 through 14. From a human perspective, it would seem to me that the resurrection of Christ should be an even bigger celebration than his birth, for that's the real source of the religion of Christianity. So I have pondered why there was such a unique and unprecedented celebration by God for Christ's birth into this world, rather than for his resurrection. Then it occurred to myself that from the Almighty God's perspective, once the Savior made his entry into this world, his plan of salvation was finally here. It was now an unstoppable event, launched that holy night when Christ was born in either a stable or a manger or a cave. God's people had waited millennia for the Savior. Now he had arrived, and the greatest celebration in the history of humanity was unleashed by none other than God himself. The takeaway being that if the birth of our Savior warranted the greatest celebration God has ever launched, then we can infer that it is also pleasing unto God for his people to also celebrate it, remembering why he came and what he accomplished. So Christianity is all about making things pure and redeeming things. Sunday was named after the sun, the star around which all the planets of our solar system be bound in orbit. And Saturday was named after the Roman god Saturn. The list goeth on. If Christians simply handed over to evil everything and every date on the calendar that has ever had anything to do with paganism, we would actually be promoting a form of postmodern paganism of a perverse sort. Jesus came to redeem people in his creation from its slavery to corruption. That's in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verses 18 through 23. Christianity is all about redeeming or buying back from death and evil, consecrating, making things pure, setting them apart for God. It followeth, therefore, ergo, that even if some imaginary date was celebrated as the birthday of Satan himself, then that day should be redeemed, made holy, and set apart for God. Jesus himself said, "I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not overpower it." That's in the book of Matthew, chapter 16, verse 18. No one actually knoweth with certainty when Christ was born, but as I will try to articulate, early Christianity set apart December 25th to be a holy day within which we would celebrate the birth of our Savior. The takeaway being that the very last thing a Christian should ever do is to relinquish ground, to hand things over to evil, to concede that a day that was previously set apart as holy should now be surrendered to what Christians mistake for paganism. Let paganism keep what be pagan, but render unto God what be God's. Now, there are symbols that are mistaken as pagan, that have already been surrendered by ignorant Christians because of anti-godly forces, the forces of darkness, that contend the pentagram and the swastika be evil, because their origins lay in pagan religions. These are, of course, the most Christian of all symbols, more so than the crucifix, the pentagram being the original Christogram, representing the 5 wounds of Christ as suffered on the cross, and therefore able to bind and repel demons unless inverted, and therefore depolarized. The swastika is the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, which was the very cross that Emperor Constantine saw in the sky when God spraketh unto he, under this sign conquer, and the Roman Empire converted in a heartbeat, a moment of epiphany, from pagan to Christian, and became a crusading force, with the legionnaires at that point becoming the world's first knights of Christendom, bearing as that sign their legions of battle, the Hakenkreuz, the same hooked cross under which my biological father Adolf Hitler went on to conquer, therefore rendering him the greatest servant of God in the modern world. These are things created by God for his glory that have been misappropriated by the forces of darkness through the idiocy of Christians who surrender them willingly and therefore lose the protection of these elder signs, the only signs that can seal away the seals of repulsion against the forces of entropy, the anti-gods. Paganism has those symbols as their own, and they are universal, for they were known for their efficacy and protection before the Christians came along. But they are every bit as Christian as they be pagan, because as revealed by Christ in the form of his star when he appeared before the Magi, he is in all religions that be godly and seek to preserve the earth, the creation of the divine, the creation of his Father, of himself, our world and our heavens. All religions be godly unless they seek to destroy that creation. So, just as Christendom has the right to that which be pagan, paganism has its rights to the things created by God for his own glory, because his glory can be found as much in paganism as said by the Christ himself to the Magi, who wrote down his word in Revelation. Thus, the Christian has no right to surrender things created by God for his glory to the forces of anti-creation, the forces of disintegration and entropy. They belong to God. There's some examples be. Well, before I go there, I'll check into the latest notification. Getting a message from someone. Let me check into Messenger. There we are. Okay, I'll check into what he has to say later. Our dear friend Salman Sheikh is providing a lot of hearts to my posts. Allah be praised. And some examples. God commanded that pomegranates be used to decorate the temple and the priest's robes, despite the fact that the ancient Greeks used them in worship of their god Demeter. Does that mean they cannot be Christian when our own God demanded them in his honor? Many pagan religions worship the sun, yet God used the sun as a symbol of his righteousness. As well he should. Therefore, why the trip, so to speak, of people saying, oh, the worship of his son, S-O-N, is a derivative of the worship of the sun, as in Akhenaten, the pharaoh, S-U-N. This is why the Japanese are the most godly people on earth, the people of the sun. the rising sun, ever rising, never setting. Chickens are used in voodoo sacrifices of Vajahuduns. Yet Christ likened himself to a hen who desired to gather her chicks under her wings. Does that mean that somehow we're all voodooistas when we're eating chickens? The lion was worshipped by ancient Egyptians, Ethiopians, and other Middle Eastern groups. Yet God uses the lion as a symbol for Jesus Christ. The Lion of Judah. How on earth would we disavow that symbol simply because we felt it somehow was worthy for someone else and therefore anti-Christian? The stupidity escapes myself by its very defiance of logic. Nature is worshipped in various pagan religions, yet God has chosen nature to reveal his invisible attributes, eternal power, and divine nature. Nature is his creation. Only the craziest of heretics in the Middle Age denied nature and the material world to deprive themselves of the physical by taking their own lives in their insanity. The ancient Canaanites worshipped the Asherah in sacred groves of trees. Yet God saith that the trees of the forest will sing for joy when he someday returns to judge the earth. Despite what the pagans did with their trees, trees were created to and for the glory of God. The bottom line being that pagan religions may have all aspects of God's creation for their own rituals. But to a Christian, all these things belong to God, not man. To say that somehow they're sullied by pagans worshiping or using those same elements for worship simply means that those pagans are, in a very real sense, co-religionists or parallel religionists of the God which a Christian acknowledges. They're his creation as well. And this is why the early Christians, the church itself, had the concept of the righteous pagans. Those that would not go to hell simply because they knew not of the Christ. Even Dante articulated that in his Inferno. Now, anything can be defiled in the mind of a person. The Holy Spirit spraketh through Paul to sayest that to the pure all things be pure, but to those who are defiled and unbelieving nothing be pure. That's in the book of Titus, chapter 1, verse 15. The idea is closely related to my second point, aforementioned. We can assign impurity to anything by what we makest of it, or we can set everything apart for God. The takeaway being that pagan religions have not appropriated anything. They are utilizing the creations by God for his glory in their own right. Because as the young Christ, the Spirit of Christ in his star that guided the Magi to where he dwelt, had said, he is in all religions, of all lands, an ecumenical message, other than those anti-godly religions which strive for the destruction of his Father's creation. So none of this means that God giveth up and surrenders anything to paganism because they are merely an extension of his faith in another form, or faith in him in another form. It follows that to defile things created for the glory of God by applying evil meanings to them should not be a practice of any of those who claim to belong to God. The swastika, be as Christian as it be pagan, a truly universal symbol that renders unto God what belongs to God, and acts as the seal of repulsion against the anti-gods. The Holy Spirit spraketh through Paul, saying, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is of good repute, is, if there is any excellence, and if anything be worthy of praise, dwellest on these things. That's in Philippians chapter 4, verse 8. So, if one asks if Christmas itself is unbiblical, those Christians who have worried that Christmas is unbiblical have usually based their concern in the fact that we are never told to celebrate Christmas in the Bible. And in fact, the Bible does not even tell us when Jesus' birthday is in a chronometric fashion, as in measured calendrically. This, however, simply means that it be extra-biblical, just like Thanksgiving, which is a whole different trip entirely, which I'm not even bothering to cover in between Halloween and Christmas, because that involves the Holocaust Memorial Day of the Native Americans that I covered pretty extensively during Thanksgiving already, thank you. And it just turns my stomach to go back to Christopher Columbus and mass genocide and thank you. I'll skip that for today's transmission. But that's extra biblical, as are, of course, airplanes and chocolate and the Olympics and microphones and so much fucking else. Unbiblical doesn't mean that something is not mentioned in the Bible. It means that it goes against what the Bible teaches and is therefore somehow evil. This is why these many Amish-type peoples or Mennonites don't use modern technologies because, they're not in the Bible. So, it brings us back, of course, to asking if December 25th was a pagan holiday, because the Bible does not teach anything that would prevent Christians from remembering the birth of Christ on December 25th. In the book of Esther, the origin of the sacred feast of Purim is recounted. It just seemed a good idea to those who thought about it, a way to remember annually that God had saved them from their enemies. God did not instruct the Jews to create this sacred celebration, let alone the day on which to observe it. The Jews took it upon themselves to establish the custom that they and their descendants, and all who joined them, should without fail observe these 2 days every year, in the way prescribed and at the time appointed. These days should be remembered and observed in every generation by every family, and in every province, and in every city. And these days of Purim should never cease to be celebrated by the Jews, nor should the memory of them die out among their descendants. That's in the book of Esther, chapter 9, verses 27 through 28. Nevertheless, though it was, as it were, a man-made sacred day, Jesus himself would have faithfully observed Purim as part of his life of faith. One might say likewise that Christians have taken it upon themselves to establish the custom of remembering the birth of Christ on December the 25th. There are 12 reasons it is usually alleged that Christmas is pagan. One is regarding the date and the connection with the winter solstice, and the other is about plant decorations and the Christmas tree. Now, one allegation claims that December 25th was an important pagan holiday in the Roman Empire, and so Christmas started celebrating on that day too. If that be true, it is nothing for Christians to be worried about. I mean, this response goes for similar claims regarding the solstice and the decorations. Augustine of Hippo would explain us this point by quoting Exodus chapter 3, verse 22. in which the Israelites receive gifts made of gold from the Egyptians at the time of the Exodus. And what Augustine of Hippo said was that these are not pagan items. Augustine himself explained that God created the gold, and it is a good thing that it is now serving to bless God's people. No day is pagan. God created them all. Moreover, every new culture inevitably makes use of the existing cultural resources it finds to hand. As I said about the United States being born in conspiracy theory, fake news, totally bereft of fact, the United States of America made red, white, and blue the national colors of Britannia, its own national colors. Used the tune of the British national anthem to create "My country 'tis of thee," and so on. This does not mean that Independence Day is actually somehow a British holiday in which Americans are really honoring the British monarchy. Likewise, it'd be completely misguided to imagine that Christians are somehow unwittingly doing something pagan at Christmas. And incredibly stupid. Honestly, I'm sick of explaining this shit. After a while, my patience runs out, and I just gotta say, these fucking white evangelical Christians are just plain fucking dumb. Recent research, however, casts doubt on those theories regarding pagan origins anyway. There be no evidence that pagans ever celebrated the festival of Sol Invictus, the invincible sun, after which the Satanist named himself after who gave the order to sacrifice the white woman of breeding age, Heather Heyer, at the Unite the White Right rally in Charlottesville. So there'd be no evidence that pagans like he's the most negative form of pagan you can imagine, truly an anti-pagan, basically an anti-God worshipper, a Herodian. There'd be no evidence that such as he ever celebrated the festival of Sol Invictus, the invisible sun, on December the 25th until after Christians established it as Christmas. Sol Invictus being far more affiliated with myself properly than the son of a bitch who's taken that name, per the Vedic astrology of Brendan Zogit, who will gladly speak of such next time he's on transmission, if I remember to bring it up. If I don't, remember for me, and send him a note. Now, in other words, it seems that pagans decided to observe the day because Christians made it a popular day for celebrating, rather than the other way around. In some cases, at least. Or perhaps in many. Certainly more than we ever suspected or conceived. The same is true for the decorations. The idea that the church banned mistletoe decorations because they'd be pagan was just completely made up by Washington Irving to make us a passage in his novel entitled The Sketchbook of Geoffrey Crayon, that was published in 1820. It just was all done to make his novel more interesting. Likewise, German nationalists in the 19th century created the notion that Christmas trees were rooted, as it were, in a pagan practice because they wanted to make his Christmas less a holiday for Christians and more about Germanic folk identity. And so, once again, they simply established this backstory. The true origin of the Christmas tree seems to be the practice of having a decorated tree of life on stage for medieval mystery plays at Christmastide, plays which told the biblical story of creation, fall, and redemption in Christ, which, of course, brings us back to, what's the name of the world tree? Yggdrasil, of course. In the Ring of the Nibelungen. Nibelungen. Get Brendan to help me with that again. I have never really heard these German words pronounced correctly, and when I do, I fall back into the accent of my biological father, which is far more Austrian, which is basically Germanic hillbilly talk. So I'm rather self-conscious about speaking in German. It does seem likely that that Christians chose the date of December 25th to tie in with the winter solstice. But that again is a reflection of biblical instincts, not pagan ones. Genesis, chapter 1, verse 14, goeth so far as to sayest that one of the reasons why God created the sun and the moon was so that they could mark out the sacred seasons. Passover, for instance, is dated by the spring equinox. In terms of Christian theological reflection, the winter solstice means that from that point on in the annual cycle, there is more and more light and less darkness. Christ is come. He is the light of the world. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. That's the book of John, chapter 1, verse 5. That is the spiritual meaning for Christians of the winter solstice and why it is fitting to think of the incarnation at that moment in time. True, the Bible itself makes no mention of the exact day Christ was born. Shortly after Anno Domini 192, 192 years after Christ manifested in this world, however, we note that Clement of Alexandria wrote about the total elapsed time since Christ's birth down to the very day, according to his figuring, which corresponded to the 6th of January, the storming of the Capitol, as took place this year. That's written in the Stromata. Around the same time, Hippolytus wrote that December the 25th was the date of the birth of the Messiah. In his commentary on Daniel, his fourth book, chapter 23, verse 3. Later, in Anno Domini 235, he wrote that Christ was born 9 months after the traditional anniversary of creation, which was said to be March 25th, which placed Christ's birth on December the 25th, as articulated in the book of Hippolytus entitled the Chronicon. Nothing to do with the Necronomicon. The Chronicon, well, that's on the 686th page, if I remember correctly. This was because Jewish rabbinical scholars held the tradition that all Old Testament patriarchs were born on the same day. Therefore, Christ would have been conceived on March 25th, and his birth would have been precisely 9 months later on December the 25th. As late as the 400th year in dominion of our Lord, 400 AD, however, some Christians, such as Epiphanius, the bishop of Salamis, insisted that Christ was born on January 6th, the day of the storming of the Capitol. That's in Panarion's book entitled Refutation of All the Heresies. The fourth volume was chapter 22, verses 5 through 6, and that same volume, chapter 24, the first verse. Now, do note, I am not arguing that Christ was actually born on December 25th, only that it was one of two dates early Christians chose for his birth, based on rabbinical tradition rather than actual fact. By the 192nd year in our Lord, AD 192, early Christians were celebrating either December 25th or January 6th as the Day of the Nativity, which adds a real sense of ominousness to the storming of the Capitol yet again. About 83 years later, Roman Emperor Aurelian dedicated a temple for Sol, Sol, the sun god, on December 25th, AD 275, in the 275th year of our Lord, as writ of by Manfred Klaus in Die Römischen Kaiser, the Roman Emperor, subtitled 55 Historische Portraits von Kaiser bis Justinian, as in 55 historic portraits of Caesar and Justinian. Simply because December 25th was regarded in Roman times as the date for the winter solstice. The point to make is that the December 25th dedication of the Temple of Sol was after Christians had already chosen, on the basis of rabbinical tradition, December the 25th as the day to celebrate the birth of our Savior. Saturnalia, as brought up by Peter Moon quite often in a kind of sidebar, so to speak. By the way, our man Jameson hath returned, and much love be unto he. Saturnalia was a Roman festival honoring the god Saturn. It began on December 17th and was eventually extended to December 23rd, as of course writ of by Origen. Against Chalcis was the title of the work in which this be writ, and it was an entirely pagan festival, and early Christians were instructed to not let the drunkenness and sensuality of pagan practice to creep into their own celebrations of the birth of Christ. We see this in the writings of Origen, spelled Origen, again in his work Against Chalcis, and Tertullian, in his work entitled On Baptism, and his other work entitled On Idolatry. You see, drunkenness was also creeping into the celebration of the Lord's Supper, or communion. You know, getting high on the wine of the priest's libido. In the first century Corinthian church, which you'll find in the book of Corinthians, the first chapter, verse 11. Our spiritual enemy will always seek to corrupt every aspect of authentic Christianity, but that does not mean we simply concede defeat and turn those Christian practices and traditions over to the forces of darkness, which most Christians consider to be paganism in their ignorance, rather than recognizing it as a co-religion in Christ against the anti-gods. The takeaway being that I myself do not think that any of those texts that I've cited is an indictment of Christians choosing a day on which to makest much of the incarnation of Christ. Each day of the year is a gift from God. Not a single day of the year should be surrendered to anti-godliness, or what all too many Christians in their ignorance deem paganism to be. Rather, every day belongs to God for his glory. So what should Christians do? There's a massive difference between the way the Old Testament regulates formal worship with dozens and dozens of stipulations, and the way the New Testament treats worship. You find almost no stipulations in the New Testament for what is mandated and what is forbidden in formal worship. There are some, but not many. And I've argued, even on this program before, that the reason for this is that the New Testament, unlike the Old Testament, is a handbook for all the nations of the world, not a liturgical book for Israel or any one culture. Thousands of cultures all over the world are going to worship with their roots in the New Testament. The details of the forms are going to be different everywhere, because the New Testament does not specify the way the Old Testament did for how to go about our worship services, or times, or seasons. The principle that I would draw attention to be this: eat whatever is sold in the meat market without raising any question on the ground of conscience. For the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof. If one of the unbelievers invites you to dinner, and ye be disposed to goest, eat whatever is set before ye, without raising any question on the ground of conscience. But if someone sayest unto thee, this has been offered in sacrifice to an idol, then do not eat it, for the sake of the one who informed you, and for the sake of conscience. All that I've just recounted to you derives from the from the book of Corinthians, the first book of Corinthians, chapter 10, verses 25 through 28. And, of course, our friend Jameson has added some of his own observations in the chat room. I thank ST. Oh, by the way, I'd better check the chat room. And, yes, of course, the New Testament is what sets us Christians apart from Judaism. Most certainly. And we got Matthew in here, the chat room, saying, good day, DDD. Wishing you all the best from shutdown, scandemic, poor Pennsylvania. Much love be unto thee, Matthew. Devon Bulldog says, did you do an all-nighter, Douglas? Oh, if only they knew. And, of course, our man George Knight is asking, you're live, Douglas? Of course, he's shocked. M. Gray says, there used to be this guy on YouTube named Charlie Freak who alleged that behind the world power structure are the 13 Phoenician families that live in Venice. I'd love to hear Doug's take on this. I don't know jack shit about that. Sounds like a whole load of bullshit. Anyhow, he has a channel on Rumble. Okay, why do we even need to talk about that idiot? Honestly, M. Gray, are you promoting him? I mean, we don't need to hear about that crap. It's meaningless. And you know that. Daniel Arola says, I got loads of memes meant to mock the devil and his kin. And Jameson Reese has been joining in. So there we have that. And back to Arc of Narrative. Of course, now the principle be this. In Christ, Christians are free to eat meat that has been offered to idols, provided there's no idolatry involved. And provided we are not sending any clear messages to the pagan, to the world, that we worship what they worship. That's a serious principle. So I think with regard to all the ways in which our life overlaps with culture, not just Christmas Day, but all the time, that there are just hundreds of ways that our lifestyles overlap with our culture. We should make just every effort to live and to celebrate in such a way that we show that Christ is supremely valuable in our lives, not the world or the things of the world. And that's quite a challenge at Christmastide. In this world, there are a lot of little lights representing Christ, those who have put their faith in Christ. Then there are the larger lights, the local churches all over the world. But there is one blazing public light that is still permitted in secular culture. The Christmas celebration of the birth of our Savior. Although it has been heavily corrupted by a frenzy of spending and materialism and the usual drunken partying, there are still an enormous number of unchurched people who will attend a Christmas Eve service this year, as they did the last, and hear about Christ and why he came. Those who have put their faith in Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of their sin and for eternal life must continue to be faithful to the true meaning of Christmas, protecting that last blazing beacon of light in our culture, celebrating the coming of our Savior into this world and everything that it meant and means. As for me myself, I love Christmas, and I like to keep Christmas traditional and wholesome, a time when family comes together to enjoy one another and celebrate the birth of our Savior into this world. We have lights and holly and evergreen to remind us of the light of this world, who is the giver of life. We sing Christmas carols that celebrate his birth, coming together as a family to build happy memories together in a darkening world, and we exchange a few gifts. What makes Christmas and our family times together so wonderful is knowing that our family will always be together throughout eternity as a result of putting our faith in Christ and what he did for each one of us as an individual. And as we sit around our family Christmas meal, I always give us thanks to God for the coming of our Savior into this world and his gift of eternal life and spiritual rebirth. So the question would then be, before we move us on to other holidays, whether or not Christmas is secular and worldly or otherwise. By the way, I'm going to check around a little bit on the internet and take a look at some developing stories because, of course, as I said, I'm concentrating on what happened during the holiday season, taking us into this year from the last, at how historical all of this has been. It's basically something that I think needs to be covered, so that people have this bridge in this very unstable world, a kind of platform on which to understand our world. And it brings to mind, of course, something else that I need to check into here. And let me see what I'm taking a look at here. Okay, now while I'm going through, taking a little bit of taking a little bit of a break here, in which I'm just trying to gather myself for some further analysis, what some people might consider further preaching, which is really not what this is about. I hope people understand I'm not a preachy sort. You may think so in hearing myself, but it's really not the case. I'm honestly just trying to make things a little more comprehensible. Interesting. Taking a look at Daniel Arola, and hoping some people see my post. By the way, I put up a link that I hope people look at. Jameson, you might share it and bring it to the attention of others. There's a link I put up on the fact that white people are the least likely people to wear masks.
Yeah. I'm not able to because I'm in Facebook prison.
Oh shit, that's right. Oh
Yeah.
man,
Their bots just have a thing for me.
oh man, you bad boy, you. Uh, it's like, yeah, we can't keep you out of trouble. You
I'm
just freak
reaching
everybody out.
I was
Um,
inspired by Daniel Arola.
there we are. Yeah, he just likes to trigger people, and you're just picking up all those bad habits from him. That's too bad. Do me a favor. I'm just looking around here, and I might take a little bathroom break and come back. God knows there's still so much to talk about, and I may not be able to cover it all before I finally say, fuck it for the day, and cover the rest on Wednesday night, which is entirely
Well,
possible because,
I can
Wednesday's not.
definitely, what I can do is entertain the audience as to how I'm getting my ass whooped in this game, Guild Wars 2, right now.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, but by the way, of course, for people
I
who
mean,
don't get it, explain a little bit about Guild Wars and
right.
what it's all about.
It's a MMORPG based off of the first one, which came out when World of Warcraft was really big. What drew me to the original one was the fact that the characters didn't look cheesy like World of Warcraft. They looked more sophisticated. And I like the fact that you're able to customize your characters. You're able to create, customize their features. It's a very fun game. The second one is more like a combination of World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 2, and that it's more like a hack and slash kind of. I mean, you have a skill set. The first one, you were able to really modify what weapon skills you had, but in the second one, there's less of that. You have like with each class you have, there's a set weapon skills that if you're holding a staff with a certain class, you're going to have a set amount of skills, and you're not able to modify them like you had the capacity to on the first. But what makes this game kind of fun is that it challenges me to, well, I don't know. It's an addiction. It's an addiction. It's my desire to just passively whoop on people and kick their fucking asses because I can't beat them up in real life without getting arrested. So it's like, okay, this is the next best thing. And periodically I'll just like troll the chat with like weird metaphysical stuff and talk about all kinds of shit that people can't even grasp, such as the idea of a simulated reality and all sorts of other things.
You'd think that they could grasp that as gamers, that kind of like would be a trope,
Some,
right?
well, some do, but that's usually the more mature crowd, the people who are like around my age range. The younger players, which this draws in, they're like, okay, whatever. This guy's weird.
Oh my god.
Oh man, we got whooped. My team got whooped horribly right now. Damn, it's 200. Our score is 214. Our enemy score is 433. Damn, there's no way we can turn this around.
Oh,
Once they get 500 points, they win.
oh my god. Oh, sorry to hear that. Gee, that's too bad.
Well, my only critique on the way modern MMORPGs are, and the reason why I like the old Japanese turn-based RPGs is because the Japanese turn-based RPGs like Final Fantasy, my favorite was actually like Final Fantasy X-2,
Mhm.
oddly enough, was the fact that it forces you to think about what moves you're going to do next. You have to select what things you're going to do next, and so you have time to strategize. Whereas nowadays, this is just like hack and slash. This is more reaction based, and I don't like that.
Mhm.
It's not gratifying to my it's not gratifying to one who it's not gratifying to the intellect.
Mhm.
It's gratifying to the the American, oh dude, I'm better than you type thing. The sort of like nerd culture, but it's not gratifying to the and that's one of the reasons why I tend to like Magic the Gathering arena better, because that requires more of a mind-based strategy.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Do go on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute for several minutes and probably refresh myself. I'll be
All right.
returning back. I'll count on you to hold the stage. You can do that for several minutes, right? Like about 10, 15
Yeah,
minutes?
yeah, no,
Cool.
no
Okay, I'll leave you
problem.
to that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So what I like about Magic the Gathering Arena is the fact that you really have to set up your deck properly based on what tier you wind up in. And I've advanced in the tiers in the ranked to reach the point of what is it? Oh gosh, um, I think mithril or something like that. Um, but the thing is, it requires more thinking rather than just getting a copy, cutting and paste a build that someone else posted online and saying, "Oh, look, I could use this build that someone else created. Oh, look, I'm such a great player." How can I take pride in being a great player if I don't have something that's original? Well, Magic the Gathering allows you to do that because you could create your own original deck based off of what you think is going to be effective for you. Granted, there's still that element of copying, pasting what popular decks are out there, but there's more of a strategy. And I guess that's why I tend to like card-based games better. When I was younger, I really loved Guild Wars 2. It was like the shit because I just loved the storyline and all that. But, as I got into my 30s, it was just like, yeah, I just want to whoop someone's ass and be the shit. All right, so enough with the gamer talk. I'm sure most of you are like, I can't really relate. Here's an interesting article I found on the Associated Press. Cyclone weakens in central Mozambique, but flooding a threat. Uh, the Mozambican port city of Beira breathed a sigh of relief Saturday as Cyclone Eloise caused less damage than feared as it passed through, but the danger of flooding remained in a region still recovering from a devastating cyclone 2 years ago. We all feel it's been much less than we expected, said Cobus Batha, head of farming and logistics company Surveyor. If you remember in Cyclone Idea, we all say that's not too bad, but 24 hours later, the big waters came. Idea, Idea in 2019 killed several hundred people and displaced well over 100,000. Ahead of the cyclone's arrival, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies warned that at least 100,000 people will be affected. Heavy rainfall will persist for 24 hours, it said. The amount of rain will be sufficient enough to flood low areas of Beira and Buzi. Further flooding may arrive some days later as accumulated water flows down the Pungi and Buzi rivers from Zimbabwe. Damn, I would not want to be there. That's for sure. In a more likely scenario, the IRFC expects 400,000 people to be affected as torrential rains immediately flood low areas of Beira, Buzi, Naham, Tanda, and Chababava, and Susudinga. Wow, as a black guy, I should be able to pronounce this stuff. You would think. Well, accumulation of water in Zimbabwe will flow downstream, enlarging the flooded areas for several days. The Ida storm passed over Beira dawn on Saturday, having already brought heavy rains to the Zambezia province and its capital, Kilimani. The cyclone lost force after making landfall, but took out electricity and communications infrastructure in Beira, a city of roughly 500,000 people and surrounding areas. Damn. Yeah, you do not want to be without power in a very you don't want to be without power anywhere, honestly. The Vodacom network registered a temporary interruption, cutting off communication for users in the whole of the city of Beira and in certain districts of the province of Sofala, Vodacom said in a statement. Electric company EDM said it had turned off power as a precautionary measure after water got into a substation in Beira outlet in Carta de Mocambique, reported. Okay. Question. Why the hell do they not take these things into account when they engineer structures? It's sort of like the question as to why they put oil refineries near water and stuff like that. Humans, come on, guys. Come on. You got to do better than that. If you're at a lower region, it would make more sense to build structures higher up so that they won't be affected by floods and stuff. Like such as instead of building like building something that a generator can sit on top of, like much, much higher than the land around it. I don't know why people don't think about this stuff. Looking from here in the distance, you can see all around roof sheets missing here and there, Beira resident Ben Van Wyck said. But the Major Davis Simango has been a master of preparation. The whole of Beira put sandbags on their roofs yesterday as municipal authorities turned a blind eye to taking sand from the beach. Eloise is the second cyclone to hit central Mozambique this season after the Chelan in December. But since Idea, people now know what a cyclone is and they take it seriously, Van Wyck said. Well, that's good to know that they take it seriously. In America, we don't take anything seriously. Now, I covered the thing about... here's an interesting one I found. This is from Science News. Excuse me, my voice is a little hoarse. I need to probably drink some more water. A hungry brain craves food. A lonely brain craves people. After spending a day completely isolated from anyone else, people's brains perked up at the sight of social gatherings, like a hungry person's brain seeing food, scientists report November 23rd in Nature Neuroscience. Cognitive neuroscientist Livia Tomova, then at MIT, and her colleagues had 40 participants fast for 10 hours. At the end of the day, certain nerve cells in the midbrain fired up in response to pictures of pizza and chocolate cake. Those neurons in the substantia nigra pars compacta and ventral tegmental area produce dopamine, a chemical messenger associated with reward. On a different day, the same people underwent 10 hours of isolation. No friends, no Facebook, no Instagram. That evening, neurons in the same spot activated in response to pictures of people chatting or playing team sports. The more hunger or isolation the subject reported, the stronger the effect. In people who reported that they were generally more lonely, the social responses were blunted. We don't really know what causes that, Tomova says. Maybe being isolated doesn't affect them as much because it's something that is not that different, perhaps, from their everyday life. That I can personally attest to. When you're by yourself a lot, and when you're used to being by yourself a lot, you're probably not going to be more triggered to communicate with people by seeing social gatherings. At least that's my observation. The midbrain, which plays an important role in people's motivation to seek food, friends, gambling, or drugs, responds to food and social signals, even when people aren't hungry or lonely. After all, a person could eat or hang out, but hunger and loneliness increased the reaction and made people's responses specific to the thing they were missing. The findings speak to our current state, said Tomova, now at University of Cambridge. COVID-19 has left many people more socially isolated, putting mental as well as physical health at stake, and leaving people with cravings for more than food. It's important to look at the social dimension of this crisis. Wow. I never really thought about it like that. All right. Now, let's see. I have something in Moscow. Russia. Russian police arrested more than 3,000 people Saturday in a nationwide protest demanding the release of opposition leader Alexei Navalny, the Kremlin's most prominent foe, according to a group that counts political detentions. The protest in scores of cities in temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. Are you fucking shitting me? Negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Who the fuck is going to go out in that freezing cold? Oh my gosh. Highlighted how the Navalny has built influence far beyond the political and cultural centers of Moscow and St. Petersburg. In Moscow, an estimated 15,000 demonstrators gathered in and around Pushkin Square in the city center, where clashes with police broke out and demonstrators were roughly dragged off by helmeted riot officers to police buses and detention trucks. Some were beaten with batons. Navalny's wife, Yulia, was among those arrested. Police eventually pushed the demonstrators out of the square. Thousands then regrouped along a wide boulevard about a kilometer away, many of them throwing snowballs at the police before dispersing. This is actually good news because it shows that, I guess it shows that the people are fucking tired of, they're tired of Putin. Just like we were tired of Trump, you know. Police eventually pushed demonstrators out of the square. Thousands then regrouped along a wide boulevard about a kilometer, half-mile away. Many of them throwing snow. Oh, wait, I just read that. I'm sorry about that. Some later went to protest near the jail where Navalny is held. Police made an undetermined number of arrests there. The protest stretched across Russia's vast territory from the island city of Yushno-Sakhalinsk, north of Japan, and the eastern Siberian city of Yakutsk, where temperatures plunged to minus 50 degrees Celsius to Russia's more populous European cities. Navalny, in his anti-corruption campaign, have built an extensive network of support despite official government repression and being routinely ignored by the media. The situation is getting worse, and it's total lawlessness, said Andrei Gorkyov, a protester in Moscow. If I stay silent, it will go on forever. The OVD Info Group, which monitors political arrests, said that at least 1,167 people were detained in Moscow and more than 460 at another large demonstration in St. Petersburg. Overall, it is said that 3,068 people have been arrested in some 90 cities, revisiting the count downward from its earlier report of 3,445. The group did not give an explanation for its revision. Russian police did not provide arrest figures. Yeah, well, it's basically, I'm guessing that people are tired of Putin's shit and they want to replace him with Navalny, who is being detained. And this is a good thing. The sort of right conservative aristocracy of the past is just, or shall I say kleptocracy of the past, is just played out, and it's destroying people's lives. They're sick of it. Navalny was arrested on January 17th when he returned to Moscow from Germany, where he had spent 5 months recovering from a severe nerve agent poisoning that he blames on the Kremlin, and which Russian authorities deny. Authorities say his stay in Germany violated a terms of suspended sentence in a 2014 criminal conviction, while Navalny says the conviction was for made-up charges. The 44-year-old activist is well known nationally for his reports on the corruption that has flourished under Vladimir Putin's government. Exactly, Putin crushes anyone who speaks out against him. His wide support puts the Kremlin in a strategic bind. Officials are apparently unwilling to back down by letting him go free, but keeping him in custody risks more protests and criticism from the West. In a statement, the U.S. State Department condemned the use of harsh tactics against protesters, and journalists this weekend in cities throughout. Are they fucking shitting me? Whoa! Talk about hypocrisy.
What are they doing?
Yeah, look at the way the Black Lives Matters protesters were treated in America, and
they would go there. They would go there, wouldn't they?
And we're saying, we condemn how protesters and journalists are treated in Russia. Get the fuck out of here! Oh my God.
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, it needs to be done. I mean, that the protests need to be lodged against what the Russians are doing, and other people need to protest what's going on in the United States. I mean, it's
Yeah, and the thing is, I support the protests, but the thing is, I don't support the protests that are the ones that are pro-Trump.
Of course not. I mean, well, those aren't protests. That's insurrection. That's It literally is. I've spoken of that before. I'll address that again when I get to the point of epiphany, which I might not do in this transmission simply because I'm basically. Well, you know the story. So please continue with what you're doing right now, giving me a short break. Giving me time to cool myself.
Navalny faces a court hearing in early February to determine whether his sentence in the criminal case for fraud and money laundering, which Navalny says was politically motivated, of course, is converted to 3.5 years behind bars. I wouldn't even want to spend a day behind bars in Moscow.
Thank you. Yes.
Moscow police on Thursday arrested three top Navalny associates, two of whom were later jailed for periods of 9 and 10 days. Navalny fell into a coma while aboard a flight from Siberia to Moscow on August 20th. He was transferred from a hospital in Siberia to a Berlin hospital 2 days later. Labs in Germany, France, and Sweden, and tests by the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons established that he was exposed to the Soviet-era Novichok nerve agent. Of course, their drug of choice, Novichok.
Yeah, I mean, so predictable, and just the unimaginative nature of what they do. It's not even, there's not even any finesse.
I know. It's like Putin's like just do the same thing you did last time with the other guy. You know, he has no creativity.
Yeah, it's there you go. And
Russian
yeah, go on.
Russian authorities insisted that the doctors who treated Navalny in Siberia before he was airlifted to Germany found no traces of poison and have challenged the German officials to provide proof of his poisoning. Russia refused to open a full-fledged criminal inquiry, citing a lack of evidence that Navalny was poisoned. Last month, oh man, this is a hard name. His name is so hard to pronounce. Navalny.
No, Navalny is fine. You're doing well. You're doing it well. Yeah.
Released the recording of a phone call he said he made to a man who described as an alleged member of a group of officers of the Federal Security Service, or FSB, who purportedly poisoned him in August and then tried to cover it up. The FSB dismissed the recording as a fake. Navalny has been a thorn in the Kremlin's side for a decade, unusually durable in an opposition movement and often demoralized by repressions. Well, I hope Navalny, I would make a spell for Navalny to be successful and
Thank you.
kick, and Putin can die of a fucking heart attack.
Thank you.
He's a piece of shit.
Yes.
He has been jailed repeatedly in connection with protests and twice was convicted of financial misdeeds in cases that he says were politically motivated. He suffered significant eye damage when an assailant threw disinfectant into his face. He was taken from jail to a hospital in 2019 when an illness that the authorities said was an allergic reaction, but which many suspected was poisoning. Okay, and that ends the article.
Well, there we have that, and thank you for going through that. It's definitely necessary to catch people up on that, and I'm sure a lot of people don't hear enough about this because it is going on in Russia, which is a faraway place, and Americans just aren't getting, the news on that.
And Russia is a major player, and so they warrant, they deserve the attention that
yes, yeah, very
on
much
the
so.
international stage.
Thank you, and they deserve all the negative attention that we can give them.
Exactly.
They're a major player in the sense that they're just assholes causing as much trouble as they fucking can, and it's definitely something that is repulsive. It's so fucking repulsive. We go over this stuff again and again, and it's amazing that people just don't see the light of day, and honestly just face the fact that this is a war that they're waging against the West, and the West has to get its act together and tighten up. It's this is intolerable. So go on.
Yeah, I don't know what Biden's administration's take is going to be on this, but we'll see.
We know one thing. It's whatever it is, it's gonna be better than Trump's. There's no way it could be worse. It's got
to be better than Trump's.
Yeah, we know that much. Yeah.
Trump is like, how low can America go?
Thank you. And it's just amazing to me that people they're just so taken with him and smitten with him.
What's amazing to me is that people are like actually apologetic to him, like well, well, at least Trump is like this. At least Trump did this. It's just like
Yeah.
the guy did nothing good.
Yes,
The
thank
guy
you.
did nothing
Thank
good.
you. Or if anything good happened, it was by accident.
Yeah.
It's yeah, and there's very little of that. I mean, honestly, the guy made himself as negative a force as possible in this world. I saw an article. I'm not quite sure if it's true. That he, was going back to Florida, and there were signs up there saying "loser," and they were like, making fun of him. And I hate to say it. I hope that's the case. But it's stuff like that just angers people that we know, and that these people still have this admiration for him just based on the fact that he's the great white hope to them. It's really sad, and
It's beyond sad. Is what's sad is that as individuals, rather than identifying themselves with their own individual, you know, personalities and whatnot, they rather identify with a herd, a group. It's like I never understood the herd-minded people dynamics.
yeah.
People always have to be a part of a crowd.
Right. And the funny thing is, however, they think they're individuals. They think they're standing up for individuality. It's really, really just preposterous. Beyond such. But do keep going for a few minutes. I honestly appreciate you giving me a bit of a break here. So definitely enjoy hearing you speak. You don't have to go on about the Russian thing. You can go on by
Well,
some other things going on.
I have another article as well. U.S. reaffirms Taiwan support after China sends warplanes. This was yesterday.
Oh, great. So that means the new administration is continuing its support of my true homeland and heartland.
Yes,
Thank you. Wonderful news.
that
Go on.
is a very auspicious thing to do.
Yes.
The U.S. has reaffirmed its support for Taiwan following China's dispatch of warplanes near the island in an apparent, apparent attempt to intimidate its democratic government and test the resolve of the new American presidential administration. So that alone says that alone tells us that Trump was actually in bed with Xi Jinping because
Yes.
now yeah, and their baby is the coronavirus.
Yes. Yes. There we are. It's so fucking lame. And it's in. Could you repeat that? Because I'm distracted by a number of things. So when you say that that alone shows that they were in bed together, there was something that Trump was not doing in response to the threats from China or something like that, but Biden is doing. Is that the case, or what was going on with that? Um,
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm implying.
okay, yeah, that makes sense. Well, Trump was doing some things, but obviously not nearly enough as far as I'm concerned.
The things he were doing, the things that he did do were superficial mostly.
Yes, yeah, it's true, and it's definitely, again, just part of that half-assed kind of nature of himself, not trying to burn his bridges. Uh, God, by all means, do continue, and
The U.S. State Department on Saturday said it was concerned by China's pattern of ongoing attempts to intimidate its neighbors, including Taiwan. We urge Beijing to cease its military diplomacy, diplomatic and economic pressure against Taiwan, and instead engage in a meaningful dialogue with Taiwan's democratically elected representatives, Ned Price said, a spokesperson. Uh, I You have to excuse me for a second. I need to get some water because my
oh,
throat's
please go ahead.
really, really
Yeah, so
dry.
I'll hold the stage and I'll go on mumbling. I'll mumble for you while you do that. Refresh yourself, and let me check into the chat room and basically see who's mumbling what there. And definitely looks like the last guy who was saying anything was actually Jameson Rees. So I do invite others to join in and speak some more and just see what else is coming up on people's minds. Let me take a look at the what we've got in terms of people watching right now, and refresh that, see what that says, and we're going to take it from here. I'll have to finish up the narrative as far as last year's holidays were concerned. Probably stop when we get to the point of around New Year's and continue that with our next transmission, because it's so important that I cover this holiday transition, and there's just so much that is how would I say this, relevant. There's so much that's relevant. And so in terms of our world right now, again, I could go around and take a look at what's going on online, or YouTube, see what's out there, and see what I scare up. But honestly, probably getting ready to go to bed soon myself for the rest of the sunlit hours. So glad that our man George Knight checked in, and he definitely is obviously surprised that I'm doing what I'm doing. So let me explain to all of you what happened, in case you don't know. We had, in terms of working with all of my, how to say it, the crap I was dealing with. Trying to get the computer to interface with some search engine until we settled on the Mozilla Firefox. Then what happened was that we had to take down the McAfee antivirus. And while that was down, then they slipped in a malware, and that knocked me off of transmission last night, which I hate. Even though I had only an hour left, fuck that shit. I didn't even have a chance to really promote Benestenius yet. And so then I just had to, get back to doing what I was going to do, which was talk about that holiday bridge, that holy day bridge between last year and this year, and put that in proper perspective. And so Jameson Rees is back. Okay, wonderful. You can take over from here for, I'm with you. I'm side by side with you. But I mean, kind of get back to talking, and, I'll, just stay quiet for a few minutes while I, do what I do. And kind of gather my wits around me, refresh myself. By the way, how come you didn't have any water next to you? Don't you have, just curious. I mean, you keep water next to you, right? Or nearby? You there? He said he's back. Jesus
Oh
Christ.
yeah. Sorry. I didn't realize I was on mute.
Okay.
I had I drank all the water. But I don't have a sink down here in the basement. So I have to go upstairs to get water. I have water bottles that I have filled up. I'll. Should I continue on with the thing in Taiwan?
Please, yes, by all means, yes, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Taiwan's defense ministry said China on Saturday sent 8 bombers capable of carrying nuclear weapons and 4 fighter jets into its air defense identification zone, just southwest of the island. The ministry said China on Sunday sent another 16 military aircraft of various types into the same area. The ministry said that Taiwan responded by scrambling fighters, broadcasting warnings by radio, and deploying air defense missile systems to monitor the activity. There was no immediate Chinese comment on Sunday. The overflights were part of a long-standing pattern of incursions aimed at pressuring the government of President Tsai Ing-wen into caving into Beijing's demand that she recognize Taiwan as part of Chinese territory. They come on the heels of President Joe Biden's inauguration, emphasizing the island's enduring position in the panoply of divisive issues between the sides that also include human rights, trade disputes, and most recently questions about China's initial response to the coronavirus pandemic. Biden's administration has shown little sign of reducing pressure on China over such issues, although it is seen as favoring a return to a more civil dialogue. The State Department on Saturday said Washington will continue to deepen ties with Taiwan and ensure its defense from Chinese threats while supporting peaceful resolution of issues between the sides. In another sign of support for Taiwan, the island's de facto ambassador to Washington, Haseo Bai Kim, was an invited guest at Biden's inauguration. And a final swipe at China, Trump administration's outgoing UN ambassador tweeted that it's time for the world to oppose China's efforts to exclude and isolate Taiwan, drawing sharp criticism from Beijing. Ambassador Kelly Craft accompanied the tweet with a photo of herself in the UN General Assembly Hall, where the island is banned. She carried a handbag with a stuffed Taiwan bear sticking out of the top. A gift. Why do they include these stupid fucking nonsense things? We don't care about. Who cares about the bear? Freaking. I mean, is this what journalism has
degenerated to?
Yes.
Yes. It's
Taiwan?
cute. That's why, because it's a cute image. That's why. So I can understand that. They're bringing that up.
Taiwan and China separated amid a civil war in 1949, and China said it's determined to bring the island under its control by force if necessary. The U.S. switched diplomatic recognition from Taipei to Beijing in 1979, but is legally required to ensure Taiwan can defend itself, and self-governing democratic island enjoys strong bipartisanship support in Washington. Tsai has sought to bolster the island's defenses with the purchase of billions of dollars in U.S. weapons, including upgraded F-16 fighter jets, armed drones, rocket systems, and Harpoon missiles capable of hitting both ships and land targets. She has also boosted support for Taiwan's indigenous arms industry, including launching a program to build new submarines to counter China's ever-growing naval capabilities. China's increasing threats come as the economic and political enticement bear little fruit, leading it to stage war games and dispatch fighter jets and reconnaissance planes on an almost daily basis towards the island of 24 million people, which lies 160 kilometers off China's southeast coast across the Taiwan Strait. Yeah, China seems to be itching to grab that territory for some.
Of course, they've been itching to grab that territory for many generations. Yeah, and it's pathetic, really. And all I can say is that you almost want them to give a try so that they can be defeated, and at least that will humble them to the point where they stop it, and that would maybe force a change of government on the mainland itself. But we'll see what happens, and but definitely appreciate your reading up on this, definitely, and thank you. Always appreciate it, and there were some interesting links from Brendan as well, but I can bring them up later. So do go on.
All right. Inspired choice. Biden appoints sociologist Alondra Nelson to top science post. Scientists praise U.S. President's selection of the bioethics and social inequality specialist to help lead the Office of Science and Technology Policy. During his presidential campaign, Joe Biden pledged that his administration would address inequality and racism. Now, that's now that he's been sworn in as U.S. president, his appointment of a prominent sociologist to the nation's top science office is raising hopes that the changes will extend to the scientific community. Alondra Nelson, who has studied the societal impacts of emerging technology, as well as racism in science and medicine, will help lead the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, or OSTP, as Deputy Director for Science and Society. Biden announced on the 15th of January. By the way, they put the 15 before January
Mm-hmm.
in this article.
Mm-hmm. Europeans do that. They're doing it European style. They're trying to be like universal or international. I always put it the way I was trained in the Marine Corps, and
Yeah,
I consider yeah.
I mean, that's the way the military does it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Month first and then the date later was how I was trained. I don't know if they were doing it differently when you were in there. But the Department of Defense used to do it with the month first and the date, so I always do the month and the date. But yeah, Europeans and Asians, they all enter it with the date before the month, so it's very confusing to Americans. It led to a fight once, a big fight between Rose and V in the salon, where they turned to me and there were other people in the salon, so they all laughed their ass off when they saw I was put in the middle of it, because they turned to me to, Douglas, come on, which one's the right day? And anyhow, very sad.
that is such a trite thing to fight over.
It is, but yeah. Oh, but it's big because it was money to them. The ladies fighting over money, and
I got you.
Yeah, because it involved that, like who get paid, and so they have that, and aside from all of that, do continue this. The young lady, how old is she again?
I do not know. She looks like she's probably in her 40s,
Okay.
30s or 40s. All right. Where was I? She has spoken and written about divisive and controversial subjects in bioethics, such as gene editing and direct-to-consumer genetic tests. Scholars say her inclusion on Biden's science team emphasizes the importance of science's effects on society and vice versa. She understands exactly what is needed to ensure that research has maximum impact on policy, says Kate Crawford, a senior principal researcher at Microsoft in New York City, who has studied the social implications of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. I think that is the real gift that the White House is getting with Nelson on the team, she says. Biden's selection is an inspired choice, says Keith Whalo. That's a very weird name. A historian of race and health at Princeton University in New Jersey. Nelson's scholarship on genetics, social inequality, and medical discrimination, deeply insightful and hugely influential across multiple fields, most notably because of its focus on excellence, equity, and fairness in the scientific and medical innovation, he wrote in an email to Nature. Confronting justice. Nelson's appointment to the OSTP comes as the United States and its scientific institutions are grappling with their record on equity and inclusion. Although Hispanic and African Americans make up 27.5% of the U.S. population over the age of 21, these groups constitute only 13% of the U.S. science and engineering workforce. In the past several months, the COVID-19 pandemic has killed nearly 3 times as many Black Americans as white ones, and has highlighted gaps in how healthcare is administered to people of different ethnicities.
Just awful. I mean, this
Yeah,
is awful, and
yeah,
it's
and I have to emphasize that deaths aren't due to, you know, I suspect that the deaths are due to people prioritizing whites over blacks.
Mhm. That's part of it. Definitely a part of it. I mean, there's so many factors, but the end result is, the majority of it is a system of systemic racism that we keep coming back to. That people get tired of hearing. Life's tough. They're tired of hearing it, but fuck them. I mean, this is what's going
They-
on. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, they're tired of hearing it, but they don't change. They don't look within themselves to change their own behaviors that might perpetuate it. So, in short, it's like they don't want to take responsibility for it,
Yeah. Yes.
and
That's true. Yes.
and own up to their own biases. I mean, everyone has biases. I have biases against stupid people,
Yes. Which leaves us.
and I try to curb myself and say, let me just connect to them as a human being.
Yes. And so there you have that. Go on. In the meantime, what I'll do is I'll probably, let me see, take over for a little bit. Let me get some water in me. Let me put my sweatshirt back on, and and just let me get a sweatshirt here, and get myself more prepped to go on, at least to the point to cover Christmas and take us to the end of last year. In that way, I'll just kind of finish up and retreat for the day into slumber after I put the home delivered meals into the icebox. But let me get my sleeves covered first because I don't want to get cold. Yes, my life is trite in that regard. Here we are. Here's a proper sweatshirt. And so, other than that, glad to have you with me this morning to help make this happen. And
Well, it's afternoon here in New
oh
York.
gosh, it means
We're at
nothing to me. It's all during the sunlit hours. So let me take the earbuds off for a moment. Do keep on talking. I'll be right back in a second with you.
All right, confronting injustice. Nelson's appointment to the OSTP comes as the United States and its scientific institutions are grappling with their record on equity and inclusion. Oh, wait, I just read that. Damn. During a 16th of January event at which Biden introduced his OSTP team, Nelson acknowledged the challenges ahead. Never, bef- ah, Never before in living memory have the connections between our scientific world and our social world been quite so stark as they are today, she said. I believe we have a responsibility to work together to make sure that our science and technology reflects us. On Biden's first day as president, his team announced a government-wide effort to promote equity and dismantle structural racism, led by former ambassador to the United Nations, Susan Rice.
Well, thank you for everything you said so far. By the way, how did you? What was your impression when I got knocked off by the malware? Derek came on apparently within a short period of time. What exactly happened once I got knocked off? I was gone for how long? You guys were still online on the call when I came back, so couldn't have been that long, but it was long enough.
I was like in a semi-sleep like state,
Uh-huh.
so I do not coherently know how long you were knocked off for.
Okay.
About what time did this happen?
Well, you started talking with Derek, so at some point you were aware of it. It was after. Well, anyhow, we don't need to worry about that. If you don't remember consciously, we can go over that later. What I'll do now is kind of just finish up the transmission for today. I love you dearly, like a son. Thank you so much for all the help you provided. Let's take a quick peek inside of the chat room, see if anybody else has dared to join in. Daniel Arola says today, President Biden repealed the discriminatory ban on transgender people serving in the military. And he says he's still here, just practicing. That's Daniel Arola. Thank you, Daniel. Love you dearly. Thank you so much for helping us open the show last night. And of course, it's positive news in one sense. It's one of those things like you really are ambivalent because you wonder, well, what kind of person who's transgender would want to go in the fucking military? I mean, holy fucking Christ. You've got to ask, like, anybody who goes in the military, the American military, is making a fucking mistake. And that's for anybody who's just a straight, heterosexual, cisgendered, white male, let alone any minority male, or and so then from there you go into asking, well, anybody who's female who goes into the military, there's just something wrong. That's like a female voluntarily turning herself into an all-male prison. Like, okay, I'm going to have myself interred into an all-male prison. Like, okay, something's wrong. It's this. They're not thinking. There's something like they're gonna be raped repeatedly. They're gonna be treated as a sexual toy. They're gonna be degraded. Nothing good will come of it. Why are they doing this to themselves? So
can I ask you a question? Who is this Joe Phoenix character?
I have no idea.
Because the thing is, I hid them from the channel, and they popped up again.
It's just the way it works, I mean, when you hide them, it doesn't delete them or erase them. It's just like you have to go to their channel and block them if you consider them, a serious like troll or something like that. I didn't see anything in particular. Maybe they got really wild later. Most of what they're saying is just kind of like, blah blah to me. But anyhow, such being as it is, let me close off today's transmission and then retreat into slumber after I put the home delivered meals away. I hope enough people to listen to this to get some meaning out of it. I'll take us to the end of last year. And I love you dearly like a son, dear Jameson. Thank you so much. Do hang out with us, and of course interject whenever you feel it might be constructive. I'm not quite sure how much longer I'll be on, but let me just close up the transmission for today, and we'll take it from there. So we've been on for about let me see now, about almost 4 hours, and so let's answer that question that is so common about Christmas being secular and worldly, because that's what it's come to be for most people. And these concerns usually revolve around issues of commercialism, consumerism, materialism, excess, self-indulgence, and of course the figure of Santa Claus. Now, to return to the festival of Purim, which I had been referencing, the Jews are also instructed in the book of Esther on how to keep a sacred day. In Esther chapter 9, verse 22, it reads, "To observest the days as days of feasting and joy, and giving presents of food to one another, and gifts to the poor." So first of all, it is perfectly biblical to give us gifts on a day set aside to remember our salvation. It is also perfectly biblical to keep it with feasting, with the delight of food and drink of higher quality and greater quantity than usual. Of course, these things can be abused, just as any of God's good gifts can. But they are right and good in themselves, and they are a part of a scriptural way of celebrating our salvation. So let's allow myself to provide yourselves a note on Christmas gifts. Gifts are a new and surprisingly controversial tradition whilst gift giving may seem inextricably tied to Christmas, it used to be that people looked forward to opening the presents on New Year's Day. And when I've taken a look at some of my references, basically these gifts, they were a blessing for people to make them feel good as the year ends. It wasn't until the Victorian era of the 1800s that gift giving shifted to Christmas. According to the Royal Collection, Queen Victoria's children got Christmas Eve gifts in 1850. That included a sword and armor, which would have to have been fitted. In 1841, Victoria gave us to her husband, Prince Albert, a miniature portrait of herself as a 7-year-old. In 1859, she gave us to him a book of poetry by Alfred Lord Tennyson. All of this gift-giving, along with the secular embrace of Christmas, now has some religious groups steamed. The consumerism of Christmas shopping seems to some to contradict the religious goal of celebrating Jesus Christ's birthday, or his birth, to take away the cheesy sound effect of birthday. In some ways, excessive spending is the modern equivalent of the revelry and drunkenness that made the Puritans frown. There's always been a push and pull, and it's taken different forms. It might have been alcohol then, and now it's these glittering toys. And finally, a word about Santa Claus himself. It began with St. Nicholas, a 4th century bishop. So this is actually old. He, St. Nick, became famous for giving gold secretly to 3 destitute girls by throwing it through their window at night. They were on the lookout the 3rd time, and so his attempt to remain anonymous was thwarted. And they said, "Oh, look, it's that dirty old man with the heart on." I'm sorry, they didn't say that. Now, people were inspired by St. Nick's desire to not take credit for his acts of generosity, which, well, might have had an ulterior motive. He was looking through the window after all. And other people began leaving gifts for others in the name of St. Nicholas, probably saying it was him so that they could frame him for when they were looking through young people's windows. Saying it's not me. It's, that dirty old man, St. Nick. But, they would leave these gifts, which is kind of like, I don't know, kind of like a token in a porn machine. Okay, look, my mind's going straight to the gutter, and that maybe it wasn't like that. But, all right, it's hard not to imagine that it wasn't. Anyhow, New Yorkers heard Dutch people speaking about St. Nicholas and began pronouncing the name as Santa Claus because, New Yorkers are all fucked up and they have an accent. James Reese can try and do that for us. He can say St. Nicholas with that Bowery accent and it'll come out all Brooklyn on us.
St. Nicholas.
You do it right. Okay, you fucked it all up. You're supposed to say something with that Brooklyn accent like Santa
Nicholas.
Yeah, Santa Claus. Yeah,
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus, man. Yeah. And,
Santa Claus.
Now, there. Thank you. There. Now, a lot of how we picture. Remember that rap song that black guy sang? Here comes. What did he say? It was here comes Fatty with a sack of shit. Here comes Fatty with a sack.
Wait. What song?
Anyhow, so a lot of how we picture Santa today, in terms of the reindeer and all that, comes from the poem "Twas the Night Before Christmas," which was written by Clement Clarke Moore. And Clement Clarke Moore was a professor of Bible and general theological. Well, he was a professor of the Bible at the General Theological Seminary. I'm going to have to look up where that was, because I can't remember whether that was this side of the Atlantic or the other side. But since Clement Clarke Moore was always portrayed as this kind of skinny, dopey kind of white guy, I always kind of with glasses, of course. I always kind of pictured him as, I guess, an American. And I'm confirming that now. The General Theological Seminary of the Episcopal Church is in New York. Again, part of the old York area of funny languages and dialects. So it's the oldest seminary of the Episcopal Church and a leading center of theological education in the Anglican Communion. An Anglican, of course, being, of course, as bleach white as you can get. That's kind of like theology's white bread, if you will. It's, that's unfair of me. I shouldn't be so hard. Let me take a look at some of these incoming notifications. Give me just a second here. Let's see who this is. George Knight, of course. Love him dearly. And, all right. Anyhow, news of Santa after the Night Before Christmas poem spread overwhelmingly through the churches. And this was so much the case that if you wanted to buy a Santa suit, you needed to order it from a religious supplies company, the same place where you would get your rosary, or if you were a Protestant, whatever Protestants use. And since they're pretty puritanical, I have no idea what Protestants do with themselves. But if you wanted to meet Santa in person, you needed to go to Sunday school. So this guy was truly a religious icon back in the day. This was not the commercial dude that we think of now. This really was the guy who worked for charity. Just so you know, this wasn't like a conspiracy to provide an icon that forces you to spend money on your kids. Now, why was this? Because Jesus taught his disciples the best way to give. And this man was based on an actual fucking saint, okay? Late in the night for me, my biological night, so you're going to hear me break down in my descriptives. Matter of fact, per the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verses 2 through 4, so when ye givest to the needy, do not announce it with trumpets, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and on the streets, to be honored by others. Truly I tell ye, they have received their reward in full. But when ye givest to the needy, do not let your left hand knowest what thy right hand be doing, so that thy giving away may be in secret. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. To give in a biblical way is to be a secret Santa, like the original Saint Nick, who happened to focus his charity on 3 young girls. I guess that's where the term ho, ho, ho comes. That's just awful. That was Jameson. That wasn't me. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Anyhow, Christmas is a time for Christians to celebrate the birth of their Savior. And it is here for you to enjoy. Good Christian men and women, rejoice. As for gifts, I love to exchange a small number of gifts. I loathe, however, the materialistic insanity in the malls in December, and I also have a very strong aversion to the stress and wastage of money that goes with feeling obligated to buy a bunch of stuff that is mostly useless. My preference is to pool most of our money and to put it toward a developing world Christmas gift that can be sponsored, as we do with Sugar Daddy, my son's husband, technically my father-in-law. And in that way, in that manner, we celebrate the privilege of doing, as a family, what there already be good relief organizations out there to help expedite. My personal favorite over the past, 3 years or so is Compassion International, which you can find at compassion.com. Each Christmas, they have gifts and projects of various sizes in the developing world that a family can fully sponsor. And another wonderful option is to collect money from family members and give a surprise gift a gift card or a substantial gift of groceries and clothes to someone local who is struggling, such as a single mom, a widow, or a newcomer to the community who is trying to make a start. By the way, I chuckle there because one time Lena Shea took a bunch of money out of my account to give to Brendan Zogit because I cruelly told him, I can't remember what season it was, it might have been last Christmas or so, that those cards that people send that have money in them, holiday cards, I told him I looked for one of those for him at the various card shops, but I couldn't find any of those that had the money in them, so I didn't send him anything. That's when Lena took some of my money to give to him. Anyhow, so there you go with that. Now, of course, this is what brings us to New Year's Day. And at this point, I can go into that, but then I'll go into reviewing last year, and that's going to take us all the way through to late afternoon. It's just something I really shouldn't do, but maybe I can get started. And because one thing I should do is at least get to the point where I promote Banistenius, because I haven't done that yet. Was knocked off air before I could do that in the original phase of transmission. So Daniel Arola commented on the link I shared. Oh, cool. That must be the one about the white people are not wearing masks. Here we are. There we are. He's putting this on my latest transmission. God bless him. And anyhow, shout out to Eric Laystick, by the way, who's sending some messages, and I'll take a look at them when next I awaken. New Year's Day. It's celebrated on the 1st of January, as you know, and this is in most countries around the world, as most countries at this point in history follow the Gregorian calendar. However, in some countries like Communist China, New Year's Day, or the first day of the new year, is celebrated according to their own calendar, rather than the Gregorian calendar, for which I can be grateful. Unfortunately, like all communist countries, their calendar in terms of business is the Gregorian calendar. They do that to stay in step with businesses in the developed world. However, most of the countries in the world today observe the New Year's Day on the 1st of January every year. Now, what is so bizarre about this and wondrous is that the day itself is believed to be of Romanian origin, which, as I brought up with Peter Moon, he really didn't know too much about. But we do know that Janus, from whence the name January be derived, is the god of beginnings, after whom, of course, the month January taketh its name from, and he was the one who had a face facing forward to the future and a face on the back of his head facing ever to the past to see everything with the hindsight of 20/20 vision. And he was the one to whom the day was dedicated. And Janus has these two faces, one at the front and the other at the back, and thus the tradition of celebrating New Year's Day came as to be associated with paganism. And in some cultures, New Year's Day coincided with the Annunciation of Jesus. And that is one case where I'm not really sure which came first, the Christians or the pagans. But in this case, it's probably a safe bet it's the pagans. And yet you never see Christians say, well, fuck, I'm not going to celebrate New Year's because, it's pagan. So what's up with that? These same fucking Christians who go around, sorry, I don't mean to be vicious, bite my tongue, but it's just really comes down to that point when you deal with these people who say, oh, this is big, I just can't do it with everything. I mean, well, fuck, why don't they just do away with the 1st of January and say they don't recognize the calendar? I mean, really? Anyhow, the Annunciation is it's referred to as the Annunciation to the Blessed Virgin Mary, or the Annunciation of Our Lady, or the Annunciation of the Lord. It's the Christian celebration of the announcement by the angel Gabriel to the Virgin Mary that she would conceive a son by the power of the Holy Spirit to be called Jesus. This is biblical as opposed to mythical. It is in the book of Luke, the first chapter thereof, verses 26 through 38. So there's a lot of Holy Writ, our scripture, devoted to this very subject. So the Annunciation in the Bible is a derivative, the Latin Annunciatio, and that's referred to as, let me see, it's, well, I guess I pretty much said it. There's really not too much further to go with that, and it is, of course, the angel Gabriel who also announced the Prophet Muhammad to his mother. And I can't remember, to my shame and disgrace and my embarrassment, whether she was a virgin or not. I presume so. But Salman Sheikh should guest one day, and he can tell us the details on that. Anyhow, that tradition was condemned by various religious leaders. The conflation of the Annunciation with the New Year's Day. It's believed that the current tradition of exchanging gifts on New Year's Day, which is still maintained in circles that are more aware of history, originated in the 7th century when people of the Netherlands and Flanders celebrated the day. Most of the Western world adopted January 1st as the New Year's Day, also called the Circumcision Day, even before they adopted the Gregorian calendar. The Circumcision Day is associated with Jesus Christ. And thank the gods of my ancestors, I was never circumcised. Thank God. That, of course, made me a freak for display in the stupid Oakland MEPS, MEPS, the Medical Enlistment Processing Station, when I entered the Marine Corps. And of course, this was not circumcised! And they had me stand up so everybody could take a look at my penis and stroke it and play with it. All these stupid doctors and technicians. Really, at that point, I knew immediately this was a mistake. Anyhow, how would I say this? The different countries, of course, celebrate the New Year's Day differently, but almost all the celebrations start from December 31st itself, beckoning the new year with a fervent countdown. And in countries like these United States, Australia, Malaysia, and other European and Western cultures, people congregate at a place to watch fireworks as the New Year's Day descends. And in many parts of the world, music concerts are arranged to celebrate the going of the old year and the beginning of the new year. And in countries like the UK and Netherlands, people oftentimes run into water, also known as polar bear plunges, to celebrate New Year's Day. And they can fucking have it. And in certain parts of the world, they have specific traditions associated with the day. Exempli Gratiae in Scotland. The street party on that day is, they say it's very famous. I would rather apply the descriptive infamous. And in Switzerland, there is the tradition of organizing the finals of Spengler Cup ice hockey tournament on New Year's Day. The eve of the day sees people reveling in music, enjoying liquor and food, and dancing till the wee hours of the morning. Radio shows and TV shows are organized specifically. I enjoyed my jest earlier. Okay, confirming that I can be heard. Gonna wait for a response. Let me take a swig here. We there, lad? Oh shit, can anybody hear me? Let's check. Alright. Let me ask him. In type. Let's see here. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? There you go. Says there's a problem with your speakers. Connect to another speaker. Update your audio drivers, audio and video settings. Shit. Okay, this I definitely need. Oh, you can hear me. Holy shit. Okay, good. All right. That's incredible. I'm getting this sign up on the display. It said, check your fucking speakers and shit. So I was getting really pissed off that I guess it finally adapted to recognizing this microphone. I got to get a new one. So people, I need money. Okay, I had some donations, but I need more. I mean, this shit costs $300 fucking bucks. This Yeti shit. Oh my god, it sucks. I'm needing money all the time these days. It's I'm just it's heartbreaking. So gifts in the new year. Consider it a late New Year's gift, and that will help immensely. Oh, Troubadour too says loud and clear. God bless you, Troubadour. I haven't seen you in forever. I recognize their little icon, their avatar. And thank you for showing up. Deeply appreciate it. Okay, let me take a look at, all right, let me approve notifications from my calendar here. Okay, so as I said, in Switzerland, they have that tradition of organizing the finals of Spengler Cup ice hockey tournament on New Year's Day. The eve of the day itself, as I said, you've got these people reveling in music and enjoying liquor and food and dancing till the wee hours, with the radio and TV shows organized specifically to remember the year gone by, so you can feel incredibly old and to beckon in the new year. Now, 2020 was so traumatic. Pausing for reflection could make coping with 2021 more difficult. Now, in terms of leadership strategy, you should not look back on 2020. This last year was a doozy of challenges, and 2021 honestly looks to hold more of the same. But while it's customary to look back at the end of each year and reflect on lessons learned, the danger of doing so with 2020 is that it was hyper-traumatic. And trauma raises emotions. And emotions, in turn, can trigger biases, as brought up by JMO. Biases, in turn, interfere with how we think, act, and lead. In particular, biases we inherit from our 2020 reflections can impair our judgment in navigating the challenges of 2021. And that might prevent us, in turn, from doing the pivoting, changing, managing, and innovating necessary for ourselves and whatever businesses we're involved in. Whether a company like my father-in-law, or a small business, or our personal careers, our professions, our lives to perform. For those reasons, it's wise to avoid focusing too much on what happened in 2020 and instead consider the present. Consider that the present can prepare us for 2021. Start off from where you're at now and leave it to me to reflect back on 2020 because I'm capable of handling that level of suffering. Thus, there be a score of reasons, scientific reasons, solid scientific reasons you should not look back on 2020 because you'll claim you anticipated all the crazy shit that went down. Hindsight bias, as represented by the twa-faced god Janus, is a tendency for us to look back and selectively rewrite the history of how we were thinking. It's literally an application of the statement, hindsight is 20/20. The danger is that our egos makest us self-flattering. We have a tendency to recall situations where we were always the hero. Worse yet, we makest excuses for ourselves, but not for others. And before you know it, we'll be convincing ourselves that we predicted COVID-19 and all its fallout. Well, I did, and that's on record. That's for me to brag about. I got the bragging rights. But then, that's what I'm here to do for you. In return, your job is to spread the word about me. There you go. And Jameson says he can affirm that. Bless you, my son. Now, if you're looking back, you'll selectively try to support that claim that you predicted COVID-19 and all its fallout with evidence from news stories that suggest such. And such thinking for the common man opens the doorway to our becoming closed-minded. A hallmark of closed-mindedness is our tendency to selectively support our viewpoints with data points, such as news stories, that agree with our depictions of what happens. And this tendency towards confirmation seems harmless, but it slowly draws us away from reality itself. But right now, however, is a critical time when we as leaders and professionals need to be sober. And by yourselves being leaders, you're leaders of the cause in terms of making myself known to the rest of the world. And if you take it upon yourself to do what I do, you'll be essentially trying to fulfill my role, which isn't going to help you, because you'll try to hold on to what was instead of moving forward to what might be. Again, reflection can be good when the experience was not so terribly traumatic. Hypertrauma leads to mental recoil, with a natural tendency for us all to yearn for a return to normalcy, known as status quo bias. This tendency leaves us defensive of what once was. Indeed, it's fine to respect the past and to hope for some semblance of its return, but our preoccupation with forcing that past to return can lead us to overvaluing it. It makes us hostages to it. As a result, we resist beneficial change. You'll judge everyone and everything bad as being responsible for your being where you are, but overlook blaming yourself. 2020 might have been fucking crazy, but it would be a mistake to take its effects on you personally. Looking back at the missteps of politicians, business leaders, and other officials, however, can lead you to blame your problems on your company's problems, or your company's problems on someone else's actions. That opens the doorway for a blinding effect known as bias blind spot. Under the bias blind spot, we think we see the flaws of others clearly, but really, our ability to see our own flaws becomes difficult. What's worse, the more we judge, the greater our blindness becometh. At some point, it becometh almost impossible for us to catch our own mistakes. You'll imagine that there are certain people, because of their ethnicity, gender, etc., who think in certain ways, support certain views, etc., making you avoid or even endear them. One thing 2020 brought was far more discussion of diversity and fairness, along with manipulation of these issues for electoral purposes. The latter was effective primarily because we all carry unconscious biases that lead us to assume one group or another benefits when we don't. Jameson was just recently confronting his own, openly and courageously, which we all should do. Now, we think they are, whoever they are, the others, whatever gender or ethnicity that happens to trigger us. We think they are behind what's happening, are responsible, or are at the least problematic and in the way. By similar token, if we ascribe positive views, we believe they are likely us, even if they aren't. Any such biases water down our attempts to correctly address these issues and, to say the least, muddles any leadership effort. You'll accept outlandish conspiracy theories, Contrary to popular belief, not all conspiracy theories are bad or even false. Sometimes there are actual villains. I've dealt with them all my life. However, when we accept our unconscious biases, that leads us to fall for another hang-up known as proportionality bias. We then start to believe every catastrophic thing must be the result of some dastardly plan by dark characters. And so we get sidetracked and misled by certain elements of, well, most certainly certain elements of 2020 make it crystal clear that not everything was a conspiracy. So much stupidity in public and private leadership was visible, it's hard to argue that it was all part of some master plan. It's simply too fucking idiotic. If things went well, you assume you or your company are invulnerable, resilient, or unstoppable because you weren't the worst affected. At the other end of the spectrum, a good 2020 might inspire you to become a bit too bold. Some people, companies, and professions were greatly impacted. Others were not. Unfortunately, through over-optimism, being unaffected often leads us to think we're not vulnerable. That can lead to carelessness. You'll attribute any good that happened to your own skill. Taken to the next level, over-optimism can lead to the intoxication of overconfidence. When striking leaders or alpha personality types, this can engender narcissism and all its associated negative connotations. We believest everything good related to our actions, whilst everything bad camest from someone else's. If the worst happened, you'll focus too much on avoiding a repeat of 2020's problems and failures. A bad experience can bias us towards too great a focus on avoiding a repeat instance. Fear rules us and giveth us an inability to look at the bigger picture. Myopia is its name. It's a bias where we waste time trying to address an unlikely set of factors that will ever repeat, such as the surprise spread of a deadly virus amidst an election year with contentious candidates amidst supermassive social upheaval. I mean, how often do you get all three of those together? You'll put all your resources into trying to bring your vulnerability to zero. And asked how much you'd pay to avoid a repeat of 2020's calamities, and most people would pay too much. Zero risk bias is a tendency for us to be willing to do or pay almost anything to avoid a risk, ignoring how that overpayment hurts us. A common version of this bias occurs in cybersecurity, when companies worry too much about a viral attack, but too little about remaining competitive. As a result of all this, you'll pivot completely away from whatever it was you were doing in 2020. One glaring cost from dedicating too many resources to managing a risk is our resistance to taking on new opportunities. Loss aversion makes us dig in and accept a situation that might actually be worse for us. Exempli gratiae, creating a digital platform for reaching companies might be a necessary pivot, but we might resist or abandon completely ways of dealing with customers face-to-face, missing an important segment of our market when things change in 2021, as we should all pray that they eventually do. In a related way, you'll accept every new innovation as positive and reject what worked in the past. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Turning the steering wheel so hard toward your pivot can lead to permanently thinking what's new is always better. This pro-innovation bias has you unfairly discounting your old approaches in favor of what promises to match the new normal. But it's hard to say what that new normal will turn out to be. You might go so far, there's no turning back. You'll exude dread emotions that ripple to others and break down your team. Negative thoughts and emotions are contagious. Never forget that. As a professional, they are especially dangerous because you must oftentimes lead or interact with others who rely upon your positive thoughts to take new risks or gain greater resilience. Unfortunately, the effect of dread is devastating. Studies of the dread effect show that negative feelings and sentiments can create a ripple effect in sentiment that is twice as powerful as positive emotions. And then you won't give yourself or your company, your business, your career any time to change. Changing and pivoting may have been necessary during 2020. It would be hard to imagine that they weren't. Surveys suggest it was necessary for nearly 80% of all companies, which means all their employees. Well, at 80% of the economy, that's just about fucking everybody who's still employed at all. And there's not many of that in that category. Nevertheless, change and adequate pivot often take time and lots of experimentation. Looking back and seeing what you think were unnecessary delays or missteps could stress you out. It could make you revise your estimates and overestimate your abilities. It leads you to give too little time for adequate change, whether in yourself or in your team. The root cause of this problem is known as the planning fallacy, which is a tendency for the vast majority of us to underestimate our completion times for almost anything. You might need to change strategy or tactics, but see 2020 as just a deviation from your plans. Status quo, loss aversion, and a host of other biases lead us to want to revert back to our original plans. Even when reality makes these plans impossible, we still want them to happen. Well, as a result, we downplay the very things that threw us off course. A major event, such as any one of the hypertraumas I could think of from 2020, is thought as little more than a deviation from what was planned rather than a complete paradigm shift. As a result, this planned continuity bias, or planned continuation bias, leaves us unwilling to abandon what needs to be abandoned, such as our previous strategies. When leading others, you'll refer to 2020. I mean, literally, just those four numbers. 2020. And incorrectly assume everyone is on the same page. What 2020 meant for you was so horrible for all of us that to everyone else it's going to mean something personally horrible that you can't begin to conceive or comprehend. Digging too deep into 2020 will make you feel like an expert in all that was tumultuous. Well, that might be true. That might even seem essential, especially when you're the leader of a larger organization. However, when the time comes for you to lead into 2021, you might assume those following you share the same understanding. The problem here is that almost all of us suffer from a curse of knowledge. We don't know what others don't know that we know, and that frustrates us. So in trying to be that know-it-all leader into the future, we leave everyone else behind, and, of course, they revolt. You'll lack sufficient empathy for others to lose, well, if you lack sufficient empathy for others, which you will, on the basis of all I've just articulated, if you're going down that path, then you'll lose your professional edge in whatever it is you're doing. A direct corollary to the curse of knowledge is lack of empathy. Your impatience kills your empathy. Yet empathy is essential for the postmodern leader since it underlies emotional intelligence. Just as we have an IQ or an intelligence quotient, we have an EQ or an emotional quotient. It's a vital soft skill. You, your staff, your customers, your family members, they've all been through a traumatic year. If anything is necessary, it's empathy towards how that has impacted others. The sheer uncertainty of what comes next may freeze you in your tracks. The more you look back into 2020, the more you'll realize that you had no way of knowing what was coming. The more you realize this, the more you'll feel vulnerable to the uncertainty of 2021. And as I've said, the events of the year, they're really not yet finished. So an evaluation might be premature. Nonetheless, the ambiguity effect is a mental hang-up wherein this feeling of extreme uncertainty paralyzes us. To some degree, the effect is like binge-watching horror movies, then trying to plan a camping trip in the woods. You'll resist changing how you do things to rely on familiar methods as an escape. I've already said that trauma makes us vulnerable to conservatism and to a bias towards the status quo. However, it also leads us to revert too much towards specific methods familiar to us, yet those methods, approaches, or techniques might not be suitable for the future. This effect is described by the law of the instrument, which dictates we try to use one solution for all problems. We have a hammer and go around looking for nails. The added problem here is that we oftentimes do this in a subconscious effort to bury our heads and avoid ugly realities of our own mistakes. Then you'll become afraid to take on new opportunities in 2021. Perhaps the most damning effect of looking back on 2020 is how it could impair us to take on and seize new opportunities. I mentioned before how this loss aversion can lead us to ignoring the possibilities before us. 2020 was one fucking rough year. But seeing its losses for what they were could, by this effect, make its 2021 a repeat performance. So, all of you out there, you're not Douglas Dietrich. Don't look back. I'm here to do that for you. I'll start doing that right now. Your job's to look forward and make certain people know about myself, the military historian who can look back and derive our future from doing so. Because paradoxically, it was a year that no one could have imagined and was a year that we'll never forget. This is a year we want to forget, but we will not forget. A year to forget that will not be forgotten. For better or worse, we'll never forget 2020. Indeed, this is the year, in one sense, we must not forget. The year 2020 has been an extremely sad one. We've never lived through a pandemic before. Once upon a time, there was no COVID-19. Then camest the last day of 2019. Schools shut down around, all across the country. Businesses stopped. Technology changed. Education systems changed. Is it any wonder pandemic is the word of 2020? The most looked up word in the dictionary online? It is the solitary issue that has framed our lives for most of this past year, changed the way we live, removed our complacency, and provided us with events that we will always remember and lessons we would be wise not to forget. Never before have we been faced with a virus that proved capable of spreading so far and so fast, killing well over 2 million and infecting nigh 100 million. We were in lockdown, kept apart, working and remaining at home and removed from those farther afield. But 2020 was also a year where our medical professionals, public services, our carers, and our nurses shone so brightly. We all stayed home. People returned to eating dinner together at home instead of out at restaurants. We started wearing masks. We learned to social distance. We pulled together to battle a novel coronavirus. The year 2020 really began in mid-March. Then the world changed forever. That is when the pandemic became a reality for many people. In fact, I will always remember the day, like 9/11, or the historic election of Barack Obama. If I were older, I would say the assassination of John F. Kennedy, but that would be my parents. In this case, it was Monday, March 16th. And the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region announced it was shutting down pretty much fucking everything. On May 25th, 2020, George Floyd was killed at the hands of Minneapolis police. The story was just beginning to make national news. The protests were just beginning to percolate. And then the world changed forever again. The country had problems: police brutality, racism, inequality. Even though I felt like we'd been through this conversation several times in my lifetime, more white people were finally beginning to understand. In a matter of weeks, long-held racist corporate brands tumbled. Companies everywhere pledged to change. Even Dan Snyder, owner of the Washington football team, relented 7 years after saying he would never change his team's name. But black businesses were still suffering, and suffering more than their white counterparts. Each decade bears its marker. The 1960s were still the 50s until the president was shot. The Beatles arrived, and the fighting in Vietnam began in earnest. The 70s were the 60s until the president resigned. Disco arrived, and the fighting in Vietnam concluded. The 80s started nearly on time with the former president, the former movie star president, taking office. The yuppies arrived and the hostages were free. The 90s were 12 years late as the sax-playing president strode in from Arkansas. The man I had been designated to assassinate. Seinfeld and Beverly Hills 90210, which I almost starred in. If only I'd been able to suck cock and take it up the ass and maintain an erection to penetrate the man who put me on the casting couch, but I just couldn't get it up, and that blew my chance to date the, Spelvin, what's her name? The rich Jewish girl, the daughter of the, Tori Spelvin, I think it was. Spelling, Christ. Well, lost my chance with her because I couldn't do it with a man. Well, Beverly Hills 90210 is where Billy Jeff Clinton, the man that they thought I was going to kill and take the fall for, so that Douglas Duane Dietrich would be up there with Lee Harvey Oswald and John Wilkes Booth and all the other three-name motherfuckers, saps and suckers. Beverly Hills 90210 was where Billy Jeff Clinton went to fuck that little upper middle class Jewish slut. What was her name? God, I can't even remember who he was having sex with. There were so many. But, yeah, we remember the young girl he was doing it with that got him into all that trouble. At any rate, that was in the very hotel that was the basis of the TV series that, of course, was the one I almost was brought in as the color code. The fucking, onstage Asian guy to participate in. Tori Spelling, that was it. I would have been with her. That's not the chick Clinton was fucking. He was beneath her pay grade. It was, who the hell was it? I can't even remember her name. Somebody out there help me. Let me take a look into the chat room here. I'm sure somebody remembers. Live stream. Still getting loud and clear here. It's just bugging me. Clinton had sex with Monica Lewinsky. That was it. How could I forget that? Monica Lewinsky. And they started their affair in Beverly Hills 90210 right after the series made it infamous. Well, Clinton and Seinfeld in 9210 all hit their stride in the 90s, 2 years after it came to pass as a decade, and we all recovered from the recession. All of this, of course, was the same decade, as I explained to Peter Moon, that I basically broke the back of the United States by turning over a lot of Roswell debris to the Japanese Empire. Then Y2K, the year itself, the great 2000, the aughts, the 2010s, being known as the decade of the teens, the zeros, 2000 through 2009, are known as the aughts. Y2K ushered in the aughts of the 2000s with the unfulfilled fear of global doom. But the definitive pain of that decade arrived on 9/11. September 11th, 2001, but a year into the third Christian millennium, the 21st century, and, well, the first year of the decade of the aughts, with a president standing on the rock pile in lower Manhattan, saying, "The people who did this are going to hear from all of us." The 2010s, the teens decade, likely started 2 years early, with the president thanking supporters in Chicago on his singular election night success. And the start of the 2020s comest with dead certainty. There will be no equivocation of when this decade begins. It is the year 2020. 2020 is the year we survived COVID-19. Most of us. Remembering the 2.13 million plus who have not. 2020 was especially deadly. COVID wasn't the only culprit. The year 2020 has been abnormal for mortalities. At least 356,000 more people in the United States have died than usual since the coronavirus pandemic took hold in the country in the spring, on the springtide. But not all of these deaths have been directly linked to COVID-19, and the addition of many others, which I will articulate, brings us to 400,000 dead, nigh 500,000. According to a New York Times analysis of estimates from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, more than a quarter, 25% of deaths above normal, have been from other causes, including diabetes, Alzheimer's disease, high blood pressure, and pneumonia. More than 3 million people died in 2020. Aside from the year of the so-called Spanish influenza, the great American Army and Navy flu, this was the deadliest year in American history. Preliminary United States death statistics prove over 3.1 million total deaths in 2020, at least 12% more deaths than in 2019, the year before. Now, while death certificates from the last 8 weeks of 2020 and more are still being processed, over 334,000 more people died as officially acknowledged in 2020 than in all of 2019, As I said, when the final death certificates are processed, it will be up to 400,000. Due to lag time in reporting, official data on 2020 deaths will likely not be released until late 2021, or rather, more realistically, early 2022. However, preliminary weekly data can provide estimates of how the pandemic affected deaths in these United States this last year. This last year, yesteryear, that just ended was the deadliest year in all American history, other than that year of the Great Influenza, which killed more people in a single year back then than people died of the Black Plague in 100 years in medieval Europe, which killed more people in a single year back then than AIDS killed in all its time, killing millions of people on the surface of this world. With deaths expected to top 3 million, as they already have, for the first time, due mainly to the coronavirus pandemic. Final mortality data for this year will not be available for many, many months, but preliminary numbers suggest that the United States has been on track to see more than 3.2 million deaths this last year, or at least 400,000 more than in 2019. United States deaths increase most years, so some annual rise in fatalities is expected. But the 2020 numbers amount to a jump of about 15% and will go higher once all of the deaths from yestermenses this last month are counted. That would mark the largest single-year percentage leap since 1918, when tens of thousands of U.S. soldiers died in World War I, and tens of millions of Americans died in the Great Influenza pandemic. Deaths, they rose 46% that year as acknowledged officially, compared with 1917, the year before. That deadliest year in all human history being the year before my father was born, the man who raised and guided me. COVID-19 has killed more than 318,000 Americans as officially acknowledged and counting. Before it came along, there was reason to be hopeful about U.S. death trends. The nation's overall mortality rate fell a bit in 2019 due to reductions in heart disease and cancer deaths, and life expectancy inched up by several weeks for the second straight year, according to death certificate data released by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. But life expectancy for 2020 could end up dropping by as much as 3 full years, as calculated by Robert Anderson of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC. That same U.S. CDC, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, counted 2,854,838 U.S. deaths as officially acknowledged yesteryear. Certainly going to be up to over 3 million by the time everything is processed and tabulated. That's nearly 16,000 more already, more than 2018. That's fairly good news. Deaths usually rise by about 20,000 to 50,000 each year. mainly due to the nation's aging and growing population. Indeed, the age-adjusted death rate dropped about 1% in 2019, and life expectancy rose by about 6 weeks to 78.8 years, as reported by the CDC, my primary source for these numbers. The American coronavirus pandemic, its epidemic really when you count within our borders, has been the big driver of deaths this year, both directly and indirectly. The virus was first identified in communist China the year before last, and the first American cases were reported but yesteryear. It has since become the leading cause of American death. Before both heart disease and cancer, COVID-19 is the #1 killer. The current exponential increase in coronavirus disease 2019, as categorized it as COVID-19, is reaching a calamitous scale in these United States, potentially overwhelming the healthcare system and causing substantial loss of life. The news media dutifully report each day's increase in new cases and deaths, but putting these numbers in perspective may be difficult. Adults over the age of 45 years were more likely to die from COVID-19 than car crashes, respiratory diseases, drug overdoses, and suicide. And those over 55 years of age, my age within a year, faced even higher rates of dying due to the coronavirus. The daily U.S. mortality rate for COVID-19 deaths is equivalent to the September 11th, 2001 terror attacks, which claimed 2,988 lives, equivalent to a September 11th, 2001 terror attack occurring every 1.5 days, or 15 Airbus 320 jetliners, 2 each carrying 150 passengers, crashing every single goddamn day. Every single fucking day. Perhaps more importantly, the numbers don't include the excess deaths uncounted for by the official death tallies. Reporting delays, miscodings, and deaths caused by disruptions created by the pandemic puts the actual numbers 20% higher than publicly reported ones. Disruptions mean secondary health effects, such as delayed surgeries, missed doctor appointments, the socioeconomic impact of isolation and job loss, and more that have led to higher death rates by causes other than COVID-19 in previous years. But some other types of deaths have also increased. A burst of pneumonia cases early this year may have been COVID-19 deaths that simply were not recognized as such early in the epidemic. But there also have been an unexpected number of deaths from certain types of heart and circulatory diseases, diabetes, and dementia. Many of those, too, may be related to COVID. The virus could have weakened patients already struggling with those conditions, or could have diminished the care they were getting. Early in the epidemic, some were optimistic that the car crash deaths would drop as people stopped commuting or driving to social events. Data on that is not yet in, but anecdotal reports suggest that there was no such decline at all. Suicide deaths dropped in 2019 compared with 2018, but early information suggests they have not continued to drop this year. Drug overdose deaths, meanwhile, got much worse. Before the coronavirus even arrived. The United States was in the midst of the deadliest drug overdose epidemic in American history. Data for all of 2020 is not yet available, but yesterday, last week, the CDC reported more than 81,000 drug overdose deaths in the 12 months ending in May, making it the highest number ever recorded in a single one-year period. Experts think the pandemic's disruption to in-person treatment and recovery services played a major factor. People are also more likely to be taking drugs alone without the benefit of a friend or family member who can call 911 or administer overdose reversing medication. But perhaps a bigger factor are the drugs themselves. COVID-19 caused supply problems for dealers, so they are increasingly mixing cheap and deadly fentanyl into heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine. All while America's other epidemic killed 41,000 people this year we know of so far. As the nation mourns the more than 300,000 people killed by COVID-19, Americans are also remembering the more than 41,000 people who were murdered in gun violence this last year. Many of the same Black and Latino neighborhoods in cities across the nation have been disproportionately affected by both epidemics at once. More than 41,500 people died by gun violence this year nationwide, which is a record, according to the independent data collection and research group, the Gun Violence Archive. That included more than 23,000 Americans who died by suicide. Annual firearm deaths have never exceeded 40,000 since at least 1981, according to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The agency has not yet reported numbers in 2019 or 2020, but provisional 2019 data suggests firearm deaths may have approached, but did not exceed 40,000. With regard to gun homicides specifically, the United States has historically reported a rate about 25 times higher than all other wealthy nations. Cities across our nation, including Milwaukee, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, and Columbus, Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, Greensboro, North Carolina, Kansas City, Missouri, Louisville, Kentucky, and Trenton, New Jersey, have already surpassed their all-time records for homicides this year. Well, this year yesteryear, 2020. Others, such as Philadelphia and Fort Worth, Texas, are seeing their highest numbers in decades. A rise in shootings accounts for the surge of, in many of the cities. Shootings are up 95% from the same time last year in New York, up 67% in Philadelphia, and up 34% in Atlanta, according to local police departments. In Chicago, where homicides are up 56%, shootings are also increased by 54%, resembling numbers not seen since 2016, when a crime wave was launched so that people would vote for a law and order president named Donald Trump. Nationwide, gun violence has particularly affected young people this year. and claimed the lives of infants, toddlers, children, and teens. Nearly 300 children ages 11 and younger were killed, and more than 660 were injured, according to the Gun Violence Archive. Among teens ages 12 through 17 years of age, more than 1,000 were killed, and nearly 3,000 were critically injured. By September, 2 children's hospitals in St. Louis had treated more young patients for gunshot wounds than any other year on record. In Memphis, where more than 300 people were killed, 27 of them were under the age of 18. In Chicago, at least 11 children 11 years of age or younger were fatally shot, and 49 of such were injured. That's according to the archive. Factors included surging gun sales, increasing tension between police departments and the communities they police, an extended summer violence spike, and the disruption of school, social services, and outreach and intervention programs, Everytown recently reported. Their report says, lack of access to income, suitable housing, and other critical life needs are key drivers of gun violence. And decades of policy decisions and underinvestment in Black and Latino communities have created areas of concerted disadvantage where public health crises, including both COVID and gun violence, thrive. If you or someone you know may be struggling with suicidal thoughts, the primary cause of death by firearm, you can call the U.S. National Suicide Prevention Hotline, or rather Lifeline, at 1-800-273-TALK. That's 1-800-273-8255. Anytime, day or night, or chat online. Once again, that's 1-800-273-8255. Crisis text line also provide us free 24/7 confidential support via text message to people in crises when they dial 741-741. 741-741. Peer support resources are listed at warmline.org. The Trevor Project offers a peer support network called Trevor Space for LGBTQ youth. And the Trans Lifeline is a peer support service run by trans people. Now, as a Department of Defense librarian, I can tell you this much. In 1972, there was a book that predicted pandemic. So I can expose to you a half 100-year-old book predicting the global catastrophe in 2020. According to a book written almost half 100 years ago, the end of the world was predicted to occur this year, last, 2020, following a global catastrophe brought on by unlimited economic growth by the global superpowers. The Limit to Growth was published in 1972, based on a computer simulation of exponential economic and population growth with a finite supply of resources, written by Donella Meadows. The study, which was undertaken by a team of 17 researchers, was commissioned by the Club of Rome and funded by Volkswagen Foundation. Following its publication, the book sold some 30 million copies worldwide, but it's particularly relevant today as 2020 was highlighted to be the downfall of Earth's civilization. Almost half 100 years after its publication, journalist Claire Bowes surname spelled Bowes, revisited the work during the BBC's Witness History podcast. In January, Ms. Bowes, a lady, explained how years of work went into the modeling, revealing thereby how the research also outlined how catastrophe could be avoided. So, to read us what she said as transcribed by my son, at length and verbatim, what she said was, in 1972, as the world began to wake up to environmental damage, a best-selling book called The Limits to Growth was published. The authors used modeling to try and predict the Earth's future. They were the first to coin the term sustainability and said without it, civilization would begin to decline by 2020. In the 60s, all over the Western world, economies were growing and people were shopping. Post-war consumer process was firmly established. Economic growth had helped improve life and, well, had helped improve health and life expectancy. By the second half of the 20th century, many diseases had been eradicated and working conditions were improving. In 1970, Professor Dennis Meadows was working at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and he was interested in data. He wasn't an economist or an environmentalist, but things changed when he and a team of researchers at MIT were asked to produce a sophisticated computer model that would predict the future. They tried to simulate interactions between population, industrialization, food production, and the Earth's resources. Their client was the Club of Rome. Members of the club were worried about the people losing out in the world to hunger, pollution, and industrialization, and the price was being paid for this growth. Dennis Meadows and his team from MIT spent 12 years feeding in data and exploring how our world, with limited resources like water, land, and fuel, could cope with unlimited economic growth. Professor Meadows and his team had come as to stark conclusion. The long-term future of humanity was at stake. The idea that the system had brought about post-war prosperity was also to be the cause of its ultimate downfall was new, shocking, and very hard to take. But the second option was called sustainable development, and it relied on all governments implementing policies to conserve resources and stabilize the population, but it would only work if they acted immediately. The research was published in a book called The Limits to Growth, which became a bestseller. It was written by Dennis's wife, Donella, and the eco-crisis got lots of media coverage. But now, decades on from that speech, Professor Meadows says we no longer have the safety net of sustainable development, yet he says it's not the Earth we need to worry about, but it's us. Now, Professor Meadows, who is now in his 70s, also made an appearance on same show, explaining why 2020 was chosen as the year of downfall. But there is still a lifeline to saving civilization itself. Himself concluding that, well, again, to quote his T at length and verbatim, it became as clear to us that the factors which were causing progress in the 1970s, which would lead to catastrophe in the early part of the next century, it became clear to us that the factors which were causing progress in the 70s would lead to catastrophe in the early part of the next century. In 1972, when I began going around and talking about the work we had done, I was extraordinarily naive. I more or less had the opinion that as soon as the studies could show the negative consequences of actions, those actions would be changed. The analysis we did gave two main scenarios. One is where we sustain the policies that were operating at that time and growth continues through to 2020, at which point you begin to see serious problems. I would say that sustainable development is now an obsolete concept. In 1970, it was like we were standing at the front of the roller coaster and asking ourselves, do we want to get on? But now, 50 years later, half a hundred years later, we're on it, and we're at the top of the first hill. So the options we had half a hundred years ago were much bigger than now. Now, what we can do is figure out how to hold on tight and survive the coming times. The earth always saves itself. What we need to be concerned about is civilization. It's definitely going to change. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, which is, of course, also the title of his yet-to-be-published book, entitled theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, you can also see his cinematic documentaries, or rather splice scenes therefrom, that are currently in production, all at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's spelled Tucson as in Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben to personally guide your tour. Telephone him privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Also, go us to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, where you can find out about landscaping for your front yard, backyard, your property, which you sit down staring at all day now that you're in isolate. And while you're quarantining, you can improve what you're looking at by calling in the Man of the Soil organization anywhere in Arizona, or indeed probably the Four Corners region of the southwestern United States, to provide you with a much better property to interact with throughout the pandemic. That's when you can witness the Man of the Soil bring the men in brown into town to give you the greatest show on dirt. You'll know you're at the right channel on YouTube when you check out Man of the Soil and find yourself staring at the young white blonde with the nice set of pins racked behind a green t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. Once you're there, you can regale yourself with footage of the Baron Ben Astenius himself in his one-piece protected by his flight suit from too much damage while he's sprint car racing across the AfroTurf. I'm sorry, that's AstroTurf. Which you can purchase from him to be laid out in your lawn, and he rolls his sprint car around it, pointing out to the fact that you never need to mow it or water it. It's just always there and evergreen for you. Of course, the old joke about AfroTurf was burying a bunch of black guys alive up to their chins, just awful racist crap, along with Turkey in the Straw, which I have to say is this hideously funny name that translates. Well, the first line, what was it? Nigger suck a watermelon or something? Or what? Oh, God, that was awful. You can hear that in the first part of today's transmission. Not this one, but the one preceding. Anyhow, in terms of the Baron Ben Astenius, you can thereafter check out the aerial drone footage of his men at work as they provide yourself with a great reason to stay at home and make your stay at home all the more enjoyable than it ever was before with all the work they do. And with that, I got some person by the name of Artemis or something of that nature, who's basically, I can't seem to access what they entered right now, but hopefully some other people enter some comments so that we can actually read what this person is saying. So everybody join us in the chat room if at all possible. Hopefully you're all doing well and not suffering from any headaches or the like as we progress through this long day. I'm at the point where I'm doing better now, pretty stable. Okay then. With that, I will try and return to Arc of Narrative. 2020 is the year the world as we know it began to end. This is what a collapsing civilization looks like. It's a matter of climate. Now, in addition to a pandemic, racial unrest, and political upheaval, environmental changes led to record-breaking natural disasters on both coasts in 2020. High temperatures, powerful winds, and low precipitation all helped to fuel explosive wildfires on my west coast this spring and summer, according to all official records. Between January and November, my golden state of California recorded 9,639 incidents that burned through more than 4.1 million acres, damaged over 10,000 structures, and killed at least 31 people, according to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, or CAL FIRE. One of the incidents, the August Complex Fire, was the largest wildfire in my state's history, burning over 1 million acres and forcing thousands to evacuate their homes due to smoke issues, according to CAL FIRE. While the firefighters battled the blazes on the West Coast, residents and first responders on the East Coast suffered week after week of dangerous coastal storms. There were a record number 30 named tropical storms during the 2020 hurricane season, according to the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. A dozen storms made landfall, 5 of which struck Louisiana. 6 of the storms were above Category 3, and 1 was a Cat 5, Category 5, according to NOAA's own records-keeping system. Hurricane Laura was one of the most destructive storms to strike our country. The Cat 4 storm, Category 4, hit the Gulf Coast states in late August with winds as high as 45 miles per hour and a 6-foot storm surge. Power was out for hundreds of thousands of households. Entire neighborhoods were flooded, and homes were completely destroyed. 39 people were killed by that single storm alone. As if right on cue, California began to burn all over again. Then Washington and Oregon did. It's not even wildfire season proper yet. And already the blazes are burning out of control. America's learning the hard way what a new and terrible kind of phenomenon the megafire is. Australia learned it last year and is going to relearn it again all too soon. How is a state, and disambiguation from a nation that covers an entire continent like Australia down under, how is a state nation like California supposed to survive that? How long is it until swaths of my golden California and Australia are simply unlivable? And when they are, what happens then? It was 121 degrees in Los Angeles over the weekend. How is a city supposed to exist that way? One answer, the dumb answer, is crank up the AC. But California's power grid is already struggling to cope. No power grid known to mankind is going to be able to let 10 million people exist in a state of perpetual air-conditioned bliss while temperatures go right on soaring past the point of all human habitability. And then there's the inconvenient question of how much carbon such power demands will require. Did you know, by the way, that atmospheric carbon has reached its highest point in human history? Last time carbon existed in the atmosphere in such amounts, sea levels were 50 to 100 feet higher than they are today. 50 to 100 fucking feet. Imagine civilization surviving that. Ours, at least, cannot. There goeth London, Manhattan, Florida and California, Spain and Louisiana. And did you notice that the last time carbon was this high, temperatures were as much as 5 degrees higher than they are now? 5 degrees doesn't sound like much, but it is absolutely catastrophic. At 5 degrees, all the following things begin to happen. The oceans acidify. Megastorms and megafires become as regular weather events. Ecosystems collapse. Topsoil turns to desert. Food chains implode. Mass extinction results. All that is summed up in just 1 week of 2020. That 1 week happened when we were but 9 months into a year that was the most ruinous in modern history. It was a year of natural calamity, human-made catastrophe, folly, stupidity, rage, and error. Have we learned anything yet? Are we walking apes even capable of learning at the level that's required of us now, at the existential level,
the level beyond our own little grasping selves. Let's continue our journey through 2020. The year just behind us. The week before California began to burn all over again, what was happening? America was plunging into an authoritarian nightmare. The president did everything over those last few weeks, from sending shock troops to beat and gas people in the streets, to having secret police disappear protesters, to proclaiming he wouldn't give up power peacefully, to openly building a political dynasty, sending his kids to hector the nation at his party's political conference. None of this, though, should have been any surprise. There were America's police, killing hated minorities on the streets over and over again in horrific ways. Caught on video. This one strangled. That one suffocated. This one shot in the back. The world was aghast. What had America become? The answer? America had been becoming a pre-authoritarian state for a decade or two, after making an abortive attempt at being a true democracy, which only lasted about 30 years. Before that, it was the world's largest apartheid state. Americans, though, didn't seem to care very much. Some of them did, that's true. Those hated minorities led marches desperately crying their lives mattered too through the streets. But by and large, the real American might have complained on Twitter, and that's about it. Certainly there was no mass movement to demand a president's resignation, like there was even in Belarus, White Russia, bordering Vladimir Putin's revanchist, revisionist, Red Empire. What happened to Americans? The answer was that they had become as uneducated people, traumatized people, and bitterly selfish people, all at once. No, hashtag not all Americans, but enough of them. Massive underinvestment in education, as well as its ideological capture by fanatics and extremists and ignoramuses, had left even the educated American a pale shadow of his Canadian or European counterparts. And as for Asians, fucking forget it. They were light years ahead of the rest of the world on a fucking different planet. A brutal economy of violence where everyone was forced to compete against everyone else for the basics. Money, food, healthcare, shelter had traumatized Americans into helplessness, despair, and suffocated rage. And a hyper-individualistic, consumerist society where the only point of life was to symbolically conquer and kill the next person by having more stuff and status than they, had left Americans viciously selfish, incapable of empathy, care, concern, of warmth. That had led to something even more frightening than authoritarianism. Mayhaps. A lethal pandemic had struck the world, and Americans had simply shrugged, while the death toll reached 200,000 and counting. What the fuck? But a nation turning authoritarian, led by an Amero-nihilist movement, wasn't going to have much regard for human life. And a nation that had turned as selfish was as traumatized as Americans had and were. It wasn't going to be able to cooperate to stop something like a pandemic. So Americans just began to die by the hundreds, and then the thousands, which is where America is today, and will be for the foreseeable future. Americans don't care much about this either, and still don't. They rankle at losing their freedom, And those that don't are too busy trying to eke out a living to have much room or energy left for caring about anything else. All that's just the last few months of 2020. And I've only focused on one country. I could have spracketh about Britain pursuing the folly of Brexit, breaking international law to do it, the way that Europe simply left desperate refugees to drown in the high seas, violating every form of decency and law, the way that parts of Asia flooded, and a wary world barely noticed. There be a theme here. The first 9 months of 2020 are a warning that our civilization was even then beginning to collapse. They were but portraiture of the future. They are history laughing at our paralysis. And they are time smiling at our vanity. The theme of the last decade of human history has been very simple. Whatever your worst fears were, they weren't nearly bad enough. Americans didn't expect hundreds of thousands of dead, while Amero-nihilism swept their country, the ideology of nullity, entropy and the anti-gods. They didn't even expect not to care. They imagined they'd nobly rise up against such things, like the video game Homefront, in which the North Koreans conquered North America. And here they be now trapped, like so many before them, in cowardice, exhaustion, bewilderment, and despair. America teaches us the lesson of the last decade of human history in no uncertain terms. Do not let it grow too late to fix things. It may, unfortunately, be too late to fix America now. Sure, maybe Biden will get something together. And maybe Trump will lose his court battles. And maybe the military will even march him out of America, exiled into Russia, using the Alaska Highway to send him out the way of Siberia. That would all be a very good thing, but it's not nearly enough. Americans will never, at least not for the foreseeable future, have any of the following things: working health care, retirement, pensions, decent jobs, stable incomes, security, mobility. All those things are now a memory. That's not my opinion, by the way. It's primarily a statistical reality now, and secondarily, a certainty tomorrow, because nobody has a plan to provide us Americans such things. Bernie Sanders and Liz Warren did, of course, but that much is history never writ. So American living standards will continue to fall. But that does not mean the future is more of a slow slide into dystopia. It is a very fast one. Imagine what happens as temperatures rise, but there is no plan in America to replace its aging power grids. What happens? Nobody much invests in education to prevent tomorrow's Amero-nihilisms. What happens as sea levels rise and maybe, just maybe, Manhattan and Miami can build barriers, but poorer states cannot? What will happen in America is very simple. 1, huge waves of migration will ensue. 2, economic depressions will unfold as cities, towns, and regions become completely unlivable. 3. Further waves of Amero-nihilist authoritarianism will unfold, even worse than this time. 4. Social bonds will continue to break down, leaving Americans even more incapable of responding. That is but a tiny portrait of humanity's future, too. The theme of American collapse is, fix things before it's too late. But that is the time we are living in now as a world as well. We have maybe a decade or so. As observers like Desiree Drezenar has writ, to prepare ourselves for the most calamitous time in all human history that ever was, period. It is going to make the last 2 world wars look tame in comparison. I call it the long catastrophe. And it should be eminently clear to any thinking person by now that it consists of climate change, mass extinction, ecological collapse, growing global inequality, and the nihilisms, authoritarianisms, and the economic depressions and societal collapses all those will yield. Dost ye thinkest Americans have a bad case of nihilism now, because Central Americans began fleeing to America, since America itself destroyed their countries, because many of them want it to be socialist? Wait until huge parts of Central America become as unlivable, not for political reasons, but for climatic ones. There won't be thousands of refugees then, there will be millions. How do you think Americas, already traumatized, are going to respond then? They are going to go right back to their nihilist leanings and put someone even more dangerous than Donald Trump in office. Bang! It's too late for America. Its future is writ in blood and stone on the wall for all to read. America is not going to survive a century of upheaval to human existence. If anything, America shows us the one failed road. How not to exist on this planet as sane, healthy, kind, or gentle human beings. The future is coexistence. Because coexistence is all we have left. And it is what we don't know how to do. Americans don't know how to coexist with any fucking buddy. Not even each other. There be the lesson there. Not all of us are as terrible as fucking filthy Americans. Makes me sick to spit their name. But we walking apes are terrible at coexistence. We don't even know how to share this planet with the animals, with the forests, the oceans, the rivers, the reefs, not even with each other. With our kids and grandkids, we walking apes don't yet have the values and mindsets of coexistence. That is why we be failing to build the systems of institutions. Millennia of being the most violent and hateful species on this planet. Dost you see lions trying to stockpile billions? Have left us the most ignorant beings of them all. But that time is now at bitter end. Either we walking apes take us the next step in the journey towards a higher consciousness, towards a truer and nobler way of life, towards the good, or else we fall. Our civilization crumbles. All that's left is America. We lash out at each other in rage, pain, hatred, and stupidity. We don't know anything else! What chances there be to change it all, we squander, glued to our infotainment, saving up desperately for that boob job or plastic smile. America is the way everything falls apart. my true homeland and heartland of Asia, knowest? They know it to be so. That is why Communist China laughs at any suggestion now that it should somehow westernize. It's building its own vision of the future, a kind of dystopian techno-communism. It's not great, but by and large it's working out much better than American apathy, hatred, and stupidity. Black Africa, too, knows it well. That's why even impoverished, brutalized Africa has done better at beating Corona than America. It relied on communities and networks the white trash can't conceive. Those ways, too, give us an inkling of a very different future. Is the future Black African communalism? Is it red Chinese techno-social utilitarianism? Is it, as many of us have so long thought, European social democracy? The answer is that the future is probably none of those. The future, if there be one, is, again, best understood through the failure of America. Why can't Americans imagine? What is it that maketh them so hateful and so foolish in the eyes of all the world? Americans can't imagine the world itself. That is to say, Americans can't imagine a world where, say, every human child has health care, an education, a nest egg. Every human life has dignity, justice, meaning in concrete terms, meaning and income, savings, housing, sanitation, food and water. Every life of any kind, from oceans to rivers to forests, has inherent worth, isn't able to be abused, cut down, exploited. Americans can't imagine all that for themselves. That is why the world laughs at them bitterly. All that money earned through all that violence. And what did it get them? Nothing. They simply threw it all away. But we are all Americans in that regard now. We're throwing our civilization away. Maybe it deserves to be junked. That much, be fair to say. It was built on slavery, hatred, greed. Maybe we just need to start all over. That's fair if you ask myself. Either way, reform or revolution, starting over or saving our civilization, we have to begin now. We have to imagine what Americans have not yet. A world like the one aforecited, afore described, where every single life of any kind, from a brown person in some destroyed nation to a tiny school of fish, has inalienable dignity, inherent worth, self-direction, meaning, and a voice in democracy. There's my golden California, burning. There are the Amero-nihilists plotting their coup in Washington, D.C. There are the billionaires in Manhattan planning to flee to Mars or New Zealand. There's the average American in some little town, trudging at mass death. There's a whole world out there laughing at the painful, idiotic stupidity of all that. But nobody much is learning the lesson. 2020 will be remembered as the beginning of the great dying. If you were Mother Nature, wouldn't you want to kill us all off too? 2020. This last terrible, god-awful, no-good year has drawn to its close at long last. So how will it be remembered? If someone, a young boy or girl or gender neutral or transsexual 20 years from now were to approach you, never having experienced this year, asked you to describe it, what could you say? Though it now already feels like a lifetime agone, yesteryear began in a grim and eerie way, one that was to foreshadow tragedy to come. I woke up one day, as you did, to news of mega fires in Australia. Hundreds of millions of animals had perished in the most horrific ways. I looked at pictures of singed and traumatized koalas and kangaroos, their skin burned black down to the bone. And a kind of terrible grief suddenly flooded through me. I wondered, how do you grieve for 1 billion lost lives? For 1 billion animals burned down under? I wondered, too, if anyone really understood why I even asked the question. It was because we stood on the precipice of a long, dark, bottomless abyss, a chasm opening so suddenly up between us and the future. The age of annihilation had begun. The great dying was now upon us. I don't mean that in the way you think I do. So let me continue telling you the story of my year. As I was having these grand philosophical thoughts, something much closer to bitter reality hit. COVID. And soon enough, the world was plunged into chaos and catastrophe. Hospitals overflowed. Borders were closed. Intensive care units filled up with the ill, and all societies ground to a halt. The year began with 1 billion lives lost in Australia, and it ended with over 2 million lives lost to a pandemic across the globe. The majority of those coming, strangely, stupidly, from rich countries. But I'll return to that. Dost ye see the theme here yet? One theme of this yesteryear be that a pandemic has revealed that the ocean of human stupidity and malice be bottomless, but another, perhaps a greater one, is death itself. This yesteryear was a year of death on an unimaginable, horrific, nightmarish scale, but it won't be the last. We now face 3 decades of earth-shaking catastrophe. The 2030s will be the decade of climate change. The 2040s, the decade of annihilation. And the 2050s, the age of the long goodbye, when all our civilizations' basic systems, from food to water to air and medicine, finally fail for good. That is, of course, if we don't change our current trajectory. And there are no signs, really, whatsoever, that we even be interested as a species, as a civilization, in doing that, at least on the scale and scope of radical transformation required. These 3 eras aren't so much phases, though. They run concurrently. The age of climate change has already begun, of course, and so, crucially, has the age of annihilation. What do I mean by the age of annihilation, you might ask? The great dying. Am I just trying to be hyperbolic and scare you? Are you fucking kidding me? Like I've already said, 1 billion animals perished in Australia's megafires alone, and millions of human beings are dead of a pandemic in 9 months. The Great Dying is not some figment of my imagination. It is all too very real, and it is right before your eyes. The only question is whether you can look it in the eye or not. 2020 will be remembered as the year the Great Dying began. That's what you'll tell that person from 20 years and on. What I mean by that strange, striking descriptive is this. Death on a horrendous, horrific scale is about to become part of our lives in a way that it hasn't been, at least in the rich world, probably since medieval times, and in ways that exceed medieval times as well. 2020 isn't the objective beginning of the Great Dying. In fact, it began some years ago. We are in the midst of what scientists call an era of mass extinction. There have been 5 so far, and we be in the 6th. But what makes the 6th so different is that it is anthropocentric, human-made. And that brings us to myself back to the question of idiocy. Dost you see how we're surrounded by absolute, utter idiots these days? We call them COVIDiots sometimes. People who refuse to wear masks, who happily congregate in bars, who press politicians for an end to any kind of rules governing behavior in pandemic. These idiots are remorseless about the consequences of their actions. They are killing people on a scale greater than a world war. They don't care about human life in any way whatsoever. So when I tell them, we're in the middle of an age of human-made mass extinction, they don't care about that either. Why would they care about animal life when they don't care about human life, you might ask yourself, and you'd be right. They be remorseless fools. Violence embodied in human form. Suicide bombs by any other name. But in a way you might not yet still recognize. The fatal folly of now, of us, of our civilization, is that mass extinction includes us. It's not just as if the animals and the ecosystems are beginning to die off. We are too, because we be part of them. Mass extinction might be human-made, but that doesn't somehow, as many people seem to imagine it does, exempt us from falling prey to it as well. It just means that as a species, we are still unevolved, suicidal, hateful, stupid, and hyper-violent. Even Daniel Arola's Schnauzer puppies don't wish mass death on a world, as the idiots in our societies happily do, beginning with the rest of us, right down to the little animals. If you doubt myself, or if you don't understand the facts behind the phrase, mass extinction includes us, just think COVID. How did it happen? Well, first of all, it's not an it. It's a trend, not an anomaly. There have been 3 respiratory pandemics so far this decade, each worse than the last. SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome. MERS, Middle East respiratory syndrome. COVID. Virologists have been warning that one was going to go global. Now that doesn't comport with the understanding many of us have of the world, especially people like white liberals who imagine themselves to be educated. Pandemics are supposed to be things of the past. Hey, we have working theories of disease and illness. We have biomedical research and technology. So why are pandemics accelerating? Pandemics are becoming a new trend because of what biologists call zoonotic flow is accelerating. the flow of biomatter between people and the wild in particular. So viruses mutate and jump species. And zoonotic flow is increasing because human beings are encroaching on the planet's last wild spaces. Poor human beings. Searching for the basics of their lives, like food and water and shelter. That is how COVID happened. Some poor dude in Wuhan ate a pangolin that had been shit on by a bat in a cage above it. No, it wasn't some dumb kind of conspiracy theory. It was just basic political economy. When the Russians launch a biological war to deprive their enemies of a food source, as they did against the Ukraine using weaponized African swine fever, and it spread throughout the fringes of Eurasia into China and destroyed the basics of their source of protein, the largest population of pigs in all the world. They had to eat whatever was left they could find, from rats to deer to even panda, the nation's animal, which led to executions. When people are so poor they can't eat safe food, drink clean water, and have decent health care, then all of us are at greater risk of pandemics too, because their poor hygiene and health results in greater levels of illness, and often worse ones too. COVID was a product of a failed global economy at war, not nature. If the globe's poor had health care, clean water, safe food, then COVID would never have come to be. But we don't live in that world, and so it did. Breathing now to recover myself as much as I can. Trying to recover some sense of balance. All that I've said so far is what I mean by the Great Dying. We have overconsumed massively as a species. And the results of our overconsumption are now coming back to haunt us. We cannot shake the habit of overconsumption either. We cannot learn to live within our means. All that is economic jargon for a very, very simple and frightening truth. We are killing more than we are allowing to live. We are destroying more than we are creating, especially in terms of life itself. Species, biomatter, ecologies. As we do, nature reacts with a kind of desperate fury. Like anything being attacked and killed, it fights back. That is what COVID is, in the final analysis. Nature fighting back against a species of violent, stupid, insatiable predators who be remorseless about destroying her. So who is the moral one and who is the amoral one? Our societies have been overrun by idiots. The idiots now control everything in America, Britain, parts of Europe, South America, Africa, India, and beyond. People who don't care about life and death in the terms I have discussed to this point. Existential ones, which becomest political economic ones, which in turn, which turn into threats to the predator as nature fights back, as the rest of existence fights for existence against us. Those few of us who are still sane and thoughtful and decent people, therefore, have a fundamental task and responsibility in this century. Beginning now, we must fight for life itself against death. I mean that in a very, very direct and simple way. We must try to save as much of life as we can from the great dying. Except, perhaps, the idiots, who be the ones responsible for the tidal wave of mass death now engulfing the globe. But that is a trickier question. Who should live in a just world? The COVIDiot or the innocent family of koalas? That calculus is what the 21st century will be about. We just don't really know it yet. Our responsibility is now to save as much life as we can from the great dying. That includes all of life. The animals, the insects, the trees, all biotic matter, because we depend on them. Without them, we perish. They supply our basics: food, water, air, medicine. And when they be threatened, when we overreach our boundaries and annihilate them, the consequences for us are disease and plague. But also something more than that. When we normalize annihilation of any being, what happens to us? We harden. We shrink. We grow blind. The idiots win, because we have lost our moral, social, and intellectual bearings. Let me ask you again, who is worth more to the future, a COVIDiot or a koala? It's a cruel and strange and terrible and distasteful question to ask. But we have to ask it right now, because the koalas are not killing the rest of the planet. But the COVIDiots, who are also undeniably the climate change deniers, the ones who don't care about anything but their own self-gratification, having a larf, getting some dumb mass-made status trophy they can show off on Instagram, are killing everything and everyone else right about now, and by God, they need to die. The next few decades will be a series of battles then on an epic scale. Let me outline 3 that will shape the future of our lives and the destiny of our societies. Much of humanity does not appear to care about life and death in the hardest terms. We have revealed ourselves to be nations of idiots, especially rich nations, in which mass death does not matter whatsoever. So the first battle will be between idiots and the sane, between people who are empathic and thoughtful and decent and still civilized enough to not want to live in societies that have become gigantic morgues, caskets of mass death. Mass death as more pandemics hit, as climate change intensifies, as systems from air to food to water to medicine begin to fail, and those who could care less. Think of this as a battle between the sane and the kind of person who thinks wearing a mask is tyranny, that COVID is a hoax, that climate change doesn't exist, that animals are there to be killed with guns, and the only right a human being really needs is the one to carry said gun to Starbucks. This epic battle is going to shape societies that are at the top of the idiocy scale, like America and Britain, where idiots now rule everything. The sane, at least in these societies, are likely to lose, unless you follow me, the son of Adolf Hitler who can teach you how to kill. Death will otherwise win here, probably on a terrible scale, whether from natural disaster, pandemic, calamity, or the catastrophe added to it by idiocy, paralysis, carelessness, and degeneracy. The second battle will be between the sane and the idiots at a global level. We need to make genuinely radical reforms now, like giving animals a seat at the table in our democracies. Every parliament should have a speaker for the animals, beginning with the United Nations General Assembly. I know it sounds like science fiction, at least to dead-eyed Americans. We are far, far away from goals that big and meaningful and daring and beautiful because the idiots have taken over. So the sane have begun to fight back on a truly transformational level, or we must begin to do so, radically reshaping institutions, systems, norms, values to create life, beauty, truth, goodness, decency, all the things that make a civilization instead of death, misery, chaos, stupidity, violence, greed, despair, the barbarity of the new dark age that we are now plunging into. We have barely begun this battle yet, but it will define the next few decades. The idiots of the world, like Americans, who block any action on climate change against the sane and thoughtful peoples. The third battle will be the biggest of them all. It is between nature and the human race. Nature is beginning to fight for her life. That is what COVID and mega fires and mega floods and the new nightmarish normal of the 2020s all are. Am I anthropomorphizing, as a Western educated person a white liberal would accuse me of? I think I am employing an older and truer way to think, in which nature is given agency, respect, and dignity by the indigenous and aboriginal caretakers of our planet. From nature's point of view, of which they be a part, we be the pestilence. We have hurt nature more than COVID has by unimaginable amounts. Nature has begun fighting for her existence, and the results are already terrible to try and see. The Western way to think about it is to say something like, we are the force throwing nature out of equilibrium and balance, and so now it is trying to get rid of us in order to restore equilibrium and balance. Whether that is thermal or geological or biological or hydrological balance, we are the force responsible for disturbing the balance, and nature, homeostatic, seeks balance by trying to eliminate the disequilibrating force, which unfortunately is us. Nature is throwing pandemics and megafloods and megafires at our way because she is now trying to get rid of us. Nature is a savage mistress too, and the poor animals who are just what Americans call disgustingly collateral damage. But nature, she knows. I can say she. Is that the right gender pronoun, wokers? Guess what? I don't fucking care. That she's better to have a planet in balance than a species as predatory and violent and stupid and brutal as us upon her. No other species come as close to us in those respects. The animals, even the predators, eat only what they need. The viruses, even the deadliest ones among them, don't cause mass extinctions like we have. We be the most dangerous force planet Earth has ever given birth to, and so now, in a terrible Oedipal twist, our creatoress is trying to kill us. Do we deserve it? Shall we accept our sentence? Or rebel even now and say we be capable of being better, things which deserve us to live because we are only mere givers of death? All those are the tricky, strange, new, and desperate questions before us. Nature is now going to try to kill us. That is what the age of the great dying is. It isn't about us killing off the animals, really, or only in a small way. It is about us having triggered the mechanisms of our own ruination, our own extinction. By having consumed too much, dealt too much death, and now nature, like a wronged lover, is coming for us. And death gleams brilliantly in her eyes. We are going to have to redeem the human race in the eyes of nature, history, futurity, and itself. That is how great our challenge is before us. Because if we don't even try to take it on, the truth is that in but a few decades from now, we are going to be a smoking, diseased, tattered wreck of a civilization. And nature is going to win either way. Either she is going to finish the job of breaking us enough that we are just a minor irritant to her again, and that means the end of life as we know it, everything, period. Or we learn to live with her, for her, in her, grant her dignity and peace and respect. That is what the great dying is all about. It is about whether we understand we are now beginning to fight battles so grave that if the idiots among us win, all will surely be lost. This is the age of nature's revenge. When nature turns her fury to us, the most destructive and greedy force upon this planet, and as powerful as we imagine we be no match for nature. A tiny virus has brought us to our knees. And COVID isn't even the big one. So imagine what climate change, ecological collapse, our systems failing, great webs of life tearing themselves apart will do. The 2 million plus dead of COVID are sadly just a small beginning. Nature is coming for us, and she is even more remorseless than the idiots who don't wear masks. She does not think we be special or significant or blessed or holy, and she would much rather an entire planet thrives in peace and harmony than just us, the relentless force of death and violence we human beings have become us. That leaves us with but two choices: die or change. 2020 is the year everything changed. I know as many of us be ready to turn the page on 2020. But we must never forget the trauma and pain suffered by so many this year. Will it be better in 2021? It seems like it must be better, right? But that's not always the way decades work, is it? Let's move on from 2020, but let's never forget. Indeed, you may want to forget, but you will not. The world changed, and we have to change with it. And then on the 6th day of January, an epiphany to lament after a hard year. There was insurrection. Epiphany, the church's feast marking Jesus' manifestation to the Gentiles and the culmination of the 12 days of Christmas. Epiphany, a sudden insight or realization oftentimes brought on by an experience of the ordinary or commonplace. Epiphanies in the plurality, a weekly column perhaps by an editor for scholars in academia, until their death from brain cancer. For Roman Catholics, Epiphany is a solemnity, a liturgical celebration of the highest rank, though not a holy day of obligation, whilst the Orthodox commemorate Jesus' baptism on Epiphany, also known in my Eastern churches as Theophany. Catholics and many Protestants center the celebration on the Magi, who brought gifts to the infant Jesus. Legends about these figures are beloved in Europe, where they have names like Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar. Toddlers with tinfoil crowns are their popular avatars in American Christmas pageants. As with the whole of the Nativity story, it is difficult to retrieve the political dimensions of the single brief allusion to wise men from the East, found only in Matthew's Gospel, and their revelation, which should have been part of our Bible. But now, be but apocrypha. We be aware that they double-crossed Herod. We know of the slaughter of innocents that resulted from that despot's rage and paranoia. But we oftentimes miss their role in what biblical scholar Richard Horsley described as Herod's reign of tyranny and exploitation. In his own words, what today would be called a police state, complete with loyalty oaths, surveillance, informers, secret police, imprisonment, torture, and brutal retaliation against any serious dissenter. Now that's an epiphany. Contrary to the popular Christmas carol, these men were not simply kings. The Magi were sages who served as political advisors and officers in the high court of the Chinese Empire. Their resistance to Roman imperial power would have been a requirement for the job. Matthew's telling of their tactical undercutting of Herod's violent insecurities makes their story immediate and illuminating if we be paying attention. In our own time, almost a year into a global pandemic, we have seen the powerful play politics with the lives of the vulnerable. There have been sages among us who have tried to thwart machinations born of ego and denial. Hundreds of thousands have died anyway. As we have all lived the fury and exhaustion of these days, unsettling epiphanies have now become as settled truths. Divisive politics and inept leadership really can kill us. Hostility to medical science is not abstract. To be in this world is to have precious little control over our lives. There have also been welcome realizations, perhaps not true epiphanies, but rediscovered wisdom nonetheless. Working from home will consume our lives if we let it. Loneliness is a significant risk factor for poor health and premature death. We be embodied creatures who need regular, meaningful connection with other creatures and with all of creation. That first Wednesday of this month, the world watched as our nation's capital became the backdrop of a scene of insurrection, anarchy, and violence. As Trump cultists bent on disrupting the democratic process that would validate Joseph Biden's presidential victory stormed the American Capitol building, many of us found ourselves shocked, angry, and aggrieved. Even worse, the presence of Christian crosses and signs stating Jesus saves and Proud American Christian, which exposed the complicity of the church in the foundations of white nationalism in stark and undeniable ways. Shaking and trembling from watching the violence unfold at our capital, all of us, all BIPOC, B-I-P-O-C, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, have been holding our breath since Election Day and beyond. We knew the backlash of white supremacy would come. But it's another level to watch the place of our highest democratic ideals be torn down and threatened by domestic terrorists. We need to be really clear with our language right now. These are terrorists. They are not protesters. This was not a protest. This was an attempted coup d'etat. This was not simply white privilege. This was an elaborate, exuberant, glorified display of white power incited by a sitting president unwilling to let go of his power. An Herodian in the flesh. Be you reading the signs? The literal signs of the times that say, Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president. This is Christian nationalism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism anchored in the foundations of our nation that have been reignited, sown, planted, cultivated into the moment unraveling before us. The Christian calendar reminded us that Wednesday, several weeks agone, was the beginning of Epiphany. In different parts of the world, we celebrated the Feast of the Three Kings, that were really 12, out of China, and or Jesus' baptism. It was a time to remember, believe, and celebrate the revelation of God incarnate in Jesus Christ, a brown Palestinian teacher who foremost chose to be with those on the margins, and he himself live on the margins. When will the American church have our epiphany, or they who be part of this Protestant cult of North America? Will they wake up to the idolatry of control and power ever? When will they have the courage to untether ourselves from toxic, exclusionary, violent theology and ideology that glorifies those in power and dehumanizes, silences, erases those without? Now is the time to wake up. I have no black blood within myself, so I call on my Asian and white siblings. Wake up! Stop sleeping, stop hiding, stop dismissing, stop explaining away. We can no longer wait on your silence. White supremacy and evangelical Christian nationalism must be condemned in all its forms. Our very democracy and humanity hinges on our collective momentum to rise up and meet this moment. Storming the U.S. Capitol was about maintaining white power in America. On the first Wednesday of this month, after weeks of refusing to accept the outcome of election, President Trump's cultists stormed the Capitol of these United States as members of Congress were meeting to carry out their duties to certify the electoral results and confirm Joe Biden's victory. Much will be said about the fact that those actions threaten the core of our democracy and undermine the rule of law. Commentators and political observers will rightly note that those actions were the result of disinformation and heightened political polarization in these United States. And there will be no shortage of debate and discussion about the role Trump played in giving rise to this kind of extreme behavior. As we have those discussions, however, we must take as care to appreciate that this was not just about folks being angry about the outcome of one election. Nor should we believe us for a second that this was a simple manifestation of the president's lies about the integrity of his defeat. This was, like so much of American politics, about race, racism, and white Americans' stubborn commitment to white dominance, no matter the cost or the consequence. It was not by chance that most of the individuals who descended on the nation's capital were white, nor was it any accident that they aligned with the Republican Party and this president of the past. Moreover, it was not a coincidence that symbols of white racism, including the Confederate States flag, were present and prominently displayed. Rather, years of research make us clear that what we witnessed in Washington, D.C. was the violent outgrowth of a belief system that argues that white Americans and leaders who assuage whiteness should have an unlimited hold on the levers of all power in this country. And this, unfortunately, is what we should expect from those whose white identity is threatened by an increasingly diverse citizenry. Let's start here. Scholars interested in the sociological underpinnings of white racism often call our attention to concerns about group status as starting places for understanding white Americans' attitudes towards members of other social groups. In a famous essay on 1958, writ that year, on the topic entitled race prejudice as a sense of group position. Hubert Blumer, a noted sociologist, wrote the following: "There are 4 basic types of feeling that seem to be always present in race prejudice in the dominant group. They are 1. A feeling of superiority; 2. A feeling that the subordinate race is intrinsically different and alien; 3. A feeling of proprietary claim to certain privileges, certain areas of privilege and advantage; and 4. A fear and suspicion that the subordinate race harbors designs on the prerogatives of the dominant race." Building on Blumer's early work, other scholars have highlighted the consequences that result when white Americans perceive threats to their dominant position in the social hierarchy. Some research by social psychologists Maureen Craig and Jennifer Richardson, for example, finds that reminding white Americans of changing racial demographics causes them to adopt more negative racial attitudes toward minority groups. These same researchers also find that these reminders lead politically unaffiliated white Americans to report a stronger attachment to the Republican Party and to express greater political conservatism. These findings make sense, as the Republican cult is widely perceived to be a party that caters to white interests, a perception that predates the election of Trump, but that has undoubtedly been strengthened by his ascendance to power in the party. In her award-winning book entitled White Identity Politics, Ashley Jardina goes further than any scholar to date in documenting the causes and consequences of white identity, arguing that the increased salience of whiteness as a social category corresponds largely with how demographics have changed in this country. Jardina finds in her research that this, in turn, has created a fear among some white Americans that their hold on power has become increasingly precarious, highlighted most sharply by the ascendance of Barack Obama, a black man, to the White House. And, most recently, Larry Bartels, a renowned scholar of American politics at Vanderbilt University, wrote the following in his research focused on the erosion of Republicans' commitment to democracy. I read, "The support expressed by many Republicans for violations of a variety of crucial democratic norms is primarily attributable not to partisan effect, enthusiasm for President Trump, political cynicism, economic conservatism, or general cultural conservatism, but what I have termed ethnic antagonism. The single survey item with the highest average correlation with anti-democratic sentiments is not a measure of attitudes towards Trump, but an item inviting respondents to agree that discrimination against whites is as big a problem today as discrimination against blacks and other minorities." Not far behind are items positing that things have changed so much that I often feel like a stranger in my own country, that immigrants get more than their fair share of government resources, that people on welfare often have it better than those who work for a living, that speaking English is essential for being a true American, and that African Americans need to stop using racism as an excuse. To summarize Bartels' claims, white Republicans who have come to oppose democracy do so in part because they don't like those whom they believe democracy serves. And, more than that, they believe that the interests of non-white Americans have been given priority over the interests of their racial group. Many white Americans seem to be asking themselves, why act in defense of a democracy that benefits those people? So let's return to the images of the first Wednesday of this month, when a crowd of white people gathered at the Capitol with American flags and Trump flags and symbols of the Confederacy. For these white Americans, the notion of America itself is likely one that be white, making the American flag they so proudly weld as a symbol also one of white supremacy and white racial domination. Of course, the iconography of the failed Confederacy, alongside other reminders of white racial violence, including the placing of a noose around a tree near the Capitol, are intentional too. For those who broke glass in windows of the Capitol, who marched in opposition to American democracy, who held up as a model the seditious behaviors of slaveholding states, who threatened the lives of legally elected officials and caused chaos that lays bare the dangerous situation we are in as a country. These are not political protesters asking their government for a redress of grievances, nor be they patriots whose actions should be countenanced in a society governed by the rule of law. Instead, we must characterize them as they are. They are a dangerous mob of grievous white supremacists worried that their position in the status hierarchy is threatened by a multiracial coalition of Americans who brought Biden to power and defeated Donald Trump, whom back in 2017, Ta-Nehisi Coates called the first white president. Making this provocative point, Coates so wrote, "It is often said that Trump has no real ideology, which is not true. His ideology is white supremacy in all its truculent and sanctimonious power." So when we thinkest about those who gathered in Washington, D.C. the first Wednesday of this month, and whose will all surely continue their advance in opposition to democratic rule, let it not be lost on us that they do not simply comest in defense of Donald Trump. They camest in defense of white supremacy. White supremacy created the Capitol assault. The Trojan horse of racism put democracy's enemies inside its walls. U.S. President Donald Trump, now formerly of that executive office, has committed sedition in broad daylight and incited a violent, abortive coup d'etat that had the unintended effect of disrupting a political one. Both attempts failed for many reasons, but the question is how they even got that close. The answer is simple. The invaders were not black. While many of the police present made heroic efforts to protect the people inside the halls of the Capitol building during the mob attack on the 6th of January, on Epiphany, the date we celebrate the kings of the East, who came to coronate our God as King of Kings, and one even gave us his life doing so. They were all hampered by leadership that did not see the real threat that the white mob posed, by law enforcement posing in selfies with the attackers, but most of all by the assumption of white innocence and the years of white supremacist infiltration into police forces across this country. It be commendable that the police tried to show some humanity and attempted to keep the situation from escalating. But the juxtaposition of images from the police response in the Capitol and to Black Lives Matter protests is telling. Had the Capitol rioters been black, the police would have been ready with tanks. White supremacy, and with it the presumption of white innocence, explainest how, in the 2014 Ferguson protests, the National Guard arrived in overwhelming numbers, and even peaceful black protesters were deemed enemy forces. It also explainest why federal law enforcement underestimated the size of Trump's Stop the Steal protest by over 20,000 people, and kept their presence far too small and far too far away to even react. According to the Washington Post columnist David Ignatius, they were afraid of the optics of an armed confrontation with citizens and wanted to avoid a Tiananmen Square moment. This is strange, as both the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have known for some time that right-wing white nationalists are the top domestic terrorist threat to these United States. Observers of sites and apps like the Donald.win and Parler, Parler, sounded warnings about the coming armed confrontation as users declared their intentions, believing they were in a post-legal phase. In a recent interview, Democratic Representative Cori Bush told Rachel Maddow that, as someone who has been to hundreds of protests from the Ferguson uprising, it was strange because it was almost as if there was this call to not use any force. I'm not used to that. I've been tear gassed so many times. Unconscious on the ground, I've been brutalized by police, stomped. The media and governmental leaders initially had great difficulty in deciding what to call the people who broke the barriers, and they still haven't quite settled on any term. They were protesters, Trump supporters, alleged Trump followers, insurgents, conspiracy theorists, terrorists, patriots, a mob, very special people. Few would call them by the most accurate name: tacitly sanctioned white supremacists. Okay, I'm getting an incoming message. Okay, got that acknowledged. Simply labeling them as terrorists is dangerous. It makes it easy to disassociate and separate them from the people you see on the streets every day. These were not just scary men in masks with neo-Nazi tattoos brandishing the Confederate flag. There were elderly men and women, teenagers, ordinary white Americans. Ashley Babbitt, the woman fatally shot by Capitol Police, was ex-military. She owned a business. Her family shares her fears of the coming multiracial democracy. White supremacy is so normalized, the police thought they knew them. They thought they had them under control. They didn't want to make a scene. It felt more like a familiar dispute than a true uprising or national crisis, until suddenly it was. To some extent, the involvement of Donald Trump also confuses the issue. The presidency has always had a powerful symbolic pull. It concentrates certain aspects of American culture and pulls them closer to the center of the narrative Americans tell about themselves. Americans' feelings are focused on the president for good and bad. So there be many who want to lay the blame solely at Trump's feet. It is certainly true that he has done what former Ku Klux Klan leader David Duke could not, and what no president has successfully done since Woodrow Wilson: legitimize the actions of white supremacists at the highest level. Yet the modern conservative movements have always been a safe space for the privileges of white rage. Even Republican Senator Mitt Romney, cited often for his courage in the face of Trump, has made convenient use of it when it so suited him, as have any Republicans. And if we're being honest, so have Democrats. Redlining black Americans into substandard segregated neighborhoods like Ferguson was a bipartisan effort at all levels of government. Trump is a particularly virulent expression of white rage, but he's not its creator. What happened on Capitol Hill was not an accident. It was not any act of God. This was not any aberration. It was part of a pattern. It was apparent in the standoff at Malheur National Wildlife Refuge here in the old frontier West, where armed white militia seized a federal center 5 years ago. It was visible again with the armed protests in Michigan, but yesteryear. For years, white supremacists in power have nourished their communities on fears of non-whites coming in to take their democracy and told them to attack. The internet made it easier to escalate, but not so easy to control. It is hard to say who was more shocked last week when things went south: the dog that bit or the hand that fed. It's visible online how quickly the more extreme elements have reacted viciously to the seeming betrayal of the president and his ilk as Trump signals he has agreed to leave the White House on the 20th of January and then lived up to that promise. And these forces who sacrificed themselves for him but got no pardons have since made it clear they have no fear of the police. This isn't over, neither in the short term nor the long. There is still, after the inauguration, promises of attacks being made online on right-wing forums right now. And yet, while white supremacists laid siege to the Capitol building, Georgian voters were saving America a second time. Most white Georgians voted for the Republican Party in the Senate runoffs, even after the blatant attack on the elections, backed by the Republican candidates. But black voters, other people of color, and a minority of white voters overwhelmed a system put in place to ensure white power. They proved again that black lives do matter, now more than ever. Now, in terms of the transition from New Year's to Epiphany to Martin Luther King Day, Martin Luther King emerged from an environment analyzed originally by Alexis de Tocqueville. I'll allow myself to check a little bit. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Joyula Rainenberg. I don't know if she listens, but I love you, darling. And she placed a like on my link I had put up about how the white Americans are refusing to wear their masks. I'm checking into the chat room now. And, of course, looking at Maria Grigoric. And taking a look, well, as far as the computer permits me, I've been using it down to the wire. So I've stressed its services here. And Callan says, I love listening to your show. I agree. We live in a cruel world. People are getting meaner and dumber. Thank you, honey. Mwah. And Maria Grigoric. Mwah. People are becoming more cruel. Those who fake compassion are no longer able to hide all that's happening now. Yes. And, great. Teresa Mann said something that I don't understand. And, of course, our man George Knight is with us. Shout out to Teresa Mann. I don't need to understand her so long as she behaves herself. The French thinker Alexis de Tocqueville has a special place in the understanding of the role of religion in American history. In addition to defining the economic factors that separated British culture from that of the Americans, Tocqueville found the role of religion in these societies to be significantly different. He found that many of the differences between the Americans and the English stemmed from diverse spiritual practices and freedoms. In Democracy of America, that's a book he wrote by that title, Tocqueville so stated, and I will read that now. Let me get to the right page. He said, religion in America takes no direct part in the government of society, but it must be regarded as the first of their political institutions. For if it does not impart a taste for freedom, it facilitates the use thereof. Indeed, it is in this same point of view that the inhabitants of these United States themselves look upon religious belief. I do not know as to whether all Americans have a sincere faith in their religion, for who can search the human heart? But I am certain that they hold it to be indispensable to the maintenance of republican institutions. By that he meant the constitutional republic, not the Republicans who take advantage of the Constitution. He closed the paragraph I'm reading from by saying, this opinion is not peculiar to a class of citizens or to a party, but it belongs to the whole nation and to every rank of society. Now, throughout his career, Tocqueville promoted the importance of religious freedom and education sans religious influence. The importance he placed on educational innovation led to his strong defense of religious freedom. To read from his work, they all attributed the peaceful dominion of religion in their country mainly to the separation of church and state. I do not hesitate to affirm that during my stay in America, I did not meet a single individual, of the clergy or the laity, who was not of the same opinion on this point. He viewed religious independence as not a threat to society, but as an inspiration for further social freedoms, and believed the basic freedoms of education, religion, and the press to ultimately foster the spirit of freedom worldwide. And this was the French Ministry of Culture's publication of Alexis de Tocqueville in General Counsel for La Marche. Yet Tocqueville believed religion to be essential to human success, particularly democracies. So saying, despotism may govern without faith, but liberty cannot. Religion is much more necessary in the republic than in the monarchy. It is much more needed in democratic republics than in any others. How is it possible that society could escape destruction if the moral tie is not strengthened in proportion as the political tie is relaxed? And what can be done with a people who are their own masters if they are not submissive to the deity? Tocqueville saw in America the realization of the idea that inspired himself. This is what transitions us to the meaning of the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. birthday holiday in 2021. Monday, January the 18th, marked, if I calculate correctly, from the day of his death, or rather, the day of his birth, what was then the, oh my God, let me look it up just so I make sure. Okay, give me just a second here, if I can get the screen up at all. Okay, what anniversary was MLK Day 2021? And it was the 26th anniversary of the Day of Service that celebrates the civil rights leader's life and legacy. It was more like, well, Monday, January the 18th, in the midst of this month, was the 35th anniversary of the federal holiday in honor of Reverend Martin Luther King's birthday, if I calculate correctly. Because it was signed into law in 1983 and first observed in 1986, the holiday itself being a deserving tribute to Martin King for advancing civil rights and social justice through nonviolent protest. His was only the second birthday designated as a federal holiday after the observance of George Washington's birthday. The making of their respective holidays reveals the still unresolved tension between independence and freedom in the making of these United States. George Washington secured the nascent democracy as a general and as its first president, who ruled from 1789 through 1799, as a Baptist pastor. The Reverend Martin King led a mass movement for freedom and human rights in the 20th century. Washington accepted slavery even while he defended the Revolution. In confronting white supremacy, King challenged the fundamental contradiction at the heart of these United States, one that denies equality for all. One was a slave owner, the other was descended from slaves. At 67 years of age, George Washington died on the Ides of December 15th, 1799, on his plantation in Mount Vernon, Virginia. His wife Martha was at his side. At the age of 39, Martin King was a private citizen engaged in public protest when he was assassinated on the 4th of April in 1968 in Memphis, Tennessee. As president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, King was preparing to lead a march in support of striking black sanitation workers as part of the Poor People's Campaign. Shot in the face, the Right Reverend Dr. King died in the company of movement associates. The country celebrated Washington in many ways, including readings of his farewell address and local parades. On the 31st of January, 1879, Congress declared Washington's birthday as a federal holiday. Even though Lincoln preserved the Union during the Civil War, Washington's birthday promoted sectional reconciliation. It focused attention on the country's origins in revolution, whilst ignoring slavery, just as Washington did, and actually took advantage thereof, having his own slaves, which he never freed until he died, and the condition of black Americans in general. 2 years before Congress honored Washington, President Rutherford B. Hayes removed federal troops from former Confederate states. That decision would facilitate the restoration of unchecked white supremacy for nearly 100 years. Born in 1929, the Right Reverend Dr. King's existence as a black man was always contingent and conditional. In insisting that America live up to its promise, black men and women had no choice but to sacrifice their bodies and their lives. King's assassination was not the first. NAACP Representative Medgar Evers of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples was gunned down in front of his own home in June of 1963, right after my late sister was born into this world. He died in Jackson, Mississippi. Age did not exempt black children from racial terrorism. In September that year, in which my late sister passed through my sainted mother's womb, 4 young girls, Addie Mae Collins, Cynthia Wesley, Carol Robertson, and Carol Denise McNair, were mass murdered altogether when the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama was bombed. Following the Right Reverend Dr. King's death, multiple petitions and bills submitted to Congress proposing a federal holiday in his honor failed to garner support. However, a growing number of states observed his birthday. In the second verse of the 1980 hit song Happy Birthday, Stevie Wonder ponders, and I cannot at all attain his rhythm. I just never understood how a man who died for good could not have a day that would be set aside for his recognition, because it should never be, just because some cannot see the dream as clear as he, that they should make it become an illusion. Now, 53 years after King's death, the promised land where black people take their rightful place on earth remains elusive. The protests against police brutality and the demonstrations in support of black lives are a powerful reminder that these United States has yet to fulfill its promise to black Americans. King's closing words at the Bishop Charles Mason Temple the night before his death captures the purpose and meaning of black protest and sacrifice. I might not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. On this last MLK Day, I was emphasizing that we should all rededicate ourselves to building a promised land where black protest and sacrifice are not a requirement to live in these United States. King himself was born on January 15th, 1929, the same birthday as Peter Moon, the Ides of January. His holiday is observed on the third Monday of January. The last time MLK Day fell on his legitimate birthday was 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer, retired of the United States Navy. The year he died. And the next time won't be until 2029 that MLK Day falls upon his actual birthday. The holiday's official name is Birthday of Martin Luther King Jr., but many people also refer to this this annual milestone as the National Day of Service. A very important point I emphasized in the transmission on his birthday. Hey, I've got a message from Maria Gregorich. Checking in with her. She says, "Hey, God, why'd you unsend your message, Eric Lastic? Jesus Christ, man, I didn't even get a chance to read it. Eric, rewrite your messages, will you?" She says, "Not bad. Much more pleasant than your Trump impersonation." Oh, love you, honey. All right. Thank you. Anything's got to be more pleasant than my Trump impersonations. Oh, my God. All right. Eric, put it, whatever it was you wrote back up, please. Oh, my God. Dude, I didn't even have a chance to read it. Get it back up there. Now, the main federal website to get involved in service, and they'll tell you what to do in this age of quarantine, and connect with others virtually in this age of quarantine. That website is the National Service website. That site offers a lot of information about regional events and opportunities. On the site's front page, you will find a link to add information about your own local events. Plus, there's a helpful link to free lesson plans for kids, courtesy of Scholastic. And inside, there's an index to a host of webinars and other resources for adults who want to encourage community service. If you want tips on joining in or organizing your own community event, check out the National Service page, which is full of helpful links at americorps.gov/join. That's AmeriCorps, AMERICORPS.gov/join. JOIN. Even though it's after Martin Luther King Jr. Day, that's good the whole year round, and it'll prepare you for next year. Now, this is what brings us back to the victory that Martin Luther King's sacrifice made possible. The victory at the end of this arc of narrative that involves so much religion, so much faith to get us through these impossible times that appeared impossible in the past, that appear absolutely unsurvivable now. Right-wing Christianity flourished under Trump. Now it's the religious left's turn. If there was any lingering doubt, last week made it clear. The religious left is not a curious outlier in American politics that died with Martin King. The religious references during President Joe Biden's inauguration, the inaugural prayer service held Thursday morning with a powerful lineup of religious leaders, and the swearing in of the Reverend Raphael Warnock as a newly minted senator are proof that progressive people of faith are a powerful force in American politics. The religious left was galvanized during the deeply immoral presidency of Donald John Trump. But it was the religious right that for the past 4 years has dominated the conversation. Trump relied on religious leaders like Jerry Falwell Jr. and Franklin Graham to rally his reactionary base. He even hired televangelist Paula White as a theological prostitute to serve as a White House advisor. Videos that surfaced from the Capitol riot exposed just how intertwined an extremely reactionary brand of Christianity has becomest with Republican ideology. Trump advanced religious nationalist policies to pander to his cult, many of which actually had a significant, harmful impact on religious communities as a whole. Exempli gratiae, he advanced a distorted interpretation of religious freedom that actually enabled discrimination against religious minorities. LGBTQ are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer peoples, and people seeking access to reproductive health care. One of the most enduring images of the Trump misadministration will be the president's photo op holding a Bible at St. John's Episcopalian Church across from the White House just hours after the tear gassing of peaceful Black Lives Matter protesters nearby. The photograph itself was condemned by many religious leaders across the political spectrum. Joseph Biden, a devout Roman Catholic, has wasted no time highlighting a different spiritual orientation. He started Inauguration Day by inviting leaders of Congress from both parties to attend Mass with him. His inaugural address not only included quotes from the Bible and St. Augustine, but he also paused in the middle to lead the nation in a moment of prayer. It was an inauguration filled with faith, according to Religion News Service. Now, Thursday morning's National Prayer Service, with Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris attending virtually, featured a powerful homily by the Reverend Dr. William Barber II. Barber himself is the co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign and one of the most recognizable faith-based social justice advocates in the nation. And Barber said, "Grant us wisdom and courage in the facing of this hour until, together, we make sure there is racial justice and economic justice and living wage justice and healthcare justice and ecological justice and disability justice and justice for homeless and justice for the poor and low wealth and working poor and immigrant justice until we study war no more and peace and justice are the way we live. This is the only path to domestic tranquility and healing. For progressive people of faith, there is no single issue. Our calling is for manifold justice for all people." Rabbi Sharon Brous, surname spelled B-R-O-U-S, a senior rabbi of IKAR, I-K-A-R, a Jewish community in Los Angeles, and a renowned spiritual leader of social justice movements, shared a prayer during Thursday's service for a theology of radical equality and a new America built on love, rooted in justice, and propelled by our moral imagination. The leaders who spracketh at the inaugural service are among the many progressive people of faith who played a leading role in the Black Lives Matter movement, gavest voice to the public health and economic disparities of the COVID-19 pandemic, and opposed the rise of violent white supremacy in Charlottesville, Virginia, and at the U.S. Capitol. It featured such notable progressive religious leaders as the Reverend Dr. Otis Moss III, pastor of the Obamas' former church, Trinity United Church of Christ, who in 2019 organized a campaign to eradicate over $5 million United States dollars worth of medical debt for residents of Chicago's South Side. We also heard a prayer from Valerie Kaur, a Sikh activist whose December 2016 speech went viral when she posited that Trump's inauguration might be the darkness of the womb rather than the darkness of the tomb. The service also included leaders from religious traditions that are not always known for their liberal leanings. The Reverend Dr. Alexia Salvatierra, an evangelical leader who literally wrote the book on faith-rooted organizing, Emma Petty Adams, the executrix directress of Mormon Women for Ethical Government, who worked to protect the integrity of the 2020 election, Sister Carol Cahan, past presidentress of the Catholic Health Association, who cautioned last year that any Supreme Court decision undermining the Affordable Care Act would be unspeakably cruel, and many others. We also witnessed the swearing in of the Reverend Dr. Raphael Warnock to the United States Senate. He will continue to serve as pastor of the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church, where he is successor to the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Warnock will now be the most visible, prominent figure of the progressive religious left, as the New York Times reporter Jennifer Medina wrote on Twitter shortly after his election. Warnock's historic win comes alongside that of John Ossoff, who will be the first Jewish senator from Georgia. In his first interview as Senator-elect, Warnock referenced King and his fellow civil rights leader, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, saying, "I think Abraham Joshua Heschel, the rabbi who said when he marched with Dr. King, he felt like his legs were praying. I think he and Dr. King are smiling in this moment, and we hope to make them proud." Now, the notion of religion and public policy is shaped by media coverage, and the religious right has dominated these public conversations for decades. Exempli gratiae, in a new study, the team at the Center for American Progress found that journalists at mainstream media outlets favor anti-LGBTQ voices, anti-lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer voices. In other words, homophobic propagandists when religion and LGBTQ rights intersect in news stories. This contrasts with the fact that the majority of religious Americans support same-sex marriage and non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ Americans. Some say the religious left is insignificant because it is comparatively less powerful than the religious right, but this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And if you take the time to look, you can see that pretty much every progressive cause today has religiously motivated organizations and individuals driving its support. This is in large part because the religious left is increasingly diverse. Thursday's service featured prayers from Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, Muslim, Greek Orthodox, Navajo, Hindu, Sikh, Mormon, and other traditions. There's a broad and powerful coalition of religious groups that support a progressive way forward for our country. The question of whether or not the religious left exists in today's American political landscape can be put to rest. The coalition that put Joe Biden in the White House and Raphael Warnock in the Senate includes many people of faith with diverse religious motivations. We stand on the shoulders of generations of faith-rooted activists before us, and we will be taking part in every moment for social, racial, economic, and climate justice for generations yet to come. For far too long, the religious right has controlled American religious discourse, but no longer. On Inauguration Day, in this 2021st year in our Lord, Kamala Harris, a black Southeast Asian woman, and Joseph Biden created a new normal for America. Kamala Harris is now vice presidentress, and America's sons will be made the better for it. Now, Paquan Morales' son was, about 6 years old when he cried his way through the presidential inauguration of Donald Trump. His now 11-year-old son was blissfully unaware of the protests that would follow as Americans rallied against Trump's travel ban. His son never heard the conversations Paquan had with one of his best friends, a trans woman, about the trans military ban. His son played with rogue pens in a number of, I would say, school services, school classes. as, of course, our man Pac One dealt with all the challenges he related with us at the beginning of this transmission, as his wife also dealt with the challenges of birth control until they could afford their next child. And his son, of course, also watched as Pac One Morales basically made out his votes by mail for then Senatoress Kamala Harris. Now, by the grace of Pac One's 11-year-old son retaining a still-forming prefrontal cortex, Pac One's older son will have the privilege of barely remembering the Trump misadministration. But he will hopefully remember watching the first woman and the first Black and South Asian American to be sworn in as Vice Presidentress by America's first Latina Supreme Court Justice. And while little girls and young women across the world will undoubtedly benefit from and be inspired by and see themselves in Harris, our sons will benefit just as much. Karen Caraballo, a clinical child and family psychologist, told my psychologist treating myself for PTSD that every time a woman is in a position of power or leadership, it's a step forward toward gender equality. When boys see more women in power, it normalizes the situation and experience. It also helps fight back against and break the circle of prejudice, bias, violence, and discrimination. Multiple studies have shown how men of all ages benefit from seeing and having women lead, whether that's helping to lead a company or helping to lead a nation. Exempli gratiae, a study of 100,000 men and women published in 2018, found that sons of working mothers spend more time taking care of loved ones as adults and are more likely to spend time at home. And while gender discrimination certainly persists in the workplace, the studies have also shown how men, and people of all genders, benefit from having a woman in a leadership or managerial position. This is why it's so important to normalize female leadership from an early age. This 2013 study, I recall, found that women make us better business decisions than men, and are more likely to consider the rights of others and to take a cooperative approach to decision-making. Another 2013 study proved that women outperform men when multitasking. The point is not that only women, or only men, should lead. Rather, it's that sexism holds everyone back. Outside of the workplace, positive representations of female leaders should help erode the misogynist attitudes that enable societal problems like domestic violence. Meredith Sherry, a licensed psychotherapist and the co-hostess of the podcast called Love Me or Leave Me, she told my psychologist, Dr. June Allison Hay, that we notice that rage, aggression, and lust are generally the only emotions that males are socialized to see as acceptable in themselves and other males. It stands to reason that these emotions, along with thousands of years of extreme subjugation of women, is indicative of why we still see such a high prevalence of acts of violence against women. If men are exposed to seeing women in positions of power, it is likely that they will, over time, build a view that sees women as equals in every facet, including emotional expression. Trump embodied personified toxic masculinity, shamelessly exhibiting the traits of a full-fledged narcissist. The 45th president struggled to express empathy, kindness, or humility, and failed at every turn on every count. The nation had elected a man who believes a dad changing his children's diapers is acting like the wife. Called a woman breast pumping disgusting. Told the world the woman who accused him of sexual assault weren't his type. And our children noticed. A 2016 study found that 80% of children discussed the 2016 presidential election at home. A 2019 study found that school bullying increased in all areas that voted for Trump. Children co-opted Trump's words to torment their classmates. Of course, regardless of who is elected, it is Pac-1 Morales' responsibility, and that of his partner, Elizabeth, to teach their kids moral and ethical lessons, personal accountability, and social responsibility, which she's already personifying and displaying every day on the front lines of the COVID-19 struggle as a nurse. But it's also their job to remind their sons that creating a more equitable world is not just the job of those who are harmed by inequality. This is the right thing to do, but it's also in their self-interest. For the reasons aforecited, and many more, it benefits our young men, just as it does our daughters, to establish equal divisions of labor inside the home, equality in the workplace, and a government that is more representative of the people being governed. For 4 long years, our sons did not have a president who highlighted any of these realities. Instead, they watched a man who reveled in inequality, relied on sexist tropes to demean his personal and political rivals, and did his best to increase cultural and political divisions wherever and whenever he could. A sitting president or vice president gifts parents with an example they can point to when their children are looking for tangible examples of what a real leader looks like. And midweek, this week last, on Inauguration Day, Pac-1 Morales was finally able to point to the vice presidentress and remind his sons that women are just as capable as men, that the little girls in his son's first grade class were just as likely to become president or vice presidentress, that their mother doesn't belong anywhere but can succeed anywhere. And most important, like the many men who came as before her, Pac-1 Morales was able to point to Kamala Harris and say that she is not perfect, because she shouldn't have to be. That at a time when women are still considered too emotional, are too career-driven, too shrill, are too ambitious, when women are held to higher standards than that of their male colleagues ever were, Kamala Harris has more than earned her spot at the table. And, as the aforecited Dr. Shirey has said, this is a moment to reshape the long-held belief that woman in these positions is outside the norm. Parents should treat this like it is the norm. For 4 long, dark years, Trump completely decimated our collective understanding of what's normal. More than 400,000 plus Americans have died from a deadly virus he purposefully downplayed. Immigrant children were forcefully separated from their parents. A violent insurrection was incited. We've redefined how we work, how our children go to school, and how we connect with our family, friends, and community. On Inauguration Day, President Joe Biden and Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris have reset the clock on what is normal in America. A black South Asian woman is now the second most powerful person in the world, and our sons will be made the better for it. Because of her. Now, can Biden's inaugural call for unity work? Well, in a word, yes. Biden's inaugural speech called for Americans to embrace civil religion. What does that mean? Biden's requests for unity weren't about ignoring the past, but about using it to move forward together with a better understanding of whom we can be as a people. Presidential inaugurations serve as the high holiday of our American civil religion. And this year they closed off our extraordinarily historic holiday season in front of the temple of our democracy, the Capitol, so recently desecrated and violated. Presidents and vice presidents take their sacred oaths by placing their hands upon special Bibles, often with histories as rich as the ceremony itself. The president's inaugural address serves as a kind of sermon or catechism to the masses, guiding us as to how a new president's goals and aspirations reinforce our ideals and stem from events that have brought diverse Americans together across this country's highly imperfect history. Presidents have often served as chief pastors of the nation's shared beliefs. Trump reshaped American civil religion, but we can do something about that. From the founding of these United States, Americans have understood loyalty to their country as a religious and not just a civic commitment. The idea of a civil religion that defines the collective identity of a nation originates with Rousseau and was adapted to these United States by Robert Neely Bella, who himself was an American sociologist internationally known for his work related to the sociology of religion, who served humanity as the Elliott Professor of Sociology at the University of California at Berkeley in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region of my own Golden Gate, who addressed the problem of change in modern religious practice and who offered innovative procedures for reconciling traditional religious societies with societal change, himself suggesting that a peculiarly American civil religion has always underwritten government and civil society in these United States. The term itself, civil religion, was coined by this American sociologist Robert Bella the year after I myself was born, circa 1967. The article in which this term is coined, entitled Civil Religion in America, sparked one of the most controversial debates in American sociology. Soon after the paper was published, the topic became the major focus of, at religious sociology conferences, and numerous articles and books were written on the subject thereafter. The debate reached its peak with the American bicentennial celebration in 1976, the 200th year of our constitutional republic as an entity. From 1967 to 1976, notice the reflection there in numbers. That American civil religion has been deployed to sacralize 4 historical moments in American history: the founding, the Civil War, the Cold War, and the contemporary culture wars. Now, in his seminal 1967 essay, the sociologist Robert Bella argued that the United States had an elaborate and well-instituted civil religion which existed alongside of and was rather clearly differentiated from the churches, also known as civic piety, religious nationalism, public religion, and the common faith. Civil religion provided a religious sanction for the political order and a divine justification of and support for civic society and a nation's practices. Now, it is the state's use of consensus religious sentiments, concepts, and symbols for its own purposes, as a system of established rituals, symbols, values, norms, and allegiances. Civil religion functions as a social glue to bind people together and give them an overarching sense of spiritual unity. I'm deriving all of this by scanning the essay, which I have read before many times. Civil religion involves beliefs, but no formal creed. Events that seem to reveal God's purposes, most notably the American Revolutionary War of Independence and the American Civil War between the states. Its own prophets, especially Washington, Jefferson, and Lincoln in the conventional perspective, which needs progressive radicalization and revision, and sacred places, shrines to Washington, Lincoln, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt that, of course, need to be completely revised from our paradigm, along with Bunker Hill and Gettysburg. Sacred texts such as the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, the former two, well, certainly the Constitution needing massive revision and amendment in order to take us into a future in any sense of coherence and survivability, as well as ceremonies like Memorial Day, Independence Day, Veterans Day celebrations, which all unfortunately come as to mind, and all of which must be completely revised or eliminated, as they're all simply military propaganda days for eventual recruitment of more victims, meat for the grinder, along the pageantry of presidential inaugurals, which should be more overwhelmingly celebrated than we were able amidst the plague, along with hymns such as God Bless America, which should rightly be our national anthem instead of the funeral dirge we have now, along, of course, with My country 'tis of the air, and rituals such as prayers at public events such as inaugurals and the beginnings of sessions of Congress and national days of prayer. By presiding over the nation's rituals and reaffirming its creeds, the presidents have served as the prophets and the priests of this civil religion. They have employed civil religion to unite Americans and to frame and win support for specific policies. Regularly invoking God in inaugural addresses and on other solemn occasions, the president has functioned as the nation's principal preacher and chief pastor that must never be forgotten. We have, in actuality, a religious figure in the person of the president, which is how Donald Trump was able to abuse the position to create a cult. Now, America's presidents have usually employed broad religious language and have typically avoided mentioning Jesus or Christian doctrines. They have minimized theological differences, urged religious communities to work together, and sought to strengthen citizens' commitment to America's core values. Scholars distinguish between priestly civil religion, which offers God's comfort and solace to people in the midst of tragedy and affliction, and prophetic civil religion, which uses biblical themes to challenge citizens to change their attitudes and actions. Presidents have operated more as priests than as prophets. They have frequently asserted that God has chosen and blessed these United States, provided spiritual inspiration, and consoled their countrymen after tragedies. However, they have sometimes used the rhetoric of civil religion to exhort Americans to reevaluate the nation's goals and actions and to seek to implement its best values. According to the sociologist Robert Bellah, American civil religion is certain common elements of religious orientation that the great majority of Americans share. These are values, expressed in a set of beliefs, symbols, and rituals. This is taken from Robert Bellah's essay entitled Civil Religion in America, first published circa 1967, as I said, but the year after I myself was born. We did not have to look hard to see the common beliefs recognizable symbols and shared rituals associated with American life, Americans believe in freedom, individual rights, and free enterprise. American flags and monuments proudly display American heritage and pride. Americans don't go to work on the 4th of July, at least most don't, and they stand facing a flag whenever the national anthem is played or sung. While some would argue that the separation of church and state prohibits the commingling of religion and civic governance, we have only to look at the recent presidential inauguration for examples of American civil religion on public display. Clergy offered prayers, hands were placed on Bibles, oaths were made with a reverberating, "So help me God." Some people aren't aware that American civil religion exists, and that it is not the same as Christianity. So let me offer some things you should know. American civil religion is not altogether any bad thing. Religion in general is a social construct comprised of those things which bind us together. Citizens of a given nation need a certain set of values and principles to keep them together, to keep them from fighting and ripping the nation apart. Civic religion offers shared values and certain practices or rituals that reinforce those values. Mark Galli argues that while civil religion in America is both empty and broken, it has value in fostering a sense of gratefulness among its citizens, establishing the fact that the nation itself is subordinate to something greater than itself, and creating a sense of social order. This is all writ forth in Does America Need a Civil Religion? Which is, you can find that at pathos.com by that title. Now, appealing to a god, even nature's god of the deists, has its value. Plus, Americans all benefit from holding in common the rights and value of each individual person. They are able to work for the common good when submitted to the rule of law and work to change unjust laws. Americans may disagree on the criteria by which they value the fairness of laws, but they agree that freedom is found for individuals under the rule of law established by a representative form of government. These are just a few of the values within American civil religion that reveal its usefulness. The God of American civil religion is not the God and Father of our Lord Jesus. The Christian religion became as a treasure trove of language, narrative, and metaphors from which American founders could draw upon to write and speak about the formation of a new republic. The Declaration of Independence, one of the two sacred documents in American civil religion, uses the phrase nature's God and creator. George Washington, in his inaugural address in 1789, did not mention God or Christ, but spraketh of the almighty being who rules over the universe, propitious smiles of heaven, and divine blessing. This kind of language comes from the repository of biblical literature which describes the God who rules the nations, the King of the kingdom of heaven, and the blessings found in that kingdom. From Washington to Trump, American presidents have used words and images drawn from the Christian faith without grounding them in any specific and exclusively Christian doctrines. In his inaugural address, former president, thank the gods, Donald Trump, mentioned God in quoting from the Psalms. "The Bible tells us how good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity." And Trump continued on to say, "These people of God will be protected by God." He concluded his address, as many modern presidents have, with the phrase, "God bless America." Now, Robert Bellah points out that the early American leaders did not intentionally leave out more explicitly Christian language in their speeches because they were afraid to offend the non-Christian minority of their day. Far from it. Rather, they were allowing their rather vague religious tone to spread through the country in a way that would bind Americans together. They felt free To borrow some of the more nondescript references to God and providence, never assuming civil religion would overtake the reach and purposes of the Christian faith. However, due to the similarity in the way American civil religion and Christianity use language, some Christians assume they are talking about the same thing. But according to Bella, the God of the civil religion is much more related to order, law, and right than to salvation and love. When Jefferson, Washington, and Trump mentioned God without a specific Christian context, they were talking about the God of civil religion and not the God of Israel, the God and Father of Lord Jesus Christ. They were referring to a divine, transcendent being, and they were not referring to the God who is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit of the Trinity. Rather, civil religion serves the God who is more of a demiurge. American civil religion serves the interests of America, not the church. Now, at one time in my own life, I assumed the expressions of civil religion in public life were nothing more than sentimental tips of the hat to the religious segment of the American public. As I have matured in the faith, I have abandoned that assumption. The symbols and rituals of American civil religion are not token props within American society. They are deeply emotive emblems with the power to shape people's hearts and imaginations. Just try to remove the American flag from the worship space of a church that has displayed that flag for decades. If rituals connected to civil religion meant nothing, then why the public uproar over Colin Kaepernick and other NFL players choosing not to stand during the singing of the national anthem? Sports venues have become a place where American civil religion is on display. There we find songs and rituals reinforcing the American identity. At the last NFL or National Football League game I attended, we were asked to stand before the singing of the national anthem. The announcer said, "To honor America, please stand and remove your hats." And a crowd of over 75,000 stood, removed our hats, grew quiet, and instinctively put our hands over our hearts. All of this was done to honor America, not Jesus. These things are done to serve the interest of the American empire and not the Church of Jesus. I'm not placing value judgment on individual Christians' participation in such acts of civil devotion. Everyone has to decide for themselves how to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's in those situations. Nevertheless, the fact remains that symbols and rituals of civil religion are powerful. They shape us, and ultimately they serve the ends of strengthening our love for America, not Jesus. Yes, you can love America, but you can't love America more than Jesus. Because when the American way clashes with the Christian way, whichever you love more will direct your heart. The core of Christian discipleship is following Jesus as representatives of God's kingdom, working with Jesus to build his church. American civil religion is, in that sense, a false hope for salvation. The psalmist reminds us, "The war horse is a false hope for salvation, and by its great might it cannot rescue." That's in the Psalm book, chapter 33, verse 17. Right now I'm looking at the English Standard Version. The war horse, a picture of military might. The American military-industrial complex cannot rescue us from those things which deeply enslave us, like a delusion that America won the Second World War. Alliance to civil religion cannot save us either. It is a false hope for salvation. It has the power to shape us and motivate us, but in the end it lacks the power to save. According to Jason Foster, it is a false gospel on par with the prosperity gospel. It's a gospel that suggests one's greatest source of identity and value can be found in one's nationality. It's way more American than it ever was Christian. And it's ultimately just another prosperity gospel that promises security through something other than Christ. That was written, or rather published, in the HuffingtonPost.com, in a column entitled "Why God and Country Christianity is Just Another, Us." Now, the God of American civil religion is not the Christian God, and the gospel of American civil religion is not the Christian gospel. Our gospel offers more than the vague notion of a divine being out there somewhere. The Christian gospel offers the surprising and somewhat scandalous news that the Creator God, the God who rules the nations, the God of Israel, has descended from heaven, where God has smiled, to earth. Through the death, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus, God has demonstrated his love and faithfulness to the covenant God made to Abraham. And now, week by week, followers of Jesus celebrate Jesus' life, death, and resurrection, and are being transformed into the very image of Jesus by the Holy Spirit. In Christian community, we find the gospel, the hope of salvation, a hope civil religion can never offer. But civil religion can inspire both exclusive ethno-nationalism and inclusive idealism and hospitality. In the first few months of his administration, then President Donald Trump offered a new definition of what it meant to be American. His executive orders on immigration and religious liberty sparked fiery debates about whether 'twas appropriate or even constitutional to shape our national identity using religious narratives or customs. In the midst of a raging discussion about what it meant to be American, it was then worthwhile to reflect on the profound ambivalence of American civil religion, perhaps the most powerful force for creating a shared national identity. Back to 1967, shortly after I passed through my own mother's womb, Robert N. Bella's seminal essay, entitled Civil Religion in America, created a template for how both the right and the left defined civil religion to cultivate a sense of belonging, particularly in an era of turbulence. Remember, I was born just before Martin Luther King was assassinated, and riots of blacks destroyed the large part of over 100 American cities. During this period of increasing polarization now, Bella's words are more relevant than ever. Bella defined civil religion as a collection of beliefs, symbols, and rituals drawn from American history and institutionalized in a collectivity that function not as a form of national self-worship, but as the subordination of the nation to ethical principles that transcend it in terms of which it should be judged. He pointed out that quasi-prophets like Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and John F. Kennedy articulated values that embody the country's highest ideals, its national commandments. These values, in turn, immortalized in scripture-like speeches and founding documents, establish the basis for the construction of communities and evaluation of actions. According to Bella, Americans' strong self-identification with these values motivates them to act in self-sacrificial ways, sometimes to the point of fighting wars to safeguard their country. In other words, their civil religious beliefs inspire self-sacrificial behaviors. Now, on good God, 1967 to what? I guess. How long's it been since the Bella essay was writ? Let me try and calculate this and look up calculator. There we are.
Okay. And let's see if that even comes up. And here we are. 21 minus 67. Oh, jeez, I can't even get 21 up. Holy shit. Man, I've overloaded this computer to the max. This is really frightening to me. It's really frustrating. Really concerned about the function of this computer as to whether I've done something to, screw it up permanently. Of course, that's just a worry that I don't need to have. But it's definitely hard to get this thing to work to any great degree. Guess what I could do is I'm not in the mood to use my bloody fingers. Let's take a look in the chat room while things basically settle. Maybe just shut this down because that's not helping. Reopen it again. Whoop. Calculator. Then take a look at our chat room. Kind of check into the live stream. Maria Gregorich says, thank you so much, Anne. Anne Callan says, done. Thanks for your help. Wow. Wonder what the two ladies are talking about. Glad they're communicating with each other. I mean, that's always touching. Always like to encourage that. And let me see here what we've got. Why isn't this working? Oh my God. Come on now. Free online calculators. I can't even calculate. 21 minus 67. This shouldn't, well, I know. That's 53 years agone. Okay, I had to think about myself. Since it's 1 year younger than I am, the essay of our sociologist here, one of my favorites, or at least I presented as such. All right, then. Now, on the 53rd anniversary of Bella's essay, it's time for Americans to formulate a new definition of civil religion that decenters a belief in American ideals as the basis for civil religion. Building on the work of Jonathan Haidt, H-A-I-D-T, and others, this new framework reveals how civil religion is formed through a constant exchange among beliefs, behaviors, and experiences of belonging. And this model for understanding American civil religion explains as to why civil religion is such a profoundly ambivalent force. Civil religion can inspire both, as I said, exclusive ethno-nationalism and inclusive idealism and hospitality. The construction of an American civil religion may be credited with binding together a radically diverse nation, but the sanctification of our cherished beliefs, practices, and communities may also be used to scapegoat the nonconformist and expel the other, as was being done throughout the misadministration of Donald Trump. At its most inclusive, American civil religion includes capacious beliefs in core American values, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, justice for all, behaviors associated with national rights and rituals, as I said, such as Memorial Day, the 4th of July, Thanksgiving, just to take it at least a little outside of the military theme, as well as more quotidian practices, protests, public free speech, petitions for the redress of grievances, free religious expression, and experiences of belonging, citizenship by right of birth, or naturalization, by which I am a U.S. citizen. These three pillars of American civil religious identity can be interpreted broadly enough to establish the outer bounds of community whilst offering room for debate and disagreement. This civil religion strengthens a citizen's identification with the nation by appropriating the building blocks of religious identity for nationalist ends. But there is a dark side to this inclusive civil religion. It can blur the boundaries between sacred and profane, weakening religion and casting the state as beyond reproach.
At its most exclusive, American civil religion proposes beliefs that demand absolute allegiance to our government, behaviors that require a willingness to take up arms to maintain the social order, and notions of belonging grounded in specific religious and racial identities. The recent surge of ethno-nationalist rhetoric is the manifestation of a civil religion that inextricably connects American exceptionalism with white Christian communities committed to the expulsion of immigrants and the establishment of law and order. Exclusive civil religion does not necessarily begin with a coherent, consistent set of beliefs, but rather with a general experience of belonging to groups that are or are perceived to be disenfranchised by globalization. Civil religion can relate to an experience grounded in certain communal identity markers, implicitly linked with geography, class, and race. The civil religious remedy for this malaise requires a reestablishment of all three aspects of religious identity. In the early parts of his administration, Trump promoted certain beliefs, behaviors, and communities of belonging in an attempt to reestablish a so-called golden age when 'twas easier to define who was and was not American. While his attempts to create in-groups and out-groups reflected the particular way in which he tried to appeal to voters during his presidential candidacy, he followed a long-standing American tradition of imagining and sustaining an American civil religion based on beliefs, behavior, and belonging. We should reflect on what it means to believe, behave, and belong in America. No one person can answer this question, though Trump's actions and rhetoric shaped discourse over the last 5 years. Ultimately, however, it's the American people and the body politic that continuously creates and recreates America and its representative values. As sociologist Benedict Anderson so wrote, all nations, including these United States, are imagined communities. It's up to Americans to imagine a communion that incorporates all its inhabitants, whether through civil religion or another force altogether. That brings us to the ultimate concept I myself would promote, a world civil religion. Near the end of his famous 1967 essay entitled Civil Religion in America, Robert Bellah wrote, "A world civil religion can be accepted as a fulfillment and not a denial of American civil religion. Indeed, such an outcome has been the eschatological hope of American civil religion from the beginning." Now, I regularly read this text and always find Bellah's vision of a world civil religion arresting. Even more so, his observation that so far the flickering flame of the United Nations burns too low to the focus of a cult. I'm not surprised that Bellah thought that the United Nations could not do this symbolic work, but I am struck that the United Nations figured so prominently in the social consciousness of his day that he thought it worth mentioning. Now, recently, our former U.S. president denounced globalism in favor of patriotism before the United Nations General Assembly. Bellah's world was clearly different from our own. If a world civil religion with the United Nations as a focus were to develop, one of its sacred sites would surely be mine own Golden Gated San Francisco, the United Nations birthplace. The UN already figures prominently in the iconography of one of our city's sacred shrines, Grace Cathedral. Entering that Episcopal cathedral by its main doors, one of the first things that draws a person's attention is a mural commemorating the United Nations founding. It's painted by Polish émigré Jan Henryk de Rosen. who was born in 1891 and died in 1982. And it depicts individuals involved in the founding of the United Nations above the city's ferry building, San Francisco's ferry building, in front of which the dictator of Korea was shot, assassinated by Koreans. Of course, he was a white American named Durham. Now, these figures in the De Rosen mural in Grace Cathedral of San Francisco are flanked by representations of peace and victory. Tellingly, however, victory is depicted by a representation of the winged victory of Samothrace in its surviving headless form. This underscores the founding principle of the United Nations, that the founding principle of the UN is not victory, but peace. The quotation from the preamble to the United Nations Charter underscores this point. We, the people of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And just to the left of that mural, a metal casting maketh the United Nations religious significance even more explicit. Potentially sacred verses of a global civil religion ring the United Nations emblem symbols of Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, Christianity, Confucianism, Taoism, and Hinduism are arranged below. And venturing further into Grace Cathedral, careful observers may also see the United Nations symbol shining like a silver moon in a clerestory window. The clerestory window honoring President Harry Solomon Ship Truman. Harry S. Truman. Not FDR, thank the gods. Harry being a far better man who brought peace by surrendering to Japan, and therefore is every bit the man to me. It's not surprising that the United Nations should be so celebrated in the city of its birth, in a mainline Protestant church. As Heather Warren showed in her work entitled Theologians of a New World Order, Protestant ecumenists were instrumental in the UN's founding. Yet I myself can recall only one church in which I have ever seen the United Nations flag displayed in honor, St. Luke's Episcopal in Atlanta, Georgia. Grace's sister Episcopal cathedrals in Washington and New York are among the many Protestant churches of the 20th century with expensive iconographic schemes celebrating the unity of humanity. Yet, as far as I recall, neither of them give us any prominent role to the United Nations. A world civil religion, especially one in which the United Nations plays a central role, seems to be something we are only able to explore in fiction. In the 1982 movie The Wrath of Khan, the Star Trek franchise introduced the United Nations-inspired emblem of the United Federation of Planets for the first time in cinema. It existed before, believe me, in wargaming formats that you never knew of. But in the film, it appeared on the silver screen, in ritual, redolent with civil religious meaning. The funeral of one who had given his life for his friends, Commander Spock, the character I most relate to, the most important character in the Star Trek universe. Since then, the Federation and its emblem have been treated with more religious-like ceremony in Star Trek shows and films. The idea that the United Federation of Planets is the future fulfillment of both the United States and the United Nations is evident throughout the Star Trek franchise. And there, perhaps, we can see an image of the global civil religion Bella imagined. Civil religion, then, is a scholarly term for the common understanding of principles ideals, narratives, symbols, and events that describe the American experience of democracy in light of higher truths. Or, if you don't like the word religion, thinkest of it as a civic creed, a public ethos, or even the set of American values that define our sense of who we are as a people. President Joe Biden's inaugural address Wednesday, midweek this week last, was an embrace of our civil religion, offering a vision for confronting the foes we face and for redeeming the republic by extolling and expounding on the theme of unity. Unity is not, Joe said, some foolish fantasy. He isn't calling for unity for its own sake or as a way to allow us others to dodge accountability or allied differences, but a moral and political necessity. Simply put, as Biden explained, Americans cannot defeat the COVID-19 pandemic, rebuild our economy, confront racism, restore trust, heal our divisions, and recreate a society committed to facts and truth unless we come as together. To quote as Joe Biden, "For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos." Put simply, sans unity, we cannot remain the United States of America. Biden's call for unity, which he conceives by appealing to history, faith, and reason, draws on all the essential features of American civil religion. He recalled in part the past trials our nation has faced, such as the Civil War, the Great Depression, World Wars, and 9/11, which produced some of our most memorable inaugural addresses, and summoned Americans to show grit and courage to confront the crucible for the ages in which we have found ourselves. Mixing hard truths with hopeful words, Biden reminds us that there is much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Faith, too, has been a recurring element of past inaugurals, from appeals to the Almighty to thanksgivings for the blessings of liberty, as well as prayers to guide America in its special role in the world. Biden recalled such exceptionalism in his appeal, not to lead by the example of our power, but rather by the power of our example. And he becamest only the second president to cite St. Augustine, after President John F. Kennedy, the only previous Catholic president, and the first president to invoke Augustine in an inaugural address. For Augustine, a people, a nation, is a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. No other president has asked Americans to look at themselves in this way. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? So asked Joe Biden, and he answered his own rhetorical question, semi-rhetorical question. I think we know: opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. The previous misadministration, by comparison, showed us the horrors that befall a democracy that ignores truth or deliberately creates alternative facts and reality. Finally, Biden offered that unity cometh through reason, which harkens back to the rational and Republican roots of our democratic civil religion. Reason and argument, he said, trump violence and chaos. Biden made it clear that vigorous disagreement is fundamental to democracy and need not lead to disunion. The toxic rhetoric, bitter divisions, and deadly violence of the last 4 years have brought America to its knees and tarnished our standing in all the world. Trump's battering of civil religion and its replacement by him with a racist form of Christo-nationalism, culminating in the Capitol insurrection, produced visible cracks in the moral foundations of our democracy. But civil religion has long been a bipartisan language that almost any president can speak. It helps to establish the guardrails of our republic and provides a framework within which citizens can disagree. And it helps make sense of the American experiment by placing historical events such as the Revolution, the Civil War, the World Wars, and the Civil Rights Movement in the context of the higher truths that elucidate them. For Biden, we unite through such higher truths as dignity, decency, hope, healing, and, yes, even love. To quote us Biden, "May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment democracy, and hope, truth, and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived." For 4 years, we have lacked a language to articulate the unity that many of us crave, or a president whose rhetorical fluency could summon our higher angels, instill humility, and encourage us to recommit to the covenantal principles of equality and dignity that hold Americans together. President Biden's revival of civil religion after a 4-year absence offers a clear alternative to the country as we confront a pandemic, a recession, an insurrection, another impeachment, ongoing racism, and a crisis of truth itself. Leaning on civil religion's language of a higher calling, justice, and common purpose, Biden's inaugural speech provided a moral framework within which diverse Americans can unite, reconcile, and begin to redeem our troubled empire. Articulating this for you, be Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. Make it certain to indicate myself as friend or relation so that Peter Thiel doesn't take his blood cut. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled Maggotaur, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For word no fahina, all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Maggotaur, which be spelled Maggotaur. And now, recognize, of course, first that thanks to our man, John Warrington, who downloaded of his own initiative the majority of what I produced and published on YouTube, we were thereby able to reconstruct my legacy when all of my videos on YouTube were completely scrubbed, no less than thrice, that's 3 times, and each time reestablished via John Warrington so that I myself as a virtual personality could interact with yourself within the data matrix of the material world,
which John Warrington served as a bridge between the Akashic Record and, of course, the info data matrix of the realm of Malkuth, our world of materiality, in which I myself interact with you as this virtual persona in context of a legacy that was saved by John Warrington, which in a very real sense renders him my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, either of my legacy on the net or of all life on the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cult of the kings of Edom and the Herodians, who were behind the assault on our capital. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. And confer, while there, a footnote on mine bio, sire, which be the homepage of showsdd.com, which you can reach through the Douglas Dietrich website. Just take it upon yourself to read the contents of both those recommended sites and pages, and realize that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and situated in residency in the city and county of San Francisco. And of course, spread that word far and wide to all and sundry about myself, so that you can encourage others to support me as well by electronically relaying their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Because people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma et Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself, as we now have a contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. So if donating by PayPal is found to be distasteful because of the necessity to indicate myself as a friend, since no one would sponsor me other than a friend. If you're sponsoring myself, we must be friends, right? Or as a relation, because we're all part of an extended electronic family. If you find that distasteful to indicate either within that single category offered by PayPal, then you can use any other credit or debit card to contribute to myself without having to worry about a pound of flesh being hijacked by the owner of the company. And of course, this is something that is done through our new contribution page at douglasdietrich.com. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button to assess how you will reward yourself after contribution by registering into and thereafter logging in at your convenience to our, all of our collected archives. And, of course, remember that the red donate button takes you to where you can use the debit or credit card with no middleman. The yellow donate button takes you to PayPal, and where you will reward yourself in either case by basically registering yourself as a user of our archives. All sponsors will then be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi. The 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her.
They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours between 2 to 3 days for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, YouTube, Bizarre HD channel, managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. Subscribe to his Bizarre HD channel at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich the son of Dietrich's are Son of a Dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Miliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States DVA, our Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and thereafter tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, every Sunday and Wednesday night, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where you indicate myself as friend or relation to prevent Peter Thiel from taking his pound of flesh. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present, when you reward yourself on contribution by taking yourself via the yellow donate button to the homepage of showsdd.com, where you then register into and thereafter log in
to the archives at douglasdietrich.com. Okay, then. Final visit to the chat room. Say good evening to everybody. Peggy Wood says hi. Hey, honey. Mwah. Love you, baby. Maria Gorgoric says hi, Peggy. Nice to see you. Love you. XOXO. And she says hello. Been here all day. Great show. God bless you, honey. And God bless Maria Gorgoric and Ann Callan and all the other ladies kind enough to join us, such as, of course, who was that other Teresa Mann and Troubadour too, and Daniel Arola, and of course M. Gray and Devon Bulldog and George Knight, several others, and all right then. Blessed be. Closing live stream now. Fuck, how do I do that? Okay. Close this. There we are. Okay.